Yes, that's true.
But Curtis, are you going to be introducing all the players at the very beginning of the day?
Yes.
Okay, then we should stick around for a few minutes.
I'm recording in one. Recording now.
Hang on. Let me get YouTube up, and then you're ready.
It says that you're live.
Okay, it's still thinking on my end.
Okay.
Recording in 3, 2, 1. Is that okay? Recording.
Yes.
Okay, then we should stick around for a few minutes.
I'm recording in one. Recording now.
Like deja vu. The voices in my head sound like Bert, and that's concerning.
Make sure you stop those before you go to sleep.
No doubt.
We are live.
Wonderful. The picture that we have on YouTube for everyone to click on is Jason with a very flattering expression on his face. That's great. You're welcome, Jason. So funny, you know, we're all chatterboxes right up until 20 seconds ago when we said that we're recording and YouTube is on. It's kind of like when you're having a great family event and somebody busts out the video camera and say, oh, I want to get this on tape. And then everybody stops talking.
I have a story about that.
Exactly. I'm sure you do. Of course, mentioning video cameras and tape helps me date myself.
Oh, yes. You didn't say film. That would really date you.
That's right. That's right. We were at a restaurant one night, and there were some girls next to Carol and I having some fun there at their table. And so they were doing something funny, and they all had their phones up and doing the fun stuff. And so one of the girls did something really hilarious, and everybody's laughing, you know, and Carol looks at the girl and she's like, did you get that on tape? And all the young girls were like, did you hear what she said? I was like, okay, tab us out. It's obviously too late for us to be here right now. All right, so we'll give it a little bit longer to make sure that people can join. Did we get Laura Barker in for us?
Don't see her.
I'm here.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
good, we're good. Turn that off, turn that off.
Curtis, are you going to need me to stay?
I would just like, nah, at this point, just stay for the beginning, Laura.
Okay.
Just while we're kicking it off,
All right.
and then we can slide you out after that.
All right. Thanks.
How's YouTube looking, Stephanie?
This is Maureen. I have a question. Is this the meeting, or is this going to be the watching the speaker?
This first part is going to be the speaker. The meeting, the business meeting
Later.
starts at 10:10.
Okay, but this is where I'm going to see the speaker as well.
Correct. Now you can pop over to YouTube if you want to and just watch it over there.
Well,
And
that's,
then-
I was just trying to get it on YouTube and it wasn't coming up. So I'm wondering what's going on. I will click on it again. It's, just go to the YouTube District 63 YouTube, right?
Either that or up on the very top of your page, you should see recording live on YouTube where we are right now. And if you click on that, it should take you directly to the YouTube recording.
Okay, the top of this page that we're on, right?
Yes.
Good Lord, I can't even, okay. You are, move what? You do it. Oh, live on YouTube. Okay. Please streaming on YouTube. Okay, so I can hop off of here and watch it on YouTube and let you guys watch it in peace, huh?
We'll see about that. Time will tell, Maureen.
Except it's not coming up. Shoot. What's that? Oh, we can watch it with them. If you want. Where are you going, downstairs? Well, I'm clicking on it and it's not letting me do it. Now, hold on. Now I'm circling. Yeah.
Maureen, you may need to exit Zoom in order to get the YouTube live link to work for you.
Okay. So so do I just go to YouTube?
If you'll go to the YouTube website
Right.
and type in District 63 Toastmasters,
Okay.
you'll see the video and it has a little red button with white letters that says live. And if you select that, it'll put you right into the video where you can watch everything.
Okay. I may try to I'll sign out right now and they might come back on. Thanks.
Uh-huh.
What time should I come back for the 2:15 presentation? Any idea when I should log back in at?
Are you asking what time the 2:15 presentation is?
No, I'm asking what time should I log back in? So I'm ready to go at 2:15. Should I come in at 2 o'clock?
Yeah, come in at 2. Yeah, come in at 2 o'clock should be fine, sir. That'd be great.
That's all. I was just checking on, when the right time to come back is.
Yeah.
As they say, as much as I would love to listen to your District 63 business meeting, how
It's riveting, my friend.
As exhilarating as it is.
You know it. All right, Stacy, how we doing on time? You ready to roll? We all good? Stephanie, you got YouTube up and running and everybody's happy?
Good.
All right. Well, let's get started. The time at the tone is 9:07 a.m. DOA, 9:07 a.m. Good morning, everyone. My name is Curtis Johnston. I'm the Division B Director. I will be hosting the 2020 District 63 Spring Conference along with my co-host, Dean Phillips. He will be on later. We're going to be sharing the day. Dean and I will be walking you through this amazing day that we have. And we've got a great supporting cast that I'd love to thank. We've spent many hours researching Zoom, figuring out YouTube Live. We've learned a ton. Names I'd like to mention right off the bat: Bert Copeland, Jason Cronin, Catherine McConkey, Dean Phillips, Stacy Thomas. I'd like to mention Stacy Thomas. I'd like to mention Kendra Ware and Stacy Thomas, Stephanie Wynn, John Grigsby, Stacy Thomas. Have I mentioned she's done a great job? And Laura Barker. These folks have done an amazing job putting all this together. Obviously, we could not be here without them. Being here is not optimal. We would obviously rather be in a conference room somewhere, seeing each other face to face, shaking hands, having coffee. Based on social distancing, we're on Zoom, which is not 100% horrible. We've all learned technology again. And, we're not spending money on hotels. We don't have to drive to see everyone. We're right here. We're not putting wear and tear on our vehicles. And frankly, half of us are wearing pajama bottoms. So, think of the money you're saving on dry cleaning by not having to go in. That's our first virtual conference, and I'm excited. So I'd like to give you a few Zoom etiquette tips that are generic, and you can use these anytime you're in a business meeting. Number one, you always want to mute yourself if you're not talking. Typically, there's a Zoom master, they call them, 2 words, Zoom master. And here in the South, we slur that into Zoom master, so pick an animal, and that's you. But mute yourself, because you don't think that we can hear your dog barking in the next room, but I assure you we can. The leaf blower, your spouse calling you from upstairs, it happens. Just make sure that you're muted. make sure that you dress for a meeting. It's a Zoom meeting. So whatever your level of professionalism is, just make sure you're in that attire, whether it's a sales meeting, work meeting, a PTA, whatever. Meeting is in the word that we're using here today. So just make sure that you're dressed. Which brings up another point. Watch your background wherever you guys are. Some folks sit at the kitchen table or in the living room, and that's great because you're doing your Zoom meeting. Then the people behind you don't know that you're in a Zoom meeting. And there's nothing better than watching family members walk behind coworkers or other Toastmasters who don't know they're on national television right now. It's wildly entertaining. Something else I'd like to mention is to smile more. When you're reading something online, when you're watching a video, you're trying to understand it. So you're concentrating and you're looking, and then before you realize it, you get closer and you're like, oh my, what's happening right now? That's what people are seeing when they're looking at you. So just be aware that although you're looking at a screen, people are looking at your face. So A, turn your video off, or just make sure that you look like you're handling a conversation between two people, because that's what we're doing. Or write yourself a little sticky that says, hey, smile more because you're on camera. This is mine. All right. And then of course, be on time. This is a meeting, so be on time. There's nothing worse than being late. On time is late. Of course, I say that, and those of you who know me know differently. If you listen closely, you can hear Gene Coy rolling his eyes right now because he knows the true Curtis. I can only imagine the conversation between Gene and Stacy. I'm sure Gene called Stacy and said, Curtis Johnston, that's who we got for the host for this? Could we not get anybody else? Yes, I'm sure there were other people that could do it, but then they would be predictable, Gene. And nobody likes predictability other than CPAs or guys on the bomb squad. And as long as I have my notes and I just don't start riffing off on my own, as long as I stick to the agenda, everything's going to be fine. Where's my agenda? Ah, here's our agenda. Whew, that was close. It's about to be all day of Curtis Johnston. All right, so our agenda today, we've got some great speakers. We're kicking it off with a keynote speaker. We're going to have our district business meeting. That's going to start around 10:10. For those of you who haven't seen a business meeting, I encourage you to sit and watch that. You can see it on YouTube. We're going to stream it. It's going to be on there. Some people don't get to go to them because they can't afford the time off, or they can't travel, or they're simply just not on the district executive council, or you hear us use the term DEC, DEC, it's an acronym for district executive council. So you're not on the DEC, so you can't go to the business meetings. Well, guess what? Today you can. Today's your lucky day. And Johnny, as you had mentioned before, it's riveting. You're really going to want to hang out and watch it. So that's the district business meeting. Carol Pinsky is coming on at 11:45. We have Glenn Hodges. Johnny Campbell is returning back to us at 2:15, which is awesome. Dr. Mel Campbell will be talking to us about emotional intelligence. Marie Cosgrove at 4:45. It's amazing. It's all day full of speakers, and you don't have to sit here from now until the end of the conference at 9 o'clock. You can come as go as you please. You can turn it on, set it down, listen to it. I mean, you can still hear it. You won't be able to see the slides that Johnny has for us, but you'll still be able to listen to it. So come and go when you can. We'll have the officers swear in this evening. I'll turn it over to Edna Varner. She's going to run the international speech contest, and then I'll wrap it up after that. The international speech contest is going to happen at 7 o'clock. It's the top performers from the district. So these folks have gone from speaking at club level, which is competing with about 12 to 20 folks. Then they move to area, so they've beat out, say, 75 folks. Then they move to division. So now you've beat out like 500 members in the division. And now those contestants are now competing at the top of the chain. I've heard a couple of these speeches, and they're impressive. And the neat part about it is they're people just like you and I. They're just Toastmasters like us, and they're able to knock it out of the park. So you're really going to want to see that. And then again, we'll close it out, and then I'm going to pass the plate and ask for donations for myself and my time. I'm not really doing that. All right, so let's go to Johnny. Johnny, you ready to go, sir? Jan?
Let me bring up my slides here.
May I introduce you while you're bringing up your slides? Johnny Campbell, AKA the Transition Man, is a speaker, author, and expert at helping people develop the mental readiness to embrace change. He has shared the stage with many thought leaders and celebrities from around the country and has even appeared in several movies and on television, and most recently at a TEDx event in Florida. Johnny has served as the president of the National Speakers Associations for the state of Illinois and has also earned the designation Accredited Speaker. Nice. A designation awarded by Toastmasters International and held by less than 100 professional speakers in the world for excellence in public speaking. Johnny's programs are not only entertaining, but filled with practical and pragmatic methods that have helped thousands of people achieve more success, more money, and more happiness in their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with his presentation, Embracing the Winds of Change, Adjust Your Sail, Mr. Rise Up and Win, the Transition Man, Johnny Campbell. Take it away, Johnny.
All right. Wow, here we are. We are here at last, and I just want to let everyone know truly it is a pleasure to be here and to have this conversation in the time that I've been given here. I want to give you guys a quick story about myself here so that you kind of get some context for me. For the last 20 years, I have been a professional speaker, delivering talks, delivering presentations. I have been a Toastmaster for almost 18 plus years. And I became a Toastmaster pretty much after leaving corporate America and pursuing my career as a professional speaker. Now, before I was a professional speaker, I spent a little over 10 years in a very sexy and exciting industry, everyone, called insurance. And that was my life. For over 10 years, I was a claims adjuster. I sold insurance. I was in that industry. And while in that industry, I experienced massive amounts of change, from multiple downsizings to mergers to acquisitions. And I was involved in all of that. So at the end of my career, the last 3 years of my career, I was in training. And I was in the training department. And that's where I had the opportunity to train individuals, help them understand technology. But most importantly, I learned about change management. And I didn't learn it from a book that I had read. I had to live it every single day. How do you really deal with people? How do you help them have personal breakthroughs and be productive and profitable while you're going through massive organizational change? And that was really the background and my experience. And then after that time there, my job got phased out, and it was like I had to make a decision. What was I going to do next? And so I made a decision that I was going to pursue a career as a professional speaker and share with people my insights and ideas that I learned about how do you help organizations and people navigate that uncertainty of change. So that became my actual career. And that's what I've been doing for the last 20 years. Now, along that journey, as I like to tell everyone, I've had opportunities to do unique and unusual things at times. Like for one time, I actually was in a movie. And it was because I had done some speech training for some actors. And because I did that for them, they actually invited me into their world to do a casting call in Chicago. And so I ended up going to a casting call, and I ended up being an extra in a movie called The Breakup with Vince Vaughn and Jennifer Aniston. And there's a Wrigley baseball scene where Vince Vaughn sees Jennifer Aniston for the first time, and he passes a hot dog down the aisle. As that hot dog goes down that aisle, if you look real close, you can see my waist right in the middle. And that became my stardom. Now, for everyone out there, they're like, oh, wow, you're a star now. No, not really. But that was my opportunity. And that was my beginnings. And since then, I've just traveled, delivered talks, whether they're Toastmaster groups, corporations, organizations around the country. And that's really my story in a nutshell, just so that you kind of get some context for what I'm really going to talk about here. And the thing that I'm going to talk about here is that, as you already know, we are living in a world that has totally shifted. Massive change. Things are happening all around us. And it's hard to predict what is actually next. When I was initially invited to come speak for your district, I already knew what I was going to talk about in a way, and I already understood how I was going to convey it. But once these events occurred, I said, I need to add something to this talk that speaks to where we are right now. Not just where we're trying to go, but where we are right now. And one of the things about the life we're living right now is it's hard to predict the future right now. But here's the reality. The reality of it is that this is what we're living right now. We're dealing with these situations right now. And these situations can cause a lot of stress, cause a lot of anxiety, but this is where we're at right now. And because this is where we're at, this is the change that we're dealing with right now. We're trying to navigate this type of change, to deal with it, to understand how we can be better in the midst of it. And this type of change, and it's definitely the climate right now in the marketplace and how people are, this type of change is creating a high level of uncertainty right now. People just aren't sure what the future looks like. When are things going to open up? When are things going to start again? When are things going to ever go back to normal? Well, I'm not sure if things will ever go back to normal, but things will begin again one day. But this speculation on one day, someday, hopefully, creates a lot of uncertainty in our hearts. And because of that, that's why I came to realize that we have to overcome this uncertainty. If we're going to embrace these winds of change, we have to overcome the uncertainty that we are dealing with. And how do you do that? By living in the now. See, when we start to think about what could happen in the future, what could be next, we have a lot of anxiety and uncertainty. We must live right now. The things you do right now are what's going to make the difference in your future. If you sit around and you wait for the future to get here, you're going to miss the opportunities that are in front of you right now. Now, for some, they're going to have to deal with this illness, and that is, and I empathize with them and I feel for them. But there's a lot of us out here who may never experience that illness, but we have to go through this. We have to move through this, and we have to maximize what is in front of us, the opportunities that are in front of us right now. That means living now. If you wait, if you sit around and say, wait, we'll wait and see, and someday, and hopefully, you will feel uncertainty. You will feel stress. You will feel anxiety. But if you start doing things right now, that's where your empowerment comes from. That's where your mastery comes from doing the things you need to do right now. And so, in order to live in the now, it is important that you find your now. And that's why I came up with these three concepts right here. To live in the now, it is about how you see yourself, how you see the situation, and how you see yourself in that situation right now. How you see yourself is so important to how you navigate through these things. The situation, you've got to be looking at that situation in a certain way so that you can maximize the situation and be successful. And how you see yourself in that situation as someone that has confidence and clarity and certainty, or do you see yourself as someone with a level of uncertainty? When you live in the now, and I'm going to go deeper into that, into the now, that's where your power comes from. That's where your ability to get through these things comes from. It's what you're doing right now. And everything I'm going to talk about here is about what you do right now, because this now is going to create your future, but you've got to be doing things. So our mission is simple: how to embrace change and achieve more success in life. And when it comes to success, now after 20 years of speaking, there's a lot of people that talk about steps and that talks about different things you can do to be successful. But success is about a sequence of doing things, a sequence of thinking about things, a sequence of how you handle things. So it's all about this sequence of doing things here. And without a sequence or a systematic way of thinking and behaving, it's hard to have predictable success with embracing change. So you got to have a certain way to look at the situations that are in front of you. So where do we actually get started with this? Here's where we get started. The keys to adjusting your sail: how you think, how you feel, and how you act. And what I'm going to do is talk about how to think about things to get to where you want to be, and how your feelings affect your thoughts, and then how you act upon those things here. And the first one on there is this. Key point number one is embracing change. Adjust yourself how you think. To change your life, you must reframe how you see change happening in your life. Now, as a professional speaker, I have been speaking for 20 plus years. As a speaker, this has been my career after I left corporate America. This year, I lost a huge amount of speaking opportunities. I lost 20 gigs over the last, from February to June, I lost 20 plus gigs. They just went away and they're not coming back, just like that. And as a full-time speaker who earns his income, that can be very stressful because what I thought was there isn't there anymore. I was looking forward to those things in the future. And every time I thought about those things being lost, I felt uncertainty about my future. I felt uncertainty about what was next. I felt a lot of fear. And I had to do what I tell everybody else to do. I had to reframe how I see this situation. And I said, what can I do right now to make a difference in my life, to improve my situation right now? I can't think about the future and what is lost. I got to think about what I can do right now to improve my situation. And that's what I've been doing every single day. I reframe how I saw this change. So I'm living what I teach. I had to reframe it so that I got myself into the right place. And getting yourself into the right place means how you think about change when change happens. Now, here's the thing. Most people, why people resist change? Most people totally resist change. When change happens, when uncertainties happen, they resist change. They want things to stay as they are. And I began to understand that when things happen like this, when change occurs, people just will flat out resist it. And I understand why they are resisting it. It's because they don't see. They don't see how it can improve them. They don't see the gains, and they don't really see how this event can help them. And they don't see these things. And that's okay that you don't see those things when you're dealing with change, because here's some reality about change. Change is an event, a situation, or a thing, but it's not a person. See, here's the reality here. A lot of people think that change is a person or a people, but it's not. Change is an event, a situation, or a thing that comes into our lives, and we must navigate through that. Remember what I said before, how you see yourself, how you see the situation, how you see yourself getting through the situation. You are not change. Change happens around us, and it is how we move through it that allows us to maximize the opportunities. When I looked at these events that have occurred in our world right now as an event, I said, that's an event. But I've got to think about how I see myself inside of that. I've got to look and say, okay, this is a situation I'm dealing with, and how do I move through it? Because I realize one thing simply, that people don't change. When you think about change, people don't change. People either get better or worse in life. Objects change, things change, situations change. People, when they go through something, they're either better or worse because of it. Either you're moving forward or you're moving back. And I knew for myself that as I went through this situation, just like you're going through it, it's important to become better because of it, to improve because of it, to use this as an opportunity to grow. See, here's the thing. People can create, manage, and respond to change. That's what people do. Remember I said people, change is an event, situation, or thing. People can create change, they can manage change, they can respond to it. That's what we do when it comes to change. People transition through the change. This right here is one of the most important things that I want each and every person to think about here, is that you were built to transition through change. You were never designed to be change. You were designed to move through change. And I want everyone to think about this as you're listening here and listen at these words here. If you say the word change out loud, then I want you to say the word transition. Say the word change, then say the word transition. If you say the word change, then you say the word transition. Which one sounds better? For most people, it is transition, because that was what you were built to do in this life. You were designed to go to and through situations in life. Change is merely something that you go through. And as you go through it, you understand and you become something greater. Everything I'm talking about here, right out of my book on the principles of transition here, how to move through change here. So everything I'm sharing with you is right out of my books and my audio programs here. I want you to have this step by step. What we're going to talk about is mapping that journey out. A lot of times when it comes to the life that we're living right now, we have to think about what we can do right now. So when we map this journey out, we're not talking about 100 miles down the road. We're talking about the next day here, the day you're dealing with. We're talking about right now. Remember, I talked about living in the now. We're talking about mapping out how you can have more certainty and embrace the changes that are occurring around you. That's what this is about. I want to show you an illustration here. This is what embracing change looks like as a diagram. As you can see right here, where we start, and then we move through the change. And at the end of that change, we are transformed by that experience. That experience is either going to improve us or it's going to make us bitter. But we will be transformed by this experience. And what we're dealing with in this world right now, we are each going to be transformed by it. The question is, in what way? In what way will we be transformed by this experience? And that's what I want you to think about here. As you're going through this right now, as you're going through this change, how can I be better? How can I improve? How can I even take advantage of this situation that I am currently dealing with? These are the questions that you ask yourself. This is where improvement hides out. This is where opportunity hides out. I can't change the direction of the wind, but I can adjust my sail to reach my destination. In the life that we're living right now, it's important to have some direction, to know where you actually really want to go, but realizing that I'm going to have to adjust my sail every single day to get to where I really want to be. And here's how you start to gain that certainty in an uncertain world. It starts with a vision. Now, when people here in the speaking world, people say, well, you've got to have a vision. You got to have a vision for your life, for your organization, for your group. I believe you need a promised land vision. And a promised land vision is greater than just a vision. A promised land vision is, how is it going to be? How will I feel? What will I be thinking about? A promised land vision is a much more detailed description of the place that you want to end up eventually. See, today, you need to think about that. Where do I really want to be? And what can I do today to get myself toward that promised land vision? It's about writing down, what do I really want? What do I really want to have in my life? What do I really want to see occur in my life? A promised land vision is an emotional thing. It's about the big picture, but it's also the meaning behind everything. Because see, a vision can be very superficial, but a promised land vision. I want you to think about Dr. King for a moment in his I Have a Dream speech. In that speech, he gave great detail of what the promised land would look like, what it would feel like, and what would happen. Those questions are the same questions you should be asking yourself. What will my promised land look like? What will it feel like? What will it be like? Who will be with me there? And that's what you work on today. You don't wait for one day to reach the promised land. You work on it right now. You do the things you can every day toward it. The key is not to wait. The key is to be present right now. But you've got to know this magic question. What do you really want? As the world has shifted here, the question becomes, what do you really want? So for some people, they want a job. You know, they want to go back to work. They want to feel safe again. They want to have certain things in their life. But you have to ask yourself, what is it that I really want that I have control over right now? There's a lot of things that we would want. Of course, we want a cure for this. Of course, we don't want to see people die from it. But most of us are not in a position to solve those problems. We can support those who can solve those problems. We can try to offer any kind of help and aid to those that solve those problems. But we have to ask ourselves, what do we want right now? What do we want? And what do you want in your life right now? And that's what you work on. You say, you know what? I want to improve myself in this area so that when this passes and I'm back out, I can have this start to occur in my life. See, here's the thing. Right now, what I'm doing right now is I'm actually working on online courses and materials to improve myself so that when this passes, I'm a better speaker in the future. I'm a better business person in the future. I'm doing things every single day right now so that I can create a better tomorrow. But I'm not thinking about tomorrow. I'm thinking about right now. What I want right now is to be better at my skills. I want to be better at my business. I want to be better at doing the things that will improve my life. And I'm doing those right now because I have control over that. If I wait and say, well, when this passes, I'll study this, or when this passes, I'll go do that. I'm busy doing those things right now. Say, for example, you want to go on a trip one year and one day. Right now, you should be researching that trip right now, thinking about what you would do, how you would enjoy yourself. It's about the things you do right now, because now doing things right now and checking them off gives you a sense of accomplishment, a sense of certainty. That's why now is so important. But you also, as we go through things, got to know where you are. Where are you at right now? So we have our promised land vision of where we want to go. We got to know what we want, and then we got to know where we are right now. Where are you right now? Then maybe it's exercise. Where are you at right now in your exercise routine? Maybe it's in your finances, in your financials. Where are you right now? Now is that time that you develop the plan. Now is that time that you get the training. Now is that time that you do the things that you need to do that you always said you would if you had the time. For most of us, we have been given indirectly a gift. It's a gift of time. The one thing that we all feel that we never have enough of. We've been given that. And what are you going to do with that time? Look at where you are right now and say, I have the time to do things to help myself move forward in my life. But I got to know where I want to end up. I got to know what I want, and I got to know where I'm at right now. This is that time for self-reflection. This is that time right now to get yourself thinking about, what do I really want my life to be like one day, but I'm going to work on it right now. Someday, one day, hopefully, is not a plan. What are you going to do right now? And that's what I want you to constantly think about as I say these things to you. Live in the now. What are you going to do now that you can control? That's where the power is. That's what allows you to transition through the change that we are experiencing. But you also have to know what's standing in your way. For most people, it's themselves that's standing in the way. They've got lots of fears, they've got doubts, they've got worries, they've got anxieties. But where does that all come from? It comes from here. It comes from your values. Our values and our beliefs affect how we see everything in the world. Anytime you think about yourself. Now, for example, I'm gonna give you a question for those out there. It's not about responding to it, but it's just a question in general. If I were to ask you, who would like to be rich? Or who would want to be rich? Some people would raise their hands and other people would not raise their hands. Then I would say, who would like to just be comfortable? who would like to be just comfortable? And then some people would raise their hands and other people would raise their hands. And when I got done asking those questions, I would say this to you. When I said who would like to be rich or richer or who would like to be comfortable, most people would say, Johnny, you're talking about money right now. The reality is I never said money. Your values said he's talking about money right now. Your values and beliefs shape your reality. I could have been talking about your spirituality, your family, your health, a host of things. It is your value system that affects you. And when we're in a place that we are today, our value system is kicking in saying, hey, things are dangerous. You better wait. You better watch. Our values are designed to protect us, but they also can paralyze us. So it's important when your values kick in and say, you should just wait and see what happens. That's not what we should be doing right now. What we should be doing right now is taking advantage of the opportunities right now. This is a chance for us, each and every one of us, to improve our health. This is a chance for each and every one of us to look at the things that we've not looked at in so long. Our values and beliefs protect us, but sometimes they can hold us back. So that's why it's important, if there's something you want to accomplish, something more you want to have in your life, you have to get online and get around people who share that value and that belief. And by being around them, your values and your beliefs will expand. You won't get rid of your values, but they will grow. See, values and beliefs can expand when they're around the right people. And they have to be around the right people based on what you want in your life. If there's something more that you want, then you get around people that are already doing that online, and that expands your value system because they help you see what you can't see. So that's why values are so important. I will neither yield to the song of the sirens, nor the hyenas, the tears of the crocodile, nor the howling of the wolves. In other words, as you adjust your sails, your emotions will definitely play a factor. It is never the circumstance causing your feelings, it's always your thinking about the circumstances. Remember what I said, how you see yourself, how you see the situation, how you see yourself getting through the situation. When it comes to your life right now, it is easy to get emotional. And everyone would agree that the media can get you highly emotional. So emotional that everyone felt that we needed to have toilet paper, all of the toilet paper. I'm just here to tell you, as a public service announcement, I don't know in any of the things that have gone on why toilet paper was critical to the balance of power, but it became critical and it was a run on it. And I don't know where that came from. But what happens is one person gets emotional, then another person gets emotional, and then everyone else who's sane and relaxed becomes emotional too. And then it becomes a run on a particular product. And it's how people are allowing their feelings to dictate versus how they think about things. How you think controls your feelings, not your feelings controlling how you think. And you've seen it before in your own life. Think about it for a moment. Have you ever said something and wish you could take it back? If you've ever had that, that is when your feelings are ahead of your thoughts. So let's talk about how we deal with our feelings. There's a lot of negative words out there that people have when it comes to their feelings. But what I want to address are the three most important ones. The first one is doubt. When it comes to navigating the uncertainties of change and gaining more confidence, we have to overcome doubt. See, doubt is the first thing that people experience when they're going through something. They doubt it. So how do you really deal with doubt? I'm going to give you a tip on how to deal with doubt. Because doubt is something people have when they haven't done anything yet. What people need when they have doubt is clarity. They must be given clarity. Once they're given clarity on how to see the situation, doubt starts to go away and they start to take a few more steps. When people get past doubt, then worry occurs. They start to worry. And we worry And the thing about worry is this: worry is negative meditation. Have you ever thought about something bad and it happened? If you've ever had that happen before, the reason that it happened wasn't because the universe was against you. It was because you self-sabotaged yourself by doing things that you shouldn't or doing nothing at all. See, worry happens when we believe whatever it is around us is bigger than us. But when we have the education, the training, and the knowledge, we become bigger than our worries. In this life that we're living right now, there's a lot of things to worry about, but once we have the knowledge and the education and the training, or even just the spiritual support, that reduces worry. And I just want you to think about it for a moment. The only thing in life you've ever worried about was things you believed that were bigger than you. You've never worried about something you were believed that you were bigger than it. So if you feel worry, that's where education and training and support and getting around people that can help build your confidence up, like in Toastmasters, is so important. That's how you deal with worry. The next one here, how to overcome fear. Fear is the last thing that people have at the end. You have doubts, you have worries, then you have fear. Fear is the last part of the journey, because fear is when things are about to become different in your life. Things are about to shift. Things are about to happen in a new way. And you know that when fear comes, you have to let go of things you may already know. So how do we really overcome fear? We outgrow fear. You outgrow your fears by taking action. You outgrow your fears through experiences, through results, through support. We never really get rid of fear. We just outgrow that fear. With every action that we take, fear is reduced. With every experience we have, fear is reduced. With every result we have, fear is reduced. With support, fear is reduced. We outgrow our fears. As we're going through this change, and it's fearful, we have to take certain actions to protect ourselves, but we also have to grow within this thing through experiences and results and support. That's how we deal with the fear. As a speaker, I was once, and I've heard many speakers talk about it, they say, you got to find your why. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you, I found my why and I was not impressed with it. And I thought about my why. I wasn't impressed because my why didn't push me. My now did. Even before this event occurred, I realized that I needed to find my now for doing something right now. And I was always trying to give myself a reason to do it now. And now that this event have occurred, this is my now, this is your now, to do the things that you haven't done to improve your life right now. And like I said before, there are people that have lost their jobs. There are people who are ill. There are people who are frightful about where their next paycheck is coming from. There's a lot of that going on, and I acknowledge that. And I feel for that. But I had said to myself, if I only think about that, I'll never do anything but hide under the covers and wait for everything to clear. I've got to do something right now to take back that power. And as I did a little bit every day, I felt myself getting stronger. And I've been living that every single day. Now, I found my now, and now I'm doing things every single day, just like I'm encouraging you to. Key point number 3 here is action. Ships in the harbor are safe, but that's not what ships were built to do. And why they were definitely not built to do that. They were built to move and take action. Here was one of my quotes from the 2018 Toastmasters International. I was the keynote speaker at the International Convention in Chicago in 2018. And this was a quote that I said, change is inevitable, but making the transition through the change you're facing is a choice. It is a choice. When you go through a change you are experiencing, you have a choice to be better or to be worse from it. But it is up to you. And when change happens, people get difficult. As you can see right here, everybody. WTF, what the fun is going on right now? This is the look. that everyone is walking around with right now, because we're all dealing with this together. What I talked about to you so far has been about you, who you are, and what you have to do for yourself. But now we have to deal with the people around us. We have to understand that people around us might not think about the now, what they can do right now. So let me offer you some things, fellow Toastmasters, that you can think about, that you can help people live in the now as a collective. The first thing is this: together is our strength. When people are going through a crisis, when people are going through things, they have to know that they're a part of something greater than themselves. When people know that they're a part of something greater than themselves, they feel confidence now. They feel a sense of assurance right now. When people feel that they are by themselves, there's a lot of doubt, worry, and fear that comes over people, and uncertainty. But if they feel that they're a part of a group, Toastmasters, having the online education, having the online meetings is so important, because people feel a part of something greater than themselves, and that gives them confidence. So when you're helping people, let them know that they're a part of something greater than themselves. The next part, when you're dealing with people, people question their purpose in life. What's my purpose in life? What am I supposed to do with this life? Well, for those that are listening to this and those that will listen to it in the future, I want to be the first to give you the answer to the question: what is your purpose in life? Your purpose in life is to serve others with your gifts and your talents. I'll let you think about that for a moment. Your purpose in life is to serve others with your gifts and your talents. It amazes me how people wander the earth trying to figure out what my purpose is in life. Your purpose is to serve others. The question is, will you develop your gifts and talents big enough to serve the amount of people you want to serve? See, service is the easy part, to help others. The development of oneself, that's where the work is. The development of oneself, that's where the work is. I always show this right here because environment is so important. To serve, you must be in the right environment. To develop yourself, you must be in the right environment. It is hard to develop yourself in the desert by yourself. You need to be around in the most fertile environment for what you want to do and for those that you want to help. Then your gifts and talents become a blessing to others. But you have to make sure you're in the right environment. And then finally, here's goals. A lot of times people talk about setting goals, but to set a goal, you have to understand this. And this is what I'm just going to touch on here about a goal. A goal is not about an achievement. You set goals to solve problems to reach your vision. I'll repeat that. You set a goal only when you have a problem, not a desire. Think about it for a moment. Goals are designed to solve problems, not desires. When people say write down your goals, what they're really saying is write down your problems and then set a goal to solve that problem. Goals solve problems, not desires, not fulfill desires. The accomplishment of the goal is then the desire is achieved. But a goal is designed to solve a problem. So when you set your goal, you said, okay, my goal is to lose weight. My goal is to become a better speaker. Then you write down all the things you're going to do to accomplish that goal, which solves the problem that you had. Goals are designed to solve a problem, not a desire. The last part on here is about rewards here. And I wanted to make sure I had a chance to share with you something about rewards. As you go through the changes you're experiencing and dealing with, it's important to reward yourself because it gives you confidence. When you complete things, you should reward yourself. When you get things done, you should reward yourself. One of the things about Toastmasters, and you guys are doing the contest, I was in the contest many, many years ago, and I actually competed in the contest on several different occasions. And each time I competed, I made it to the district finals. and I lost in the finals. And I lost because of unusual circumstances, everybody. The first time I competed in the contest, I made it all the way to the district finals, and a guy threw his crutches on the ground and took a step and said he was healed, and he won the contest. I competed another year and went all the way to the finals, had that kind of speech that wins at international, and I knew I could win this whole thing. A woman got up there and sung a song and beat me. And I thought, this is a speech contest, not American Idol. But I lost. And I was very upset about that because I really felt in my life that if I had won the World Championship of Public Speaking, that would help my speaking career. And I had a gentleman that was there who talked to me about the World Championship and me being a professional speaker. And I want to show you a picture of that guy. That guy was Darren LaCroix. And he reminded me, he said, Johnny, you didn't join Toastmasters to win the World Championship. You joined to improve your presentation skills so you could be a paid speaker. See, Darren had just won the World Championship in 2001 when I was competing in the following year. And he reminded me, he said, you never joined wanting to win the contest to be a speaker. You joined so you could improve your skill set to get paid to speak. That's why you joined. And then you stayed for the last 20 years, I've stayed. But Darren had to remind me to adjust my sails because I started to drift off of course. And now later in life, I became an accredited speaker. But I always remember him reminding me of what it was about, what the real reward that I was looking for was. Sometimes we can drift off path at times. And sometimes it takes somebody to help us get back on the path again. That's why coaching, consulting has been something that I've done for people to keep them on the path. In times of change, learners inherit the earth while the learned find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. This right here is a wonderful quote and a warning to the world right now that the world is shifting and it's becoming something different. And we have to continue to learn new things to be relevant and to take advantage of the opportunities that are before us. It is the learned that find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. It is the learners that inherit the earth. You want to be a learner. If there's something you want to learn, now's the time. If there's something you want to become, learning it is now's the time. If you want to advance your career when things get back to open again, learning, now's the time. This is that moment. Pathways. If you want to, now's that time to learn pathways. Because pathways is going to be with us. And I always got to give that public service announcement. Pathways will get better with time. It will improve. It's kind of like an iPhone. Where it is today, it will be so much better tomorrow. It will be better as we learn it, as we work through it, as we kind of deal with it. It will get better. Well, there you have it, the secrets for embracing change. I always show this right here because what I tried to do in the time that we had was give you a choice. You can become a learner or the learned. It is your choice. The blue pill or the red pill. But life will go on. And it's so important for you to prepare yourselves. Here is a little bit of an eye test here. I always show this one in my live talks. Look at it here. And if you're wherever you're at, you could say it out loud if you want. But here's what I hear. Well, this is what normally people scream back when I say this out loud. I say, what do you see? And people say, opportunity nowhere, Johnny Campbell. And I'm like, look a little closer. Opportunity is now here if you're looking for it. In everything that I've shared this morning, it's about an opportunity for you to grow and to develop. See the world with new eyes every day. The crisis we face This right here by Winston Churchill is a great quote about to each comes their time in life, a special moment when they are figuratively tapped on the shoulder, offered a chance to do a very special thing unique to them, fit for their talents. What a tragedy if the moment finds themselves unprepared, unqualified for which could have been their finest hour. In this crisis, ladies and gentlemen, your finest hour is upon you for you to do something special, to do something unique. This is the moment. This is your now. I am doing everything in my power right now so I can live this truth right here so that I am ready when I am tapped on the shoulder. I am developing myself right now because that is what it's about. I put some things together before I go that I want to reveal to everybody here. I've been talking from my book, The Agent of Change and the Power of Resiliency. But what I did was I created what I call the Rise Up and Win Success Nation Plan. It's 3 audio CDs here, 1 hour each. The Power of Resiliency, the 7 Habits Holding You Back, the 7 People You Need for an Extraordinary Life, Mindset, Webinar Training, PowerPoints, groups, and even my book. And I'm throwing this all together for those, and this is a district special for $97. But here's the best part. This is an online course. All of this material is online and ready to go. You make the investment in it. I don't care who you share it with, because the more people that learn from it, the more people that grow from it. So maybe you say, you know what, I'll get it for my club, or I'll get it for myself and give it to my family members. But you will have a lifetime access to this online course with all of this material, all the videos. You have lifetime access to it. And it's based on what you've heard this morning. The book and the CD is $20, but I'm encouraging everyone to look at the full packet at $97. And my final thoughts are simply this. When it comes to what we've talked about here, I want to inspire people. I want someone to look at me and say, because of you, Johnny Campbell, I didn't give up. And that's the biggest thing here, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want you to give up in this time. I don't want you to wait. I want you to do something right now to be better on the other side of this. Remember, we are going through a massive change. We must transition through it. And it is how we transition through it that makes the difference on the other side. You will be transformed, either better or worse. I want you to be better. If you want the material, go to riseupandwin.com/change. You can call me and I'll take your order, or you can email me and I'll send you the link to place the order as well. I want to thank each and every one of you for listening to this. And I want you to always remember this. The elevator to success is broken. But if you're willing to do the work and do something right now, the stairs to your dreams will always be available. Thank you.
Johnny, that was fantastic, sir. I appreciate all of that. That's fantastic.
Thank you for having me this morning. And
Absolutely.
I'll be looking forward to seeing whoever comes back at 2:15 for the afternoon session on Win the Crowd.
Yeah, I appreciate that for sure. And one quick question before you go. I'm a big fan of an instantaneous homework, like give us something to think about right now. So what's the one thing that we could do over the next 24, 36 hours to start us on this understanding the transition better, improve us? What's one thing we could do tonight to start down that path, Johnny?
First thing is, know what you want on the other side of all of this that's going on right now. And then take the time to develop a skill. Start researching what skills will it take for you to have that in your life right now. Think about the problems you have right now and start writing those problems down and say, I'm going to set that as a goal for me to overcome and achieve. See, it's a process, and that's where it starts. It starts with knowing what you want and saying, I'm going to develop a skill set that helps me accomplish the things that I want in my life.
Outstanding. Very good. It's also a great time to pick up a hobby and improve yourself in a low-key way.
Absolutely. For those in business, I'll just share this real quick. This is the time to talk to your customers. This is the time to reach out to them. This is the time to recover lost customers that you haven't spoken to in years. This is the time because it's so cheap. You can do better marketing right now because people are at home right now. This is your time to fix your email database. And so
That's right.
you can email people. This is what this moment is about. And that's why I was trying to tell everybody about the now, because these are the things that I'm doing right now.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Thank you very much, Johnny. I'm going to share all the information, the audio CDs, the books. We're creating a big email to send out after this conference, and we'll make sure your information is on it. So thank you very much, Johnny. We'll see you again at 2:15. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. All right.
We've started doing some spirit fingers here because nobody can clap, because everyone's supposed to be muted. So whenever, instead of applause, we like to throw up the spirit fingers. At any rate, all right, let's keep moving. So I've got Gene Coy is going to come on now and open up the district business meeting. So do we have Gene Coy on the line?
Yes.
Wonderful, sir. I am going to simply turn it over to you unless you have anything or any questions for me.
No, I don't, but I would appreciate someone letting the people into the meeting because I won't have time to keep clicking.
That's fine. I've got John Grigsby here, and Laura Barker is also around to help us in that back office area. So you don't have to worry about Zoom. You don't have to worry about YouTube. All that stuff is being taken care of. You just do what you do best, which is talk and lead, my friend.
All
Take it
right,
away.
thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
All right. I'm not seeing myself on the screen. I need some help here, Dennis. All right, everybody see me now? Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order. How's everybody doing out there in Zoom land?
Everyone's wonderful. We're encouraging people to entertain themselves here on Zoom and both on YouTube. Everyone is talking on YouTube. There's a lot of chat going on that you and I can't see, but everyone's smiling and positive. I see a lot of hearts, and let me see, Curtis, you're doing great. Curtis, you're amazing. And then just some other stuff that you don't have to worry about. So
Curtis,
anyway,
you are amazing.
Go ahead.
All right, very good. Good morning, Toastmasters. This is the 2019-2020 District 63 Council meeting, and we're going to call it to order at this time. I've got a pretend gavel in my hand, and I'm going to gavel it in. We're starting the meeting. My name is Gene Coy. I'm the District 63 Director, and I'll be presiding over the meeting. To begin with, I would like to offer welcome to all of our distinguished people here today. I can't see all the people, but I see we have about 80 people on Zoom and more are coming in, and there were 96 on the previous meeting with YouTube. So add those numbers together, you have close to 200 in audience, and that is amazing. So let's begin with welcoming the ones whom I'm sure are online. That's our International Director, Don Biddick, International Director, Carol Pinsky, Regional Advisor, Jenna Lee Taylor, past Distinguished District Director, Jimmy Roberts, past District Director, Lindy Estep, past District Director, Kim Santan, past District Governor, Becky Beggerly, past District Governor, Coley Purdue. I'm hoping I have not missed anybody. Have I missed anybody out there that's a dignitary that I need to recognize at this time? If so, just chime in and let us know you're here. We don't want to leave anybody out. In addition, we want to recognize Stacy Thomas, Monty Foster, Jeff England, Barbara Sanders, Christian Phillips, Donna Brown, Lily Rowland, Sharon Burlingame, Wendy McNabb, Mary Mixon, Regina Jennings, and all the rest of the staff that we've had working with Toastmasters this year. We appreciate all of you for all that you've done. And we do want you to know that we do appreciate you. So what I wanted to talk to you about today was just tell you a little bit about the year. It's been pretty wild. Marty is going to alert me when people are in the chat box if they need to interrupt me, and Marty will notify me. Marty Foster. Thank you, Marty. We've had a wild ride this year. We've had several tornadoes that hit Georgia and Chattanooga recently, and we've had earlier tornadoes in Cookeville. We've had them in Nashville. I mean, it's been rough. A lot of Toastmasters are out of work and they've got to rebuild, and there's things like that is so important that has to be done. And on top of that, we had the switchover from the traditional program to the Pathways program. And a lot of people were reluctant to make this switch because, well, they were used to doing the traditional way and it was different. So they had to learn new ways and new challenges. And on top of that, we have this worldwide pandemic that people are staying at home, and you'll hear more about it as we get into our reports, the effect that has happened to the district. We've had to deal with all that. I don't know of any other Toastmaster year that's had to deal with so much. It's been a wild ride. And there's a lot of ups and downs, and we've endured. And I want to appreciate all of you for sticking in there and helping us along the way. We have an inspirational speaker that talks about this very thing. His name is John O'Leary. John O'Leary has a weekly column where he speaks to growers and users of commodities. And his purpose is to motivate us during this time. And he puts out a weekly bulletin. And what he said to say was really good, because with the stock market going down like it's been and going up the next day and down the next day, thousands of points, and this crazy ride with jobs, we don't know if we have a job. We don't know if we are going to go to work the next day. There's just been a lot of things going on. And he brings an inspirational point, and I'd like you to listen to him at this time. Let me just load his video. Can everybody see this video?
Not seeing a video, sir.
Not seeing the video. It doesn't say IFPC welcomes weekly inspiration with John O'Leary. Okay,
Have you shared your screen?
Probably did not. Let me go back and share the screen. Share screen.
Stacey Thomas looks like a music video from the 80s right now. I'm waiting for her to break out in some Robert Palmer.
Okay, give me just a few minutes because I don't see it listed on my dashboard, but I do have it on my desktop.
That's okay. Down towards the bottom, or you're looking at the bar at the bottom where it says security participants chat at the bottom of the Zoom meeting.
Mm-hmm.
There should be a button right there that says share screen.
Yeah, I have a lot of stuff. Let me find out where it's at.
You can open more windows if there's a line that says open other windows. If you're already on shared screen, you see some of the windows, but not all of them. There's a way to open up all the windows to see everything, so you can click on the right window.
Oh, cool. Now, can you see that? No, you can't.
Yes, we can
Hello,
see it.
my friends. Welcome to more weekly inspiration brought to you from our friends at IFPC. My name is John O'Leary. It's a delight to be with you on this Monday morning with the headwind blowing at us, with the markets dropping around us, with the coronavirus spreading all over the place, both here locally, nationally, and globally. And yet I wanted to remind you on this Monday morning of a little bit of perspective, both for today, but also historically, as we get ready to move into a future that is brighter. I promise you, brighter than the day we are currently living right now. My mother, her name is Susan O'Leary, had 6 kids, and she would remind all of us, whether it was periods of profound blessings, when the sun was shining bright, when markets were elevating, when unemployment was low, when we got the right jobs, when we were in with the right group of friends, when life was going awesome, my mother would whisper to us, "This too shall pass." She did not say those words to be a jerk, I don't think. She just wanted us kids not to get a big head thinking that we were really all that great, that we'd done all this by ourselves. She wanted us to know, this too shall pass. Stay humble and hungry. And yet she was loving enough when the days were tough, when the future seemed bleak, when the headwind was blowing, when markets were dropping, when unemployment was rising, when coronavirus was spreading, to remind us of a very different expression. It's one you may want to write down today, my FPC friends. Here's what she would say to all of us. And she says it to you and me right now. These words, listen to them. This too shall pass. This too shall pass. It is a reminder that in spite of what we are going through today, eventually this thing turns. We return to who we were. I think we return to who we were as an even better version of ourselves because of what we went through. But this too shall pass. And the best remains in front of us. The markets play this out. We've had 12 drops of greater than 20% since 1940, 12 drops of greater than 20%. In the previous 11, so we're in our 12th one right now. In the previous 11, the average drop is 30%. Seems pretty dire. And yet within 6 months of hitting the bottom, and the market return afterwards has been 26% in the 6 months that followed. So if you could just shut your eyes during the periods of the storm and wake up 6 months later, you would see a total 4% drop in your portfolio, because the truth remains historically, this too shall pass. We will return to who we were, and we're going to return to it with a vengeance and even better versions of ourselves going forward. And I'm not the first one to say these words. Years and years ago, in 1945, we had a phenomenal president who made his way again to the inaugural address. His name was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It was his 4th time at the inaugural party. Apparently, the United States used to allow kings to rule. This guy was president 4 different times, class, okay? He made his way up there. This was a man who saw the Great Depression firsthand. He led the nation through it. This is a man who led our nation through World War II. This is a man who experienced profound health challenges, unable to walk without the assistance of others, and splints made of metal on his legs. He made his way to the podium, and he shared these words with a nation that needed a little bit of hope, not unlike the nation that we currently live in today. Here's what Franklin said. The great fact to remember is that the trend of civilization itself is forever upward. That a line drawn through the middle of the peaks and the valleys of the centuries always, IFPC, always has an upward trend. This, my friends, is the good news today. The great fact to remember is that the trend of civilization, of markets, of families, of your life itself is forever upward. And that a line drawn through the middle of the peaks and the valleys over the centuries and decades and years always has an upward trend. These are difficult days that you and I are leading through. And yet these are the days where the DNA of leadership shows up, reveals itself, and we have the ability right now in our life, in our families, in our work, through our faith, in our grit, to show up in a mighty way, to guide not only our own organizations, our own families, and our own lives through it, but also to remind us in the community that the best days are in front of us. Individually, we fall short of that promise, but collectively, we can't fail in achieving it. So I'm looking forward to showing back up in your lives next Monday. I'm looking forward to continuing the motivation and the inspiration with you. And I'm looking forward to moving through the storm cloud of darkness and despair into the truth, that the great truth is this, that civilization always trends upward. And so do we.
All right, I hope that was an encouragement to you. I'm going to be showing a PowerPoint today for the business meeting. And you should be able to see that on your screen at this time.
I don't see it, Gene.
You don't see it?
Not yet, sir.
I'm sorry. Let me adjust here. You see it now?
We're getting there. Yes, sir. There it is. Very good.
Okay. Apologize for the delay. We've had the inspirational thought. Now we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance with Donna Brown.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Donna. Now we will have the district mission presented by Mary Mixon.
We build new clubs and support all clubs in achieving excellence. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to call for the credentials report with Sharon Burlingame. Sharon, we're going to have our election today, and we have a big question on our mind. And that question, I hope you will answer real soon, is whether or not we have a quorum.
All right. Thank you, District Director Jean. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
There are 58 eligible clubs in the district. Each club receives 2 votes, one for the club president and one for the vice president of education. To achieve a quorum, 1/3 of the presidents and vice presidents of education of eligible clubs must be registered, which is 39. There are 60 eligible club presidents and vice presidents of education represented. As such, we have achieved a quorum. Yay! There are also 22 district executive committee members represented. District executive committee members do not count towards achieving a quorum. The total ballots available are 82. If everyone votes, a simple majority would be 41 and a 2/3 vote would be 54. And a little caveat here, with respect to if we have to meet with in person, I wasn't quite sure about, since we're online and everything, if we actually have to call a roll of people at some point, if we've got to do the simple majority 2/3 vote online today.
We do not need to call the roll. We can go by the registration. And after the meeting's all over, Dennis is going to compile and double check the qualifications.
Okay. And one last item, footnote. 18 of the VPs and presidents who registered are not eligible to vote today due to club dues not being paid as of today.
I don't want to ask questions because I'm more of a objective guy, but didn't they extend the club dues to be paid by the end of April? So then technically clubs should not be able to vote now, right? Shouldn't everybody be able to vote because of that extension?
You are correct, Curtis. The extension was made to the 29th or 30th of April. So we could go by October approved clubs if we need to.
I don't really like making decisions. I just like asking questions. So I don't know what you want to do with that information.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
think
just passing it along.
I think we're good either way. So
Yeah.
is there anything else, Sharon?
No, that's my report.
Okay.
And I'll return it to you, Mr. Director.
Is there any objections to the credential report being adopted? There is no objection. The credential report is adopted. Now we're going to talk about the meeting agenda. We want to know if the meeting agenda has any changes that need to be made as it was printed. Hearing no objection, hearing no objections, we will count the agenda as being okay. All right. Now we're going to have Wendy McNabb come up and give the Fall District Council minutes. Let me just say, we posted all this stuff online. And if there's any changes or amendments, go ahead and put that in the chat now so Wendy can address them. Otherwise, we will skip last year's minutes because they were posted on the website and everyone had an opportunity to go to the website and read them. So I'm gonna turn it over to Wendy McNabb at this time. Wendy? Is Wendy online?
Jean, we have got 100 people online. It may be that Wendy could not log in.
She couldn't log in? Okay, I thought she was in earlier, but apparently she couldn't get in. Oh, this is it. Okay, she sent a text and said that she couldn't get in because the limit was reached on the Zoom meeting. So she did send me her minutes from last year. We don't really need to go over last year because that was last year and it was read in the last year's. And we had a meeting last year. So let's just move on with this year. And as far as an incentive update, I think, let me, hold on just a second. Let me pull up that email. I think Wendy told me what to say about that. Attachment, here we go. Okay. Avis Brody wants to get into the meeting and she can't get in because it's full. So we'll have to make an allowance for her to get in later in the day. We, I know the incentive, if I remember right, Wendy said we had like 90 or 96 participants that were winners of the one and done, which was the best incentive we had all year. And that incentive was if you paid your dues for both October and for April, then you was allowed to be put in a drawing, and the drawing would give you either a $25 Toastmasters certificate or you would get money to use at the district store and also help with conference expenses. And we had great turnout, 96 people. That was awesome. And it really helped our district because it helped our numbers better. So we really appreciate that. We'll move on to the next section now. The club alignment report. And the club alignment report will be presented by Kristen Phillips. And Kristen, if you're able to take over the screen and start doing your club alignment, please.
Okay, you have disabled the participant screen sharing and I'm on here as a participant. Can you change it, Jean?
I'll see what I can do.
Okay. And Jean, if I can't share it, do you have the PowerPoint that you can pull up for me?
I can do that. I'm trying to figure out how to.
Let me ask a quick question. John Grigsby, are you on? Are you Zoom master? Can you help these guys out?
I am, and I am. Let me stop Gene sharing.
There you go.
Then Christian, you should be able to share now.
Okay, give me just a second.
And also, if I could take the floor for this second, if any of the participants are not in a speaking row, can you move over to YouTube? We have met our 100-person maximum for this meeting. And for those who do need to speak and are trying to get in, they can't. We're down to 90 now, but if you don't have that role and you just want to watch, if you could go over to YouTube to you can search for District 63, and you can watch this whole thing live and not actually be in this Zoom meeting. That would be greatly appreciated.
Yes, and you will be able to vote from the YouTube meeting.
That will be explained in a little bit. And the comments that you're putting into YouTube are being monitored by Stephanie and Kendra. So if you have thoughts or questions that you want to share, you just type them into YouTube, and then we'll get to those as soon as we can.
Okay, I still cannot share my screen. It says host disabled participant screen sharing, and I'm only on as a participant. So yeah, Jean, go ahead and do that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody, for participating in this. I wanted to first give a shout out to everybody who helped with the D63 alignment. This could not have been done without all of the help from our DEC members, from Jean, all the way down to all of the division directors. And I even had some input from Jim Hart, former Toastmaster. So this year has been a little bit of a complicated alignment, but I think that we got through this pretty well. So Jean, if you'll go on to the first screen. So what we decided to do, as all of us came together, was make sure that all of the clubs were aligned in such a way where we had strong clubs in each area, along with clubs that were rebuilding in each area, so that there were no areas that had an unfair advantage over a different area. That being said, within our district, we are closing 2 areas and we're actually opening up a new area. So for Division B, we are actually closing an area and we're consolidating into a different area. Area 10 and Area 11 are way up in the northeast, and we were able to keep both of those areas together. And our new club, UT-TCE, is going to be going into Area 10. Jean, next slide, please. Area 21 and Area 22 actually now have an extra club in them. So each one of them have 5 clubs because we are closing down a new club. Okay, next slide, please. Area 23 is pretty central to Knoxville, but the Morning Cup, which is down in Maryville, was moved up into Area 23. And then Area 20, which actually had an attrition and went down to 3 clubs, we decided to close. Okay, Jean, next screen. Division C. Division C also had an area that closed. So in all of those closings, we had to consolidate to make sure that each area had a minimum of 4, a maximum of 6 clubs. So as you can see, Area 30 and 31 now have 5 clubs together. Next screen. Go ahead and go back one. I believe that you missed a screen, Jean. Okay, Area 32 now has 6 clubs, and Area 33, because it went down to 3 clubs, we closed and moved 3 clubs into different areas. Okay, now you can go to Division D. So Division D had a lot of movement in it because we've grown so much in Division D. This is the division that we have actually decided to open up a new area in. So we've just had a lot of movement. Area 40 now has 5 clubs. Area 41 has got 5 clubs. Okay, proceed. Thank you. Area 42 has got a new prospective club, but still has 4 clubs, which are quite strong. And then Area 43 is going to be our new area, which has got a new club, ComData, Prime Meridians, Savvy Speakers, and Medium Voltage Toastmasters. Division E. So Division E also had a lot of movement in it. There were no areas that were closed down. We just did a whole bunch of movement. Area 50 and 51. I don't believe Area 51 moved around a lot. Okay, please proceed. Area 52 and Area 54. And then in Division F, so Division F actually has quite a lot of new clubs coming into it, and I'm super excited about it. We didn't have enough to actually open up a new area, but there are quite a few areas in here that have 6 clubs. Area 60 now has 6 clubs. Serve Pro is the newest one. Area 62, even though it has 3 clubs, there are 2 new prospective clubs in here that are just about to charter, Century City and Cummins. Cummins has got 3 clubs that are going to be chartering this year, and all of them are going to go into Division F. And then last slide, Jean. And then Area 63, we've got 2 of the Cummins clubs in Area 63, along with 4 of our regular clubs. That is the new district realignment that we will need to vote on. Again, it was super important for us to be extremely fair in this process to make sure that there were no areas that had an unfair advantage over any other area. And those clubs that were rebuilding actually had a chance to be in a very, very strong area. Thank you, everybody. And Jean, I'll bring it back to you.
Thank you, Christian. I really appreciate that. Now, Christian has made a motion that we accept the alignment as presented. Is there any discussion? If so, you need to put it in the chat box, and Monty will bring it to my attention before we vote.
I second the motion. Donna Brown.
Thank you. There is no objection. It's approved. We'll move on to the next report. Our public relations report will be presented by Barbara Sanders. Barbara, are you on the line?
I'm here, Jean.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. This year with the public relations, we have tried to provide as much information as possible to keep everyone up to date. Starting with January, we went in with our makeup, TLI, providing information from that. In February, we sent out the winners for the one and done incentives that Jean mentioned earlier. Also in February, we made the announcement for the D63 conference. Later in March, we had to make changes as we began to address COVID in the district, and we had a few meetings as we decided to go online to continue having our meetings via Zoom. We also made announcements for a few members that passed away, one of which is Jim Hart. And then in April, we began our announcements for the Zoom Spring Conference. This information has been posted to the D63 website, and I'd like to thank everyone for sending their communications so that we could share it with the district. And I appreciate Stephanie as she's put forth the conference and the communication for the spring, and Laura Craft, who has been excellent in keeping the website up to date. And back to you, Gene.
Thank you. I do appreciate so much what PR has done, and the administration manager. I mean, all the people have been great this year. Laura was really a good help with the web. And that's a good point, Barbara, there. Now we'll move to the finance manager report. Jeff England.
Everyone, I'm here, Gene. Can you bring up the screen? There we go. For the month ending March 31st, 2020, District 63's available funds is $62,532.28 before the minimum district reserve required by Toastmasters International, which is $9,979.35. So the available funds on March 31st, 2020 for District 63 after the reserve is $52,552.93. With regards to the P&L, if we can move to the next screen. The P&L revenue year to date is $30,604, and expenses as of March 31st is $30,604 for net income increase of $4,662. Going into March 31st to June, as of the extensions for membership dues, they're significantly a little bit lower than what was expected with everything that's going on in the world, but we're still under budget by $12,808 as of March 31st, after the conference and everything was removed from the expense, changed when it came to the expenses. Going forward, I think we're in pretty good shape. The only concern I think that Toastmasters International has is that with everything going on with the COVID-19 is that membership dues is maybe lower than expected going into June 30th. I think it's all I have. Is there any questions or anything, Gene?
Thank you, Jeff. I really appreciate that report. And we will move on to the next slide here. Our audit committee report. We have Regina Jennings, and her committee has spent a long time doing an audit for us at mid-year, and she's going to come up at this time and give us a report. Regina? Hello, Regina Jennings. I know she was online earlier.
I'm here.
Okay, great.
The video's not there, so I was muted by the hook.
Let me just stop the share.
Okay. No, that's fine. Is there anything on the next page?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's fine.
No.
Okay. Now I can see everyone. Yes, I chaired the audit committee for this year, along with John Tate and Brad Kirking, who was part of this group. We were asked to provide a review of the financial transactions related to the period of July 2019 through December 2019 for District 63. As part of our review, we matched the revenues and expenses from the district reserve statement to the monthly profit and loss statement for each month, and reviewed the bill payment register and concur to ensure that each transaction was properly authorized and paid. As part of this review, we analyzed each transaction to ensure that proper approval was given for each charge that was in excess of $500. Unfortunately, we did discover several transactions that were paid prior to the proper approval, which was an issue in the previous report that we were provided. Our findings was the policy for pre-approval of larger expenses over $500 before payment was not followed during the covered audit period. It appears that there were several charges and one was Blue Coast food invoice. It was paid in July and the received approval was in September. The convention hotel expenses for Mr. Coy was $1,717.02 was paid on 9/30 and received approval in October 31st of 2019. The recommendation from the audit committee is that this finding appeared on the previous audit report, and we would suggest that this policy would be reevaluated to determine the validity of this policy. As part of the process, we would suggest clarifying the language of the existing policy to be changed from payments over 500 to individual expenses over 500 to bring more clarity to the policy. A payment of over 500 may contain multiple individual charges and may not require pre-approval. A listing of the approval requirements and persons involved should be included as part of the materials provided to the audit committee to assist them in the review of the approval process. Other items of note: as part of the review process, we were provided with a profit and loss report that did not contain the proper information. The first report we received of November 2019 initially indicated monthly revenues of 0 and was created on January 15th, 2020. After questioning this report, we were provided a report that contained different amounts. This was also created on 1/21/2020. We would suggest that management would evaluate the cause of this difference and review their existing policies around timelines and proper review of reports to ensure that their proper reports are completed and reviewed within 30 days of the month end. Based upon the information we were provided, we were unclear about monthly duties associated with reviewing reports and approval, but believe that it is important to review financial transactions to make decisions. In email communications with Toastmasters International staff members, it appears that there are several adjustments made to the profit and loss statement to properly record revenues and expenses in the proper periods. As part of our review, we found the following charges listed below that were in concur but not listed on the bill payment register. We would suggest in future periods that the audit committee would receive a copy of journal entries or year-end entries that have been made to properly match the bill payment register to concur. To assist in this process of matching up reports and completing this process, we would recommend providing an account activity report or similar equivalent that would identify all of the items included on the profit and loss statement and not listed on the district reserve statement or bill payment register. We would recommend also that the list of audit requirements and responsibilities would be sent as soon as the audit committee is formed to assist them in understanding the requirements in between audit reviews, because it appears that the chairman of the audit committee did not receive the monthly reports within 30 days of the end of the month. All of the reports for the mid-year audits were received in late January or early February, which doesn't match to the existing policy. Unfortunately, we were unaware of this requirement in order to request the appropriate reports. There was some expenses listed that you probably do not see. There was 8 items. One looks like it's an ongoing subscription to JOT forms, which is $9.95 per month. However, some of these were not listed on the bills register for July through December 2019. I don't know where the approval or the report of that, but it looks like it is an ongoing charge per month. And out of those, 4 of them were the $9.95 to JOT forms. And that concludes my report. Any questions?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're going to move on to the club director report with Marty Foster. Marty?
Well, good morning, district leaders and fellow Toastmasters. Gene, are you going to allow me to share my screen?
Yes, I can. You got it.
It still says the host has disabled participant screen sharing.
I haven't done that. I don't know if there's a setup that needs to be changed because I stopped.
Should be good.
There, so
you should be good now, Marty. See if you can do it.
Okay.
There you go.
Is it up?
Yes.
All right, well, good deal. Well, I hope So everyone can see my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I hope that you and yours are doing well, staying safe and healthy, as all three are very important at this time. Our resilience is being tested, but I have confidence that we will pull through. And like Johnny said, this too, or like your guy Gene said, this too shall pass. So I just want to go over a few of the objectives of my report. I want to go over some of the current statistics of the club membership, some of the new clubs, some of the area incentive awards, and also some leads and encouraging to meet online. As you can see here, this might seem a little drastic. We had 91 clubs, and then our next payments, we only have 60. Now, we did have an extension in our dues, which could have had clubs let off on getting those dues. But we do have 14 clubs that have a low minimum requirement. So I encourage you to ask those members to get those dues in. But we also alarmingly have 12 clubs that have not submitted any renewals whatsoever. Now, I know sometimes the corporate clubs may send it in all at one time, but at this point, we have 12 clubs that have not submitted any renewals. And they are due at the end of this month in order to be in good standing. Member payments. You know, as soon as these dues come in, I'm sure this number will raise up, but at this point, we're 22% below where we need to be. But here's a delight. I'd like to welcome these new clubs to our district, and our newest club, BBS Toastmasters. BBS chartered on April 1st. Their sponsors are Kel Coulter and Janet Strideman, with mentors Donna Brown and Mike Costa. The area director incentive. Now, we had a incentive that if the area directors finished all the reports before a certain deadline, 3 months before the May 31st deadline, that they would get an incentive from the district. And we had 2 area directors finish their reports by February 29th. Thus, they earned the incentive. So from area 22, we have Steve Christie. Let's congratulate Steve. And from area 54, let's congratulate Shanna Teasdale. Congratulations, Steve and Shanna. Well done. This proactive approach, allows us to get information and helps us harvest that to help the district succeed in our mission. Also, the gateway to the future incentive. If you had an open house, we had 1 club in the district that achieved this incentive. And that club was the Oak Ridge Toastmasters. So congratulations to the Oak Ridge Toastmasters for having an open house during that time frame. But really, I want to encourage people to meet online during this time. And also, you guys as district leaders, your seasoned Toastmasters, you can jump on these online meetings and support these struggling clubs by attending their Zoom meetings. Here's a recent West Knoxville Toastmaster online meeting. Think about having an open house online. There's been many clubs that's been doing that around the country and the world. Now, these are times that really test true leaders. So it's up to you to adjust and bounce back and taking your team with you. Gene?
Thank you, Monty. Okay, Stacy Thomas is going to come up now. Do you need the screen, Stacy?
No, I'm good, Gene.
Okay.
Thank you, Gene. As you might imagine, the program quality group has been very busy for the last couple of weeks since we started distancing meeting online. All of our clubs, or several of our clubs, have jumped on board. The district bought Zoom accounts for each of our divisions so that we would have enough for every single club to be able to log on and meet virtually. If you are not meeting online, please let us know. We would love to get you set up. If you are meeting online, we have several Toastmasters who have asked about visiting your club. Would you please share your account with me, and then I will share it only with those Toastmasters who would like to visit. As well as the meetings online, we also totally revamped our spring conference. As you know, our physical conference was canceled, so we started putting this day together. And I want to tell you, I've decided one of the best jobs of a leader, the best thing a leader can do, recruit an awesome team and then get out of their way and let them take over and do their magic. I want to personally thank a couple of folks real quickly. Bert Copeland and Jason Cronin are doing our recording today, so all of this will be available for us to watch later if necessary. Curtis Johnston and Dean Phillips are our Toastmasters, or for those of you who are not familiar with Toastmasters, our MCs or DJs for today. Stephanie Wynn and Kendra Ware are handling YouTube and keeping everyone excited and interested and hopefully interactive there. Laura Barker and John Grigsby are our Zoom masters, so they're taking care of things behind the scenes. And Catherine McConkey is our table topics master. In addition to our speakers and our contest participants tonight, that is the team that we have put together to bring the spring conference to you. I hope all of you enjoy it. And if you have anything or need anything for your clubs, please let me know. Thank you, Gene.
Thank you, Stacy. I appreciate that report. I'm going to show how a real Zoom meeting looks like just for fun before we take our break. And just give me a minute to pull that up. Can you see that on the screen?
Just seeing you, sir.
You're not seeing a conference room?
I am not.
Okay. Let me figure out what I need to do. Start square. Oh, now you should see it on the screen, right?
Here we go. Yes, sir.
Okay. We're on Zoom now, and Marty and I was talking one day about attendance. And Marty, you guys are so lucky to have Marty for a club growth director because he is sharp. And I said to Marty, Marty, what can we do to build up clubs virtually? You know what Marty said? The same thing you did before. How easy that is, folks. Just like before, when we invited people to a meeting, we just invited them, told them where the meeting was at, and they came. And it's the same thing you need to do for a Zoom meeting. You invite them and give them a link to the Zoom meeting. And you can build clubs by inviting. And after I show this little video, I'm going to tell you a little bit about a 60-day challenge that I want to offer to each of you. And then we'll go to a short break. This is a 3-minute video. So let's watch it.
Hey, Paul. Thanks for being here on time. Paul? Hey, Paul, can you hear me? I can't hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Tyler.
Sorry I'm late. Having a hard time connecting.
1 second. Paul's having a sound issue.
I can't hear you. Try adjusting your output settings. Can you hear me? It's the gear icon.
Tyler, are you on hotel Wi-Fi?
Yeah, why? Never mind, I got it. I just had to change a few settings.
Great. Maybe we can get started then. Oh, great.
I think your mic is picking up your speakers. My mic?
Do you have headphones?
You want me to put them on?
No, I want you to smell them. No, I want you to put them on. Hey, Beth,
Hey everyone, sorry I'm late. I had to download a new version of the platform.
you should plan extra time for the updates. There's pretty much one every time.
Sounds like someone just joined.
Hey guys, it's John. I had to call in. I'm stuck in traffic. Have I missed anything yet?
No, it would have been nice for you to join the rest of us, but we'll see you when you get home. All right, while everyone is here, finally, Tyler, do you have that financial report?
Well, it's been the last few weeks updating our books, and I got some great news for you. Schedule from this point last year. We had a great Q1.
We lost Tyler, I think.
Am I frozen? Hey, Trip, I think we lost Tyler.
Yeah, I know, we lost Tyler.
Hey guys, it sounded like Tyler was cutting out.
We know, John. All right, while we wait on Tyler, why don't we go over all of the reports from Beth, are you with us?
Oh yeah.
Okay, everyone, I know some of you have to leave soon, but I just wanted to go over a couple of the queries before. Oh, okay, excuse me. My wife's out of town this week. Daddy's, I'm so sorry. Okay, you just spilt grape juice on the carpet. Daddy is in a meeting. Tyler, can you go over the numbers one more time, please?
I thought Beth had an adjustment. Hey, Beth.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, that's my iTunes.
Hey guys, hang on. I'm gonna join in. Hey, what platform are you guys on? Skype? FaceTime?
It's in the invite.
Oh, never mind. I see it. It's right there in the invite.
Okay, now I can see everybody. Let's reschedule and let's just do a regular old conference call, okay? Paul, can you have David send out the 9-digit passcode? I heard you.
Yeah, he's been here the whole time.
All right, everybody. I'll see you later. Like a lot of video conference calls, this one sucked, but it wouldn't have had we been using Zoom. Zoom will host over 4 billion meeting minutes over the next year alone. And that's because it's not only easy, it replaces our need to have multiple platforms for voice, for chat, for webinar, for video. Zoom does it all. And not only can you use your computer or a conference room system, you can do it right on your mobile device. So for more information, go to zoom.us.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed that. It was just a comical way of talking about the Zoom and some of the challenges that we face.
Trip Crosby
has joined the meeting.
Yeah, that's a different one. Need to stop that.
Is that a reenactment, Gene? Is this a video within a video?
That's another video, but it's similar.
Okay.
So what are we seeing on the screen now?
You.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, let's
Program
go back to where we were at before. And this, all right. Okay, now we talked, we're almost ready for the break. So I wanted to give you a 60-day challenge. And what I want you to do over the next 60 days is one thing. Keep doing exactly what you've been doing. We're excited about all the things that you're doing for Toastmasters. We want you to add one thing. Look at your situation. Are you in pathways? Say you're in level 2 and you only have 1 or 2 speeches to do. Go ahead and do what you can to finish that level. If you can do one thing more, maybe you could invite someone to come to a Zoom meeting. Just think of one thing that you can do over the next 60 days and make it happen. That's my challenge for you for the next 60 days. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and I've got 11:04, so at 11:14 we will start back. Okay?
117 was on.
Ooh.
Stacy, you're not muted.
I am not, Carol.
What's that?
We've had a couple of questions that are coming in. Let me see if I can answer them very quickly. There you go. There's the agenda for the rest of the day. The business meeting is not over. Jean took a quick break and should be back shortly. In the meantime, if you have any questions, please type them into the chat or into YouTube, and we'll try to answer those questions as quickly as possible.
Stacy,
Yes.
does this reflect the swap between Dr. Campbell and Marie?
Yes, it should, Dean. And Dean, you are on. If you want to take over hosting duties while we are on a break, we may be able to do a couple of the table topics that we talked about.
All right, who do we have for our table topics, Master?
Our table topics master is Catherine McConkey. Catherine, are you on? Let me check and see where Catherine is.
This is certainly an exciting time, I think, for everybody to realize what this technology can do for all of us.
I am here.
Ah, there is Catherine.
With so many participants, I had to find myself to unmute myself.
We are on a short break from Jean's business meeting. Would you like to try a couple of your table topics?
I sure would. So let's do it this way. If you think you would like to participate in table topics, do me a favor and turn your video on so I can see your face. And if I don't see your face, but I see you walking around in the background like Jim Dorton, I won't call on you. Hi, Jim. And also unmute your mic if you are interested in participating in Toastmasters. Mark Oshman, I see your face and I see that you are not muted. So you, sir, will be my first participant in
guinea pig.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, we've been doing this for a while. I think we can go straight to participant. So here we go. In the first speech this morning, Johnny said, your purpose in life is to serve others with your gifts and talents. What is one gift or talent that you share with others regularly? And we will follow the normal 1 to 2 minute rule. So I should have colored markers in front of me and I don't, but I'm going to hold up one finger at 1 minute, 2 fingers at 2 minutes, and no. We'll go with 1 finger at 1 minute, 2 fingers at 2 minutes, and 3 fingers when you need to stop.
Fellow Toastmasters out in the ether. I would say that the statement made by Johnny Campbell is not only to the point, but a very advanced way of looking at the situation. We are, after all, called upon to be servant leaders. But servant leaders, by definition, exist for the purpose of serving others. And by serving others, we fulfill a purpose, a role in life. We do this by using what areas of expertise we have. My particular area of expertise involves setting an example, albeit in most cases a negative example. In other words, a person can look at what I do and be advised that it's not the right way to do it, and do the exact opposite. When that happens, they can be assured that they're exercising their gift in leadership. Just as my gift of leadership is to take the arrows as a pioneer, their gift of leadership is seeing what I do and doing something else. Madam Togsmaster.
Thank you so much, Mark. Okay, appreciate that answer. Let's see. Jim Dorton, I see you, but you are not muted. Would you, I mean, you are muted. Would you like to participate?
Yes, sure.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Let me just see got a good question here for you. I don't know your TV watching preferences and your movie watching preferences, but hopefully this one is going to fit. Are you team Star Trek or team Star Wars? Which is best and why?
Well, thank you for that great question, Madam Table Topics Master. I am clearly team Star Wars. No, I'm going to switch that.
Yes.
Stop, reverse that. I am team Star Trek. I grew up with Star Trek. In fact, I gave a speech to one of my clubs just a few days ago about how while my dad was trying to teach me values, all I wanted to do was watch Laugh In and Star Trek. So I used that in a Toastmasters meeting, so I'm going to go with that. Star Wars, I liked at the beginning, but it got to be too much. It's a whole thing. Now, I know that Star Trek is the same thing. It's gone many, many different ways, but I like the original Captain Kirk. I like the original Starship Enterprise. I like some of their original missions where the one where they went to a planet that was back like Earth, but back in time, but everything that they learned there accelerated very quickly. I don't know if any one of you remember that, but they became from cowboys to gangsters to different things like in our world's history. In any case, Star Trek is superior. I know that Star Wars is something that people really live by. I'll just give you one more anecdote. I have a neighbor who is an ophthalmologist and his wife is a pediatrician, but they are so into Star Wars that they named their first son Luke, and that's not a joke. And for Halloween, you can bet that they're going to come through the neighborhood in full Star Wars regalia, and they're not crazy, but they seem crazy. In any case, thank you for the question, and let's go with Star Trek.
Awesome. I can't say I disagree with you because I am a total Star Wars fan. I do like Star Trek fan. I do like Star Wars, but Star Trek is definitely my first go-to. Along those lines, if you ever want to watch a really funny movie, watch Galaxy Quest. It's based off of Star Trek and it's hilarious. Okay, Wendy McNabb, I see you and I see that you are not muted. Would you like to participate?
If you can hear me through my computer, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Okay, so here is your question. Some say pockets in dresses are the best thing ever, while others say the inventor of dry shampoo should be awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. My question for you, Wendy McNabb, is what invention could you not live without?
I'm afraid I'm getting cut off by the meeting regrouping here. Is that what you guys are seeing?
Yeah, I do see it.
Oh, man.
Not sure who it got changed. Thankfully, we can still see you on the sidebar. So
Let's finish the question.
Okay. An invention I could not live without. You know, I think that it's going to have to be Tupperware, especially with the stay-at-home issues right now, and we're home all the time. Oh my goodness, how can I live without Tupperware? You can use it for almost anything, and it's really easy to clean. It can't really go in the oven most of the time, but you can sure put it in the microwave, and you can use those containers for bowls and mixing things, and you can seal them up. You can put them in the refrigerator. You can put them in the freezer. How in the world did we ever live without Tupperware and things that are, you know, knockoffs of Tupperware? I don't know. It sure is awesome. And it even comes in my favorite colors, teal and fuchsia. I just really love it. I've even been known to do things like plants in Tupperware because it holds up really well. I even think it's great that it involves families. You know, a lot of people do the Tupperware sales as a side job, and a lot of women and men have the Tupperware sales as their side job, and it's always a friendly kind of thing with the Tupperware parties and everything. So that would be my invention that I probably could not live without.
Awesome. Thank you so much for playing. Appreciate all three of you with your answers, and we'll now go back to Jean to resume our meeting.
Gene, can you hear us?
Jean, you need to unmute yourself.
Sorry, we're going to talk about the election for the virtual meeting. We're going to have the district leadership committee report and then have a couple speeches from the candidates. Basically, we sent out the procedural process to all the voting members. I'll give a summary here on the next 3 slides. The district leadership chair will conduct online meetings and interviews. That's been done. The district will set up candidate showcase online. We've done that. We've allowed campaigning opportunities. All candidates were allowed to post statements on the website. They were not allowed to post on social media. All floor candidates had to be declared 7 days in advance. Only candidates that go through the DLC are allowed nominations for election. There's no election allowed from the floor during the district council meeting. The district can have international officers and director candidates appear and give their speeches, which we're going to do. I want to say something before we get into the election. You'll see when Lindy or Jimmy gets up to talk about the different people that there's a vacancy in the club growth section. The reason it's not the fault of the candidates. If you want to blame somebody, you can blame me, but there's a huge policy. It is ginormous. And somewhere buried way down in the 9th protocol and section 2G, not A, but G is a little line that said anyone that participates on the district leadership committee, they're not allowed to run for election. So I spoke with the international director, I spoke with headquarters, and we couldn't change the policy to allow an exception. So we're going to have that office for the election of club growth director vacant because we only found out just recently and didn't have time to get somebody else. And they will be filled at a later time. We're going to have Jimmy Roberts come and give his report at this time. Jimmy?
Gene, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I would like you to go ahead and present what's on the screen. If you will just take care of that.
I will.
That we have the DLC vetted lots of candidates. We worked hard all year long and we interviewed candidates and we are presenting today those that are being elected only, so that you notice the first thing we have on our list is Stacy Thomas. And Stacy is our candidate for district director. After she is either elected or whatever happens to her vote, then we'll move to the program quality director. So if you go to the next slide there and do the same thing in turn with Mahdi, who is the candidate for PQD. He'll make a fine PQD. And then you notice the vacancy that Gene we're skipping over. Then we'll vote for Division B Director, Sonia Van Hook. And then after that, Division C. Then Division D, Jason Cook. Then Division E, Jabbar Buchanan. And at the end, our Division F candidate, Ahmad Gilliam. So what you will notice, we will do this in turn. And if anyone during this election process is not elected by the votes that come in, they have the opportunity to also run for a lesser office. So that could happen, but probably won't. Well, that is the election DLC report, and I want to thank the members of the DLC who are Curtis Johnson, Donna Brown, and Heidi White, who have helped with all the interviews and things after we had to do the, I call it the shakeup for the club growth director. So that's my DLC report. You take over, please.
Thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate that. There's a lot of work that goes into being a leadership committee chair, and Jimmy was really good. He didn't mention the appointed positions because they're not appointed yet, but he did bring forth candidates for just about every single appointed position available. So Jimmy worked really hard and his team, and we really appreciate all that they've done all year. And I know the next district director will definitely appreciate it. Dennis Houchin is going to be running the voting process when we get ready to vote for each candidate, which we will vote for one at a time. And he has some special software that we could use, and we'll discuss that more as we get into that. Before that, I would like to have the election. Also, Lily Rowland, our parliamentarian, will be online to help us make sure that we're doing everything correct. And if we get anything off, Lily's going to jump in and straighten this all out. We have international director candidates that are going to be presenting first, and they will present a 2-minute speech. We'll start with international director candidate for Region 6, Avis Bodie. Avis, are you online? Avis Bodie. While we're waiting for her to get on, how about Melissa McGavick? Are you on?
Yes, sir.
You want to go ahead and give your speech?
Sure. Are we doing camera or just?
If you want, I will stop the share. It's up to you.
Yeah, we could do that.
Okay.
It says it's disabled. Maybe not.
Well, you could undo your video thing where your video will show.
Nope, it says it's disabled.
That's
okay. We'll move forward.
Sorry.
No problem. The only constant is change. Mr. District Director and fellow Toastmasters, our world is completely different than it was just a couple of months ago. Your family's health and well-being are and should be your top priority. Your participation in Toastmasters is not benefiting just you, but is also benefiting your fellow Toastmasters. You are creating a place where people can connect and providing people with some level of normal. The makeup of the board of directors is vital to ensuring Toastmasters is able to navigate both opportunities and obstacles. Being relevant and reliable and reachable makes our organization resilient during challenging times. That's why I'm asking, if I'm privileged enough to serve you on the board of directors, when you have a great idea to improve our organization, share that idea with me. Ask any of the district leaders who I served as a region advisor. They will tell you I love to get your calls, and I will happily listen, enthusiastically explore solutions with you, and be your voice on the board. It was an honor to serve 13 different districts in 2 regions as a region advisor. And that experience is just a small part of all of the preparation that I've done to prepare to be an international director. I'd be delighted to invest my experience, my energies, my efforts into Toastmasters and moving it forward. I ask, when you vote, to cast your vote for Melissa McGavick, International Director, Region 6.
Thank you, Melissa. Avis, are you on the line now?
I am. I keep losing my connection. I hope it doesn't happen now.
Okay, we see you.
Okay. So 15 years ago, I joined Toastmasters and I was absolutely hooked. From club member to club officer to district officer, I treasure this organization. My career has prepared me for being an international director, partly because it has given me the opportunity to travel, to meet and to work with people of all different cultures, to visit clubs in different countries, to be with different languages, different issues than we have here in North America. In fact, I'm calling you from my mom's house in Florida today. I live in Canada and I grew up in Connecticut. I'm a dual citizen, so I have a great deal of international experience. I bring this experience and perspective to the board as we plan to move forward with our organization, looking at the big picture ideas and how they impact our members. Staying home, as we've had to do now, has changed the way that we do business. If the fact that Pathways is online and ready for action at a time when the world really needs online learning is brilliant. We are still learning and still fine-tuning the program, and we need to make sure that it continues to withstand the tests of time. I pledge to you that I will work to ensure the methods and offerings of our business, Toastmasters International, will continue to provide an educational platform and to increase communication, leadership skills, and deliver those offerings in a way that uplifts the human spirit, builds self-confidence, and continues to build a sense of community and self-growth, whether it's online or in person. Please vote for me, Avis Brody, International Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. You've heard a report from the District Leadership Committee. These individuals that are showing on this screen right now should be seeing about 7 people on the screen. Is that what everybody's seeing? Everybody's picture?
Yes, sir, we got it.
Great. I'm going to start with the first one. Candidate for District Director 2020-2021, Stacy Thomas has been placed in nomination. There's one uncontested candidate for the office of District Director. Without objection, the chair will dispense with the secret ballot and instruct the administration manager to cast, in the form of a voice vote, a single ballot for the candidate in this uncontested office. If there is an objection, please type it in the chat now. Hearing no objection, we will dispense with the secret ballot and the administration manager will cast in the form of a voice vote, a single ballot. I declare elected Stacy Thomas, District Director. Candidate for Program Quality Director 2020 to 2021 is Monty Foster. For the office of Program Quality Director, Monty Foster has been placed in nomination. There is one uncontested candidate for the office of Program Quality Director. Without objection, the chair will dispense with the secret ballot and with the form of a voice vote, present that one vote. Is there any objections to this? Please write it in the chat box at this time. Hearing no objection, we will dispense with the secret ballot and the administrative manager will cast in the form of a voice vote, a single ballot. I declare elected Monty Foster, Program Quality Director. Everybody's putting their hands up. It's great. Candidate for Division B Director 2020-21 is Sonia Von Hook. For the office of Division B Director, Sonia Van Hook has been placed in nomination. There's one uncontested candidate for the office of Division B Director. Without objection, the chair will dispense with the secret ballot and instruct the administrative manager to cast in the form of a voice vote a single ballot for the candidate in this uncontested office. Please type your name in the chat box if you have an objection. Hearing no objection, we will dispense with the secret ballot and the administration manager will cast in the form of voice vote a single ballot. Division C Director, Stephanie Wynn. For the office of Division C Director, Stephanie Wynn has been placed in nomination. There's one uncontested candidate for the office of Division C Director. Without objection, the chair will dispense with the secret ballot and instruct the administrative manager to cast in the form of a voice vote a single ballot for the candidate in this uncontested office. Please type your name in the chat box in club if you want to be acknowledged at this time. Hearing no objection, we will dispense with the secret ballot and the administrative manager will cast in the form of a voice vote a single ballot. I declare elected Stephanie Wynn, Division C Director. What happened here? Candidate for Division D Director is Jason Cook for the 2020-2021 year. For the office of Division D Director, Jason Cook's name has been placed in nomination. There's one uncontested candidate for the office of Division D Director. Without objection, the chair will dispense with the secret ballot and instruct the administrative manager to cast a single ballot for the candidate in the uncontested office. Please type your name in the chat box with your club if you want to object or make a statement. I declare elected Jason Cook, Division D Director. Candidate for Division E, Jabbar Buchanan, 2020-21 year. For the office of the Division E Director, Jabbar Buchanan has been placed in nomination. There is one uncontested candidate for the office of Division E Director. Without objection, the chair will dispense of the secret ballot and instruct the administrative manager to cast a single ballot for the candidate in this uncontested office. Please type your name and club in the chat box if there's an objection. I declare elected Jabbar Buchanan, Division E Director. Candidate for Division F, Ahmad Gilliam, 2020-2021. For the office of Division F Director, Ahmad Gilliam has been placed in nomination. There is one uncontested candidate for the office of Division F Director. Without objection, the chair will dispense with the secret ballot and instruct the administrative manager to cast in the form of a voice vote a single ballot for the candidate in this uncontested office. Please type your name in the chat box if you have an objection. Hearing no objection, we will dispense with the secret ballot and the administration manager will cast in the form of a voice vote a single ballot. I declare elected Ahmad Gilliam. In the form of new business, there is one new business that I want to bring forth. For some time, we have been using a projector that is old. It does not connect with modern computers without a whole bunch of adapters and things to make it work. It's small. We believe, and several people have asked us if we couldn't get a better projector. And we didn't have this in the budget. That's why I'm bringing it to you at the district council. We need to get a better projector that we could use in the district. I want to make a motion that we purchase a projector. You've heard the financial report, how much money we have in there. I believe we have enough to pay for one projector. Stacy's found one that is wireless. It has the ability to connect with any computer because of the wireless technology. You can even connect with smartphones to send stuff to the projector. It's a pretty awesome tool, and it's less than $1,000. I move that the district purchase a new projector for the district. I'm going to open the floor for anyone who wants to object or ask any questions at this time before we vote. So if you have a comment, you need to put it in the chat box, and we'll take them one at a time.
Jean, I second the motion. Donna Brown.
Oh, thank you, Donna. Anyone else?
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you.
On that motion, I think it needs to have a dollar cap to it so that when someone goes out to purchase, they would have an idea of knowing what the cost would be. So the motion would really need to be amended that you would approve the district to buy this in the amount of $1,000 or less and put a cap on it. Because if you find one that's $2,500, the agreement wasn't on that. It was to purchase one, but I think we need to have a dollar amount in it.
That's a good point, Regina. We'll do as you said. Change the motion to include the dollar cap of 1,000 or less.
I think you have to see if Donna will amend.
Do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay. Dennis, do we need to put the poll up and have how many people want to vote for and against?
Yeah, I can do that. I was just typing in a comment, a suggestion. Let me get it in the right place. So I just sent it to John Grigsby.
Okay.
Inadvertently.
Did we have a second to the motion to add the cap to the motion?
Yes, Dean Phillips.
Okay.
Okay, my comment was, and if it doesn't make any sense, we don't need to worry about it. But I was just wondering, since we're so sparse, Chattanooga is a long way from Nashville and Knoxville. Does it make sense to have a projector in each of the major cities?
That would be a different motion, Dennis. I think we need to wait till next year's budget to consider anything like that. I just want to do the one motion this time.
Okay. All right, then we can vote. We didn't really get the instructions on voting since we didn't have to use it. So I'll go ahead and go over that now if you like, and then we can vote on the motion.
Yes, please do.
Okay, so if you go to the District 63 webpage, right underneath the deck committee link is a new link for election. If you click on that, it'll take you to an election page that describes the process, and it'll take you, there'll be a link on that page for doing the voting. And if you click on that link, you will see the active poll as soon as I activate it, which I've not done yet. Okay, so at this point, there is an opportunity now to cast your vote on whether to discuss the motion.
Dennis, this is John Grigsby. Can you clarify that where on the website people can find this link?
Okay, if you go to the district website, right underneath the D63 Executive Council is a new link called Election. If you click on that, it'll open up a page, and that page contains a link that says Vote for District Officers.
And just to further clarify, this is only the voting president and vice president of each club, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice President of Education and President.
And Barbara has placed the link in the chat box if anyone needs it.
So area directors do not vote on this.
Correct. Just the presidents and vice presidents need to vote.
And I think I already got rid of the name. So please make sure that when you vote, you've got your name is showing. There should be a bar at the top of the screen that says you're currently answering as or responding as, and it'll give you a name. Make sure that reflects your actual name.
Does anyone need more time on the voting?
So it looks like there are still people
Okay.
coming in.
We'll wait. We'll wait.
The question is whether we should discuss the motion. Is that correct? And not whether we should accept the motion?
We already had discussion. I thought we were going to just vote on whether we're going to have it or not.
All right. Well, the wording said discuss, so.
Can you tell me where that is found again in the international website, what it's under?
It's a District 63 website.
District 63 website. Okay.
I think it's D63 Toastmasters.org.
Gene, can you go there maybe and share your screen so people know what they're looking at? I'm still getting some questions about it.
Okay.
Or
I don't see the link either. Yeah, I need to know where the link is on our website.
It's about the 7th hyperlink down on the left-hand side. So on the left-hand side, it says main menu, D63 leaders only, and then just start reading it down. Home, contact us, meet our district, blah, blah, blah. You'll see the word election.
I'll share the screen in just a second.
I just posted the link in the chat.
Well, yeah. Can we get clarification on who is supposed to vote or not? There are a couple of questions about if DEC members can vote. Are area and division directors not allowed to vote in this one?
Lily, what do you think?
I'm available if you'd like to ask me, Jean. Hi, it's Carol Borhinsky.
Yeah, Carol.
As International Director, I guide you that the DEC members have 1 vote each, unless they are also a president or a vice president of education, then they will have those votes as well. Thank you, Jean.
Okay, thank you, Carol. So that means the deck is able to be part of the decision making.
Thank you, Carol.
Can we get Carol at all of our deck meetings?
That's up to Carol.
I'm always available to you guys.
Second the motion.
Yeah, she's very sweet.
I have a question. So a yes vote is to approve the motion, not, it says discuss the motion, but a yes vote is to approve the motion to go for a purchase of a projector, $1,000 or less.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I changed the wording. Let me confirm that it's actually activated. Yeah, it should say discuss now. Oh. I'm sorry, it should say approve right now. If it says discuss, just refresh the screen.
How do I vote for the district officers? Because when I click on vote for District 63 officers, your motion's coming up and I don't know how to get to the other vote.
We're not voting for officers.
Okay. Oh, okay. So this voting is for this motion. Okay. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. That clears that up.
You click on the link that says vote for officers, but it's just a page holder. You're not actually voting for officers. They've already been voted in.
And is there a submit button after we vote on this, or just close the window?
I think you just close the window, don't you, Dennis?
Yes. I mean, yeah, it's tallied. If it says clear previous response, it means your response has been recorded.
And then we can just close out of the window, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good.
I have the website on the screen, this d63.toastmastersdistrict.org. I appreciate you guys staying in there with us. We did run overtime more than what was expected. I apologize for running over, but we had so much to cover.
Dennis, I still see discuss as an option.
Did you refresh your screen, refresh your browser?
I did.
Yeah, it didn't change on mine either.
Oh, I'm looking at the top. It says approve up at the top. And then yes, discuss the motion. Is that right?
When I click the link, it takes me to responding as my name. Do I wish to approve? And the approve.
Yeah,
the two
that's
responses is yes,
it says approve there. That's the question. And then the answer was yes, discuss. So I need to change that as well.
Yes. Because correct me if I'm wrong, we're voting a yes or no to approve.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, it should say approved now in both places.
Says yes, approve the motion, or no, postpone the motion.
Correct.
Okay. Now everyone can vote.
I marked it, but how do I actually get the vote to count? How do I enter the vote after marking it?
If you to confirm that your vote is counted, look over on the left-hand side of where you click, there's a number, and that number shows you whether it's been counted. And as long as there's something in that number, then you're done. If you can, it's already been registered. It's in the system.
Yeah.
And it's just the one vote. It says I have 2 responses remaining, but it's just the one.
Gene, will you clarify who has more than one vote available to them?
Yeah, deck members who are also a president or vice president of education would have 2 votes. If they're just a deck member and not a president of VPE, they have 1 vote. If they're a member, both president and VPE at 2 different clubs and a deck member, that would be the maximum of 3. No one can have more than 3 votes.
That is correct.
Thank you, Billy.
Are we supposed to be looking for a link that says elect? Because I can't find one.
John, can you pull your screen back up?
I certainly can.
Will you? I know you can.
And affirmative on the second as well. So if you click, I'm sharing my screen now. If you click on the election, I'm at the district webpage. We go to election. It says vote for District 63 officers, but that is not actually what we're voting for right now. But that is the valid link to take you to this page. And my vote is no longer private.
You're funny.
I can't unshare that, can I?
No, the damage is done, my friend. Damage.
Even so, bless you, John Grigsby.
Dennis, do you see that people are responding?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm still seeing votes coming in, so they haven't slowed.
If
A lot-
they're a president or VP for more than one club, do they get a vote for each club? 2 votes.
Yes. Yes. Maximum is 3, and that's it.
And when the votes stop, I will I'll lock the poll, and then I'll show you the results. If that's what is wanted. I think that's what's wanted. So.
I got something that says I have 2 responses remaining. What does that mean?
That means that there's a possibility of 3 total votes. You only vote the number you're qualified for. If you're a deck member, you have 1 vote. If you're a president and a deck member, you have 2. If you're a president or VPE and a deck member, and possibly members of multiple clubs, you could have a maximum of 3, but a lot of people have just 1 vote.
Thank you.
Okay, I think the number is stabilized, so
That's
I'm gonna give everybody just about 60 seconds. So if you are still thinking about it and trying to make a decision, make it now. And then I'll close it when the timer runs out in 42 seconds. Nope. And they all rushed back in to start voting again. Okay. 5 seconds. Unless somebody wants to yell and say, stop, stop, I want to vote. You should all now see.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. It looks like at a vote of 144 to 11, the motion carries. So we have permission to purchase a new projector for the district as long as it does not exceed $1,000 and there's enough money in the budget to handle it. So we appreciate all of you for your confidence and your help on this vote. That is all we need today for our meeting. Again, I apologize for running over. We do appreciate your support, the fact that you're still a Toastmasters, that you're still involved in Toastmasters. We want you to get out there on those Zoom meetings, invite as many people as you can, and make this next 60 days be a wonderful time. Now, Stacy and her committee has put together tons of wonderful speakers for today. Let's join the conference for the rest of the day, and you have a good day.
Hey, Gene, quick question. Do we
Yes.
need to vote on the realignment or are we good with that?
Did we not vote for realignment?
I believe we did.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought we did. We
I
did.
we
Thought
had
we only voted to accept the report.
we voted
Okay.
to say the report. We did not vote to approve.
Good point. Good point, Lily. We voted on exactly what you said, to accept the report, but we didn't vote on
Accepting the realignment as reported, as
Right.
well as the our
Slate of candidates.
our slate of candidates in terms of for what was it, international director? Who
well, we don't need to vote for
This is
international
Carol.
director.
Carol, thank you.
I'm available. Jean, would you
Okay.
like me to respond?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. First, thank you so much for the interest in parliamentary procedure. It is an absolutely, in my mind, fun topic. Second, regarding the votes, you voted by exception. It was not according to parliamentary procedure, but you asked if there was any objections to the
I'm here where I could look at stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Teresa? So Jean, you asked if there was any, why am I blanking on the word? You asked if there was any complaints. I'm going to use the word complaints, but in regards to the report, and then you said it was accepted. So if you want to have a vote for it, you can go back and vote for it. You did ask if there was any conversation to be made about it, if there was any people that were dissatisfied with it, but nobody said yes. So you said it was accepted as is. I would leave that up to you in terms of your voting. If there are people that are upset about it, by all means, have that conversation and have the vote to see if it's accepted or not by your members. The second topic that was brought up was the Oh, Lily, you'll have to remind me. What was the second topic?
The voting for the candidates who did give their speeches.
Okay, you're asking about the international officer candidates, and the answer is you don't vote at this time. All club presidents and vice presidents of education will have a vote. It will happen in the August timeframe. Normally, we do it at the convention. You either assign your proxy to your district leadership team or somebody from your club. At this point, the International World Headquarters staff and the board are trying to figure out exactly how that process is going to be this year, since we no longer have, and sadly, the International Convention at Paris. It has been postponed by 1 year. So I hope you all get your passports updated. This is a good time to do that, and plan to attend the International Convention next year in Paris. Thank you, Lily. And thank you, Jean.
Thank you, Carol. Does that also include the realignment? I know we didn't have to worry about the election because of unanimous consent, but how about the realignment? Do we need to vote that in?
You would normally have an official vote by your members that have a vote. So yes, it would normally go through the process that we just did for the projector. You would do it again for both the alignment as
Okay,
well as your other report. Why am I blanking on these things today? Good morning. All right, thank you, Jean.
Thank you. Okay, Dennis, can you set up the voting to accept the
First, we need-
realignment as presented? Yeah, go ahead, Lily.
I make a motion that the realignment plan for 2020, 2021 be accepted as presented.
Thank you.
A second.
John is second.
Just a point, you should state your club as well, so that can be recorded in the minutes.
Lily Rowland with Speech Masters Advanced Club, number 4022. Oh, wait.
Yes, 4022.
4022.
This is John Grigsby with Pellissippi, Area 23.
And Dennis, are you working on that voting thing?
We're going to, the motion was that it be approved as presented.
Yes.
So are we going to take a vote to approve the motion that has just been laid on the table, or?
The realignment. We're going to vote to approve the realignment as presented.
Okay. All right. So if you stay on that same page, or if you go back to that same page, you should now see the realignment question, and I see responses are already coming in.
Is this vote for the presidents and VPEs only?
No, it's for the deck, and just same as last time, deck and VPEs and presidents.
There seem to be fewer votes coming in for this one. Should we set a 2-minute warning and stop it after 2 minutes? Or allow more time?
I think we're good to wrap it up, Dennis.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody, nobody gets kicked out with unexpectedly. So there's 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock to vote. Okay, I'll share the results in a few seconds. Okay, those should be the final results now.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. It looks like the yes, I agree was great. 106 to, I can't even read the bottom number. So that's amazing. We appreciate your support. We thank you for attending the business meeting. We hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. We've got an excellent speaker coming up. She'll be introduced shortly. It's Carol Pinsky. You're going to love to hear what she has to say. So please turn into her conversation. And this completes our business. There being no objection, the council meeting will be adjourned. If you have an objection, type it in the chat box at this time. Hearing no objection, the meeting is adjourned.
Yay, spear fingers.
Congratulations to all involved. Wonderful job.
Dean, I think I'm officially handing the schedule over to you, my friend, correct?
Excellent, excellent. So now we're fortunately able to make it into lunch. So we're going to cut for lunch, but also that, which means that you can eat something while you listen to Carol. So without further ado, because we've had a lot to do already, a lot of ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Carol Pinsky. You've been debating whether you want to be a club coach, or you've signed up as a club coach and now you wonder, what now? Well, you might be feeling overworked, underappreciated, and you aren't sure you've even had an impact. Today, our distinguished guest, Carol Pinsky, will share insights on how we can become an exceptional club coach to save those struggling clubs and the ones that may be a little bit more of an outlier. Carol Pinsky has been a Toastmaster for 12 years. Thank you so much. She is currently the International Director representing Region 6, which includes 20,000 Toastmasters. She led the transformation of several clubs, including Insights of Brighton from 6 members to 23, C Division advanced speakers from 8 members to 24, and MSU Simply Speaking from 6 members to 24. Definitely going to get a lot of applause out of that. Great job. She's also struggled with several coaching efforts, but that's part of the understanding that when you get involved in being a club coach, they're not all happy and to-dos there. She graduated from Second City Improv in 2010. She earned Toastmaster of the Year in 2011 and 3 Distinguished Toastmasters Awards in 2012, 2015, and in 2017. On Michigan State University campus, Dr. Pinsky loves to teach undergraduates negotiations and, of course, the capstone course in supply chain management. Today, Carol will share her thoughts on how we can become an exceptional club coach. Please give a warm welcome and really shake it up here for Carol Pinsky.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be on, and good job with the previous business meeting. It's so challenging to do everything online, but we are plugging through, and we are not just plugging through, we're doing fabulous. So good job with that. So today's discussion, and I just want to double check, I'm going to be trying to aim for 2 o'clock as my completion time, so that we get back on track. But I also want to say that if you do have more questions, feel free to reach out to me. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and offer my email address and contact information at the end of this session. If I have to fly through a couple slides, so be it. I'll fly through a couple slides. And I just want to verify that you can see my screen at this moment. Dean, you got it? Yeah, you can see my screen. Excellent. Thank you, Stacy. All right, so let's go ahead and keep plugging. All right, so what does it mean to be a coach? All right, back that picture up here. It's showing a young man learning how to coach baseball, being coached in baseball. And when we're looking at coaching, a lot of us will say, okay, that's what it means to be the coach. I'm guiding somebody on how to do their job. That's part of it. And I want to make a distinction here between delegation and training. The delegation is that we are delegating, and this is typically we think of a boss doing this, delegating work to us that we must complete. And they get it back to the boss so the boss can move on and make decisions with that information. Learning to do something is that we are in apprenticeship, if you will, and we're getting guidance and feedback. For example, how do we want to have our hands placed when we're learning baseball? Where do our hands need to be on the bat? All of that matters in that training part, but recognize the coach is never doing the actual work, the work of the baseball player, the work of you in your organization. They're guiding you if you need training, and otherwise they say, this is what I need. They're giving you the end result of what they're looking for. And if need be, they will tweak your knowledge along the way. So they will help you place your hands in the right position for baseball. And when we talk about coaching clubs, they will help you tweak your leadership skills so that this club will turn around. And there's a lot of different parts of leadership skills. So I'm also including in this conversation marketing skills. How do we reach out to get new members? How do we have a great meeting, especially now that we have this new thing called technology that has to come into play with every meeting. So the coach is there to guide members on how to perform better. They're not there to change the culture of the organization. That's your club. They're not there to say it must be my way or the highway. The coach is there to guide you on your responsibilities, your roles. That's what they're there for. And they're also as a resource. So the club goal, and this is why we focus in on coaching, the club's goal is to achieve distinguished status or better each fiscal year. Yet we have a number of clubs that don't achieve it each year. And so our focus is going to be on those clubs, the ones that don't achieve distinguished status, specifically the clubs that have low membership. And this would be low membership as 12 or less. That's going to be our focus for this conversation today. So as a club coach, why would you select to be a club coach? And I'm going to open it up and allow you, a couple of you, to answer this question. So go ahead and unmute yourself if you have that capability. One at a time, what do you have as an answer? Anybody?
I would say, this is Curtis, Carol. I would say that if we focus on clubs that are 12 or less, we can build them back up again. And it's a whole lot easier to save a club than it is to start a new one.
You're correct. Okay. So one of our goals is to build that club membership up to make it a strong club and people want to be part of it. Great. And it's easier to save a club than it is to start a new club. I will say that there is a balancing act that must happen. Sometimes starting a new club is joyful. It's fun. It's invigorating. It's exciting. Saving a club sometimes can be challenging from an emotional perspective because people might not feel so positive about their situation. They might not see all the beautiful things that can happen with their club. So anybody else? Why would you want to be, what are your goals as an exceptional club coach? Any other reasons?
This is Dean. I would say that one of the most important things is that after you've had some success at a club level, that you feel that you have something to share. You have information that you want to pass along, and you feel that you can be impactful and make a difference for another club and for other people.
Excellent. Thank you, Dean. So there's a personal aspect to this. It's not just helping the club, it's also helping me become a stronger person, stronger leader. And I totally agree with both of these points. I'm going to put a couple of the goals that we have under Toastmasters, but also know that this is partly, a lot of it is internal for us as leaders. So first, you need to achieve a net growth of 5 members, and you do not do the work as a coach. You need to achieve at least 5 distinguished club points, and you do not do the work. I hope you're seeing the theme there. And that the club is healthy now and for many years into the future. I know we say that the club coach is only there for up to 2 years. I'm going to guide you that you as a club coach have a responsibility not to save this club this year or next year, but to set it up for long-term success. And I strongly suggest that you focus long-term, not on short-term solutions. So this agenda today is I've got a before, a during, and an after. Each time I'll focus on clubs themselves, and then I'll transfer over to coaches. I'm going to go through some of the slides fairly quickly. Other slides I might take a little bit longer on it. So first I want to talk to you about what it means, and this is going back to an earlier point by Curtis, is what does it mean to have coaches with not enough members? And if we don't have enough members, what is the likelihood of them being around in the long haul? And so this is real data. Starting in 2015, if the club had 8 members, what was it likelihood of success? And I say success, I simply mean being retained 4 years later, 3 years later. So by 2018, only 61% were around of that number that were around in 2015. With the clubs at 12 or more, at 12 members in 2015, of them, a much larger portion, 82%, were still around by 2018. And I just want to show you that when we get lower and lower on the club membership, the red flags are going up that this club may not be around in 2018. Now, what I did not include in this data were the clubs that are still at low membership in 2018. I would say that a number of them are still at that low membership performance area and that they're still struggling. It takes a lot of work to get a club out of this low membership area. All right, so what does it take? What does it take as a prerequisite for that club to say, yes, I need a coach? First, you have to say, yes, I need a coach. You must be between 1 and 12 paid members. You are eligible for up to 2 coaches, and you can say, yes, I want a coach. You get some decision-making in terms of who you have as a coach, but you must ask your club growth director or district director for a coach. So it has to be you verbalizing and making a decision as a group, as a club, to say, yes, we want a coach, and dear club district officer, please help us get that coach. Now, the area director is typically involved with this conversation. They're letting you know as a club that you are eligible and that, dear club, you have a choice. Decide if you would like a coach. We highly recommend it. Now, it does matter that you get a good coach, and we'll be talking about that throughout this session. So are you born to be a coach? And similar to, I'm going to say similar to our communication track, the leadership track is saying that we can tweak our skills along the way to get better and better. And that's what coaching is really about, is learning about ourselves too, as mentioned by Dean. Thank you, Dean, for that comment earlier. So what are the prerequisites? I've already talked about some of this. The prerequisites for being a coach. All right, first, you cannot be a member of the club at any time. So you're not able to become a member of that club. You are attending club meetings on a regular basis, but you're not able to be a member. The second is that you have to be submitted as an official club coach to World Headquarters. And the people that do that submission is not you, it's not the club, it's your club growth director or your district director. All right, prerequisites for the coach also is that you must be a leader at any stage of the process. So are you a leader? And what does that entail? It means that you listen well. You develop a variety of alternatives. You don't solve the problems, you let them solve it, but you help them see the alternatives. One of the things I have found working with leaders is that they struggle to see all the alternatives. They might not even see 20% of the alternatives. They see typically one if they're really stressed, and that's all they see. And so our job as a coach is simply to offer them the plethora of opportunities that they have available. Now, your job is also to support healthy and fun club meetings. Woohoo! That's something I used to say a lot when I was coaching clubs. I still say it when I coach clubs, but I like to say it because people need to know that this is fun, this is exciting. They want to be part of it. Second to last, you need to understand the officer and meeting roles so that you can tweak them along the journey. The first club I mentioned, club in Brighton, I almost said Massachusetts, I meant Michigan, Brighton, Michigan. They really struggled. They didn't know even how to run a meeting. And so my job was to guide them step by step. You can't overwhelm them. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. You got to give them little things to just step one thing at a time. It's sort of like baby steps. And then lastly, you need to understand the club goals and how to achieve them. So why do you do this? Again, we've tapped on this a little bit. There are some motivation factors, right? In terms of a motivation from a Toastmaster perspective, the motivations might include things like this. So I can achieve my Advanced Leader Silver Award in the Legacy Program. And that, by the way, has been extended to next year, June 30th, 2021. I can achieve District Leader Credit, and that has also been extended to June 30th, 2021. Woohoo! And then lastly, I might use some aspects of the coaching program as part of a high performance leadership project. And that can also help me towards achieving my Distinguished Toastmaster and my Advanced Leader Silver Award. Now, other things that we've talked about briefly, touched on, is why do we do this? Because first, I might be excited about the public acknowledgement of my success. And I will try to hide in the event that my club doesn't achieve distinguished status, but no, I'm joking on that. We want to continue to boast about our successes, and we have successes even if our club does not achieve distinguished status. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes. Next, we have leadership and coaching skills that we are developing and honing. And that was mentioned by Dean. And then lastly, we have a sense of pride that we did a good job. And I still feel a sense of pride when I'm able to get that club to distinguished status. Years later, I still feel it. All right, and now I'm going to go ahead and skip over this slide. You can use this in both the Legacy program or in the new Pathways program. So if you're successful as a club coach, you can use it in either program. And I want to share the story of my first club that I coached. I was an area director at the time, learning more about being an area director and a leader. And I walked into this club that was in my area called Insights of Brighton. And it's located in Michigan, which is where I live. And the club, there was 3 attendees, and they didn't understand how to have a meeting. It took 20 minutes just to introduce the first speaker. And I thought, oh boy, we have our work cut out for us, dear area director. But what I did notice as they progressed through the meeting is that if I did speak, that they listened closely to what I had to share with them on how to run a good meeting. They paid really close attention to it. And I liked that. They were then applying immediately what I was teaching them. Boy, does that make somebody feel really good. Now you have to be careful not to overwhelm them because there was so much going wrong in that first meeting. But boy, were they interested in learning more. And I get excited about that. So I worked with them over the next couple of weeks and they got stronger. There still was a very small number of people, 4 people on average, typically attending a meeting. It wasn't good. They only had 6 attendees at that time, 6 members at that time, and 1 or 2 of them were snowbirds vacationing down south. So as we worked together, I guided them on the roles as meeting roles, as well as the officer roles, tweaking their performance over time. They asked me to be their coach and I said yes. Why? Because they were open to learning and taking what I shared with them to make changes. In addition, they were working at getting guests to come and visit them. Those guests matter. So as I worked with them over time, we grew by 3 or 4 members each year. I stayed with them because they had not achieved distinguished status, and my goal was for them to achieve distinguished status. By the end of my 2nd year, which is when my official coaching position ended, I still hadn't achieved it, but I stayed with them because I knew if I left that they would not survive. They had gotten up to 12 paid members. I didn't have full confidence that they were ready to stand on their own. I stayed with them 2 more years. At the end of the 4th year of coaching them, they achieved distinguished status, 21 members. They still remain strong at somewhere between 20 and 30 members each year. And now we're talking about 6 years later. They are a strong club. And it wasn't just me. Remember that it's not about the coach, it's about the leaders being open to learning and applying what they're learning directly to the performance of the organization and having that woohoo fun atmosphere that makes it so successful. So let's go ahead and talk more about what it means to be a coach. Are you willing to learn? Is one of the questions I ask. And then they ask, are you interested in being a club coach? I said, yes. And then I had to ask myself, am I willing to make a long-term commitment? Up to 2 years commitment. And it wasn't just that for me. I had to drive 45 minutes each way. And sometimes in the winter, those journeys were treacherous. I said, yes. So you have to think about, am I willing to make that strong commitment to this club? And if the answer is yes, I will stick with that. They have to say yes too. All right, so your first visit, what about your first visit is going to be most important? These are the questions that you need to be considering. But at this point in my career, I will ask a couple other questions. When was your last guest? If you don't have guests very often, you're not going to be able to turn around this club. What are you doing to get guests? If they're not getting guests, is there something I can help them with to get guests? Are they going to make changes in how they're performing so that they will get the guests? Are they going to listen to you? These are things that are very important to ask. Okay. And then I want to talk about, why do clubs fail? This is a painful part. And I will say, I hate it when clubs fail. I feel like we have ripped out part of our fabric of our community. The club exists to help members of the community. And when it fails, the community loses that. And they have perhaps not the hope and not the resources available to them to improve their skill sets, to change their lives. And you and I know Toastmasters changes lives. We have our stories. We did Why Me last year at the campaign. And we understand those stories of how, not why me. I always do that and people always laugh. My why, excuse me. Why are we in Toastmasters? Why has it helped us and changed us? Just go out there with hashtag my why, and you will find tons of reasons why people stay in Toastmasters. All right, but here's why clubs fail. One is their leadership. They might have a person who has difficulty delegating and doesn't want to listen to you. They think they can do everything. Another point might be that they have difficulty marketing or creating new members. They might not be open to learning. And lastly, there could be one or more people that I call toxic folks. And if we have a toxic member, this is a point where I say, are they willing to change? If not, they need to leave because they are killing this club. We might as well just end it now because we're not going to be able to maintain it. So toxic folks are people that are negative. They're not helping this club. They might be egomaniacs. I've met one or two of them. So you got to be really careful with those toxic folks. They can kill that club. All right, so what about you as the club coach? I know when you step in as a coach, they are expecting you to perform a magic trick. You are the magician. You're going to turn them around and you're going to just solve all their problems. Set the expectations up quickly that you are not the magician. You are not going to do the work. I've seen a couple of club coaches try to do all the work. No, your job is to help them, guide them to do the work, not to do the work yourself. So why do coaches fail? There's a couple reasons, and now I'm talking about us. When we step in as a club coach, why do we fail? One is we might not listen and understand what are they really getting at? What's important to them? And how can we honor their culture and still making the tweaks necessary to make this club successful? Another point is that they fail to use delegation skills. The coach may fail to use delegation skills, trying to do everything, or they're being domineering and they're taking on more and more of the club officer responsibilities. And that's not our job as club coaches. The third bullet point is that we fail to determine alternatives. If we're telling them what to do, they're not learning to develop those skills themselves, the choices that they have to make when they're on their own. And so our job as a coach is to say, here's the choices that you have available. Actually, I never say that. Let me just tell you what I say. I say, what choices do you think you have available? And then they list it. And I say, have you considered any others? And I pause. And then they list maybe one or two more. And I say, have you thought about this? Just yesterday, I was talking to one of my students who happens to be Chinese. And I said, how would an American respond to that? And that's just one way to help us think about other alternatives. How would so-and-so respond to this? Failure to change behaviors. As a coach, my job is to help them change their behaviors. If I can't change their behaviors, they're going to keep doing what they're doing, which is not good. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a club that needs a coach. So right now, I happen to be a club coach and I'm struggling. They're not changing their behaviors as it relates to marketing. This is our job as coaches, is to continue to push, continue to ask, continue to suggest. What have we done this week to invite guests? And then lastly, I have seen a coach be too negative. They just said all these negative things about what the club needed to do to transform, and they delivered it all at once. Nobody wants to have that huge list delivered at once. We want to know what the priorities are, and we want to know that it is achievable. The other thing I've seen a club coach do is be too positive. Oh, you're great, you're great. Well, if we don't give feedback on how to change, that we do need to even change, we're not going to see the change in that behavior that enables that club to succeed. All right, so who are your stakeholders? I've got the club coach in the middle, but it could easily be the club in the middle. And I want to talk about this in terms of our overall stakeholders. Who are they? We have our club members, and as far as I'm concerned, that's one of the most important in this portfolio of stakeholders. Our area director is visiting on occasion, maybe reaching out on occasion to say hello to our club coach, as well as to the club members. Our club guests are visiting They might stay, they might not. Do you know why they're not staying? Initially, I had people saying the club was too small. That's why I'm not staying. I want people that are willing to sign up right now, even though we're small. Are you willing for such exceptional feedback on your speeches that you're going to get from this small club? You're going to have more opportunities to speak. These are things that you can use as a persuasion tool, but if they're not interested, there might be other reasons that they're simply not telling you. Let it go. Off they go. Our club officers are very important. Maybe there's some past coaches that you can reach out to for some guidance, or other coaches in other parts of your district. So I know of a number of coaches. I'm going to pop down here towards the bottom. We might have a club coach chair, and a number of districts do have club coach chairs. I highly recommend. That club coach chair is there to be a support person for your club coaches. And they might also host training or educational lessons on how to be more successful in certain parts of being a club coach. Your club growth director is also there for you. They might be busy trying to start or charter new clubs, but they really do care about you saving this club. And I use the word saving, I hope you don't mind, but to me, based on the information I shared earlier with the data, saving that club is that such a high number of them will fail. We want them to succeed. Also know, and I'm going to go over here to the upper right, upper left quadrant, is Toastmasters International is there for you. Anytime you pick up the phone and call them, they will help you answer whatever question you need. I find it very helpful to reach out to them and ask a number of questions that will enable me to be successful in my role as a club coach, or to help members of my club or officers of my club be more effective in their roles. I'm going to pause here and see if there's any comments or questions at this point. If you do, feel free to unmute yourself and ask a question or make a comment.
Great job, Carol, so far. I want to thank you for this. I do have a question, and that is, in the challenges that you've experienced, what would you say are some of the most difficult ones that you wish you knew today, you knew that back then when you started?
Dean, I think one of the most important things about me being a coach is the perseverance of being a coach. You have to draw inside of you to keep trying. And there are times that I remember struggling with one of the clubs I coached, and I was telling, I thankfully had, at that time, I had a club coach chair, and she called me and said, "How is it?" And I said, "Well, I just left the meeting. Just your timing is perfect. I'm struggling." And this is a point where I had already coached a couple other clubs, and I was struggling with this club. And she said, "Why are you struggling?" I said, "Well, they don't talk. They're all introverted. And I feel like I have to talk all the time. And I'm the only one going, woohoo. We need to have everybody saying woohoo." And she told me, just persevere, guide the officers that they need to be helping you with this, but just keep trying, and you'll get through this. And she was right. I got through it. We were successful. We were very successful. And I'm very happy that we have that behind us. But I know perseverance, I think, is one of the most important characteristics of you as a club coach. Perseverance and willingness to try something different. If something didn't work right the first time, try something else. Thank you for your question, Dean. Paul Arnold. You're muted, Paul.
From you, a webinar, and it taught me how to be a club coach before I was asked to be a club coach. I'll try to make this brief, but it's a proud moment that I had, not because of what I accomplished, but what the club officers accomplished. I was called into a meeting by a division director. A club was ready to sign the dissolution papers. They wanted to close down. They had given up. And our division director at that time, I was so proud of what she said. She said, no, we're not going to let you do that. We're going to help you. And then she talked to me and she goes, I think you ought to consider being the club coach for this club. And I was already planning on helping them. I didn't need the credit. And that's what makes the difference after you've been in Toastmasters for a while. It isn't always about getting that check mark, it's about helping people bring value to people. But this club went from wanting to close down that evening, in under 1 year, they became President's Distinguished. But the club did it on their own. It's actually the officers who did it on their own.
Good.
I
Wonderful.
went into that first officer meeting.
Paul, I'm going to have to cut you off
I'm
just
sorry.
because no, you're great. You're great. I just have to, I apologize that I have to
I
cut you
get
off.
it.
We are on a time limit. So I want to thank you for your comments. I appreciate that you did watch my earlier presentation of club coaching, how to be an exceptional coach that I gave to your district a few years ago. Some parts of this are similar. I have made some changes. But one of the things that you talked about was the importance of offering hope to the officers and to the members of the club. And they were ready to throw in the towel. And just offering that hope to them is so important. Now, just remember, they are hoping that you are that magician, and you have to say, no, I'm not that magician, but I believe in this club. I believe that we can be successful. And that really does matter to the club officers and to the members to hear that, to hear you say that. You're coming in as an outsider, and that means so much to them. But it isn't enough for us to say that. We also have to help them tweak, I call it tweaking, to get them to the changes they need to be successful. That is more challenging. And it, again, goes back to that perseverance comment. Okay, because of the time, I'm going to keep flying.
Carol, can we ask, this is Stacy, really quickly, we had one person on YouTube who had a question, and it was specifically, if you coach a Rotary Club under the new agreement between TI and Rotary, do these same things apply?
At this point, we don't have that type of infrastructure to support a Rotary Club. First of all, I did attend a Rotary Club before the coronavirus took over, but oh my gosh, what an exceptional group of people. And they have so much in common with us that I felt right at home immediately with the Rotary Club that was in my area. So kudos to you for stepping out to help them be successful. At this time, we don't have that, but I'll tell you what, send me an email at the end of this meeting, after this presentation, and I will talk to the board. Well, sort of. It's conversational, not actually bringing it to the board of directors, but I'll simply say, hey, this question was posed to me. Just wanted to let you guys be aware of it. But normally don't send me things like that. Normally you would go and propose your solution or your idea to World's headquarters, send it into the right person, and say the right person is the right department, and they will review it. If appropriate, at the right time, they will bring it to the board of directors. But I love this idea, but we're not close to presenting that as a solution at this time with our relationship with Rotary International. I have more questions. I think, Stacy, if there are other questions, let's just go ahead and take it on. Let's see, I don't have.
We will do that, Carol, and we'll follow up with any other questions we have.
Okay.
We'll get those to you after the meeting. How's that?
Very good. Thank you so much. And I need my glasses to read the chat. So if I do have chat messages, feel free to jump in there, Stacy, and help me with that. I greatly appreciate it. Okay, going back to the presentation, I am actually almost over, but I wanted to offer resources that are available to you on World's Headquarters Toastmasters International website on what we could do to help rebuild this club. You don't need a formal coaching program to rebuild a club. So you might be at 13 members in your club and you're saying, oh gosh, we're not in a good place. We want to rebuild and we're not eligible for coach. Oh my gosh, all is lost. No, not all is lost. There's other opportunities out there, other resources. Personnel, we tend to use our face-to-face conversation. Now it's Zoom to Zoom or phone call to phone call conversation. Never forget that. You always have resources, people out there that you can reach out to. And you have successful coaches in the past, as well as great leaders in your district that you can reach out to, your area director, your division director, your district trio members. All of these people are helpful to you, along with the website. Anyway, you get the message. How do I rebuild my club? Check out resource number 1158 to learn more about the Distinguished Club Program or the Club Success Plan. That's item number 1111. I love that number. I just get so excited about it. But we're going to be number 1, right? So just 1111, and you'll get that resource for you. Successful Club Series, How to Be a Distinguished Club, is also available to you. First Class Club Coach is available to you. Leading the Club to Success. I do like this number too. It's 13131. It's also, happens to be part of the club officer training materials. It is helpful. And then dashboards.toastmasters.org to see how I will be doing officially. How are other clubs doing? Maybe there's some resources that I can tap into in another club in my district that might be able to offer some support. And when you are a coach, you do get the club coach pin. I like to wear it when I'm out and about, just to say, I am a club coach and I'm proud to be that person. All right, I'm going to highlight a couple of them, but let's go on. All right, so now after your success, how do you ensure continued success of the club? First, I have seen clubs struggle with the transition from one leadership team to the next leadership team. And when a club has gone from, let's say, 8 members to 13 members because you just achieved distinguished status, they're still very small, but you also have people that really don't understand what it means to be a club officer. They need guidance. There's that leadership list and the distinguished status list, distinguished or better list. They need guidance. As they can be resources for you. The leadership team can be resources for you. But going back to this club, I actually stayed on even after they achieved 20. They were growing at 3 to 4 members a year, but they achieved it after 4 years. I stayed on for another month or 2 months, I think it was 2 months, to ensure that the newest leaders knew their roles in the officer positions. And I just sat there and said, I'm available if you have questions. And they did have a few questions, but I was just there to help them with I call it the heebie-jeebies. When they first take that leadership role, they just need to know that you're there as a resource. Even if they don't tap into you, you're still there for them. And that helps them take a deep breath and know that they're going to be okay. Sometimes that's all it needs, that the officer needs, is just to know that they're going to be okay, but to know that you're available if they need it. So the coaching is requiring a team of people. It's not just you. You're not alone. You're not the successful person. It's not about you. And to be a successful coach, it does require a lot of work, a lot of, I'm going to call it emotions, because there are times that you'll get frustrated with your own performance, that they're not turning around. Why aren't they turning around? It must be something I'm doing. But you can make those changes. Take a deep breath, talk to somebody. If you need to reach out to somebody else outside of the club to help give you a perspective that you can get through this. I saw a lot of people smiling when I mentioned that that club had a lot of introverts in it. You understood what I was getting at. Each club has their own personality. Sometimes we're a good match for it, sometimes we're not. Honor that club's culture, honor who they are, but support them that they are following the Toastmaster way. And if they'd say, well, we're a social club, that's not acceptable. The Toastmaster way is that we are getting educated. We're here to learn. Each member is here to learn. So I encourage you to continue to reach out and get the changes that are needed, small tweaks along this journey of getting that club to a successful point. And with that, I will open it up again to questions. Just note that my email address is down here at the bottom. I'm going to go ahead and say it now. It's C. Pinsky, which is my last name, P as in Peter, RAHINSKI @ Toastmasters.org. and that's Toastmasters, which is plural, .org. Now I'm going to open it up to questions.
Make sure that you have your microphone unmuted and you have your video up, but please, any questions from us? I can't believe this group doesn't have any questions. I find that impossible to believe that this group can't talk.
Carol, I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
How have you been able to bridge the gap between we want to grow our club and we want to be an award-winning club? Clubs that are struggling often don't care about awards. They just don't want to fail. So, but I've heard you talk about the award program. So bridge that gap for us, please.
I understand exactly what you're talking about. It's Wendy, right? I don't have your name in front of you.
Sorry, Catherine McConkey.
Oh, Catherine, I'm sorry. Catherine, I understand what you're talking about. I don't focus so much on achieving distinguished status with the club. That to me is not their goal. Their goal is to get saved. Their goal is to get new members, to be a strong club, to be successful as a club. And that's what I work towards. Now, my goal is that they're distinguished, but I don't put that in their face. And I want them to be a strong club. I do occasionally talk about what it means to be distinguished and what are the different factors that enable a club to be distinguished. So right now we have I call it 3 different components. One is the educational component. Are we working the program? The second is the membership. Are we getting new members? And then the third, I call it administration, which is paying our dues on time, getting our officer list in on time. So if we're hitting those 3 goals as a group of officers, then we're successful. And I emphasize it from that perspective, as opposed to saying, I want to achieve distinguished status. I want you to achieve it. No, that doesn't matter so much to them. When you're trying to save a drowned person, they just want to get above the water. And once they're above the water, they then can look over the view and see what's around them. They have to be saved first. It's very dramatic word choice. I apologize for the dramatics, but those are the words that popped into my mind, so I'm going to use them. Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. Any other questions or comments?
Carol, can you tell me, when you're working with a club, do you focus on the metrics of here's the things that you should be aiming for? Is that an important part for you? Or you just focus on getting the culture to a point where they feel confident and they feel like they can build it and they can do it?
Yeah. Part of it is, first you have to learn the member. You have to understand who they are as individuals. And that may take a little bit of time. So when I go in, I'm not focused so heavily on the metrics at this point. I try to understand who the people are. And to be a good leader, to me, it requires 2 things. One is relationships, and the other is the metrics. I call it results, but metrics. You have to have both and do both well. To get change, though, it does require an emphasis on the relationships. Some people are motivated based on metrics, and I might use that for those individuals, but other people are focused more on the relationship side. So I use the relationship side to help guide them. Occasionally I'll pull in, as we were talking earlier with Catherine, pull in the points of understanding what the Distinguished Club program is about and why they want to continue working the program. I might emphasize the Toastmaster mission of what we're here for and why we're so important in the fabric of this community, that we are here for the community. We're not here for ourselves. And then that helps them do the outreach that they need to get new members in. It doesn't always work. All right. And so on occasion, very rarely, I will say this, I have used the threat. And I say, look, if you don't want to be successful, we don't have to continue as a club. Just put me out of our misery. And again, I'm being dramatic with you. I won't say it quite like that to them. All right. But I do guide people that they have a choice to make, and they can make that choice at any time. If they're committed to this club, then they need to put boots on the ground. If they're committed to this club. And so by asking the question, do you want to put this club out of its misery? It has people rejuvenated to the commitment of making this club successful. So I will challenge people sometimes if needed. And I found one time it worked. I used it when the club could not come up with any officers, 0 officers being nominated for the election role. And I said, nobody's offering themselves to help out with the officer positions since we are only a club of, at that time, I think we were a club of 12. I was like, okay.
Excellent.
And that's where I asked them. Go ahead. Other questions or comments?
Well, we're right up against the time here.
Oh, thank you for keeping track.
Can you tell us how to get in touch with you one more time?
Certainly. I'm going to go ahead and put the slide back up on the screen and I'll read it again. So get it up there. Oh, I went right back to the beginning of my slides. Woohoo! Right to the end slide. It's C. Pinsky, my last name, P as in Peter, RAHINSKI at Toastmasters, which is plural, .org. As the international director, I am one of the lucky people that end up getting that particular email address. So I'm very honored to have that. I'm going to go ahead and put it into chat as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Carol. Everybody, thank you so much for that great insight into coaching. It's just a breath of fresh air to hear that, and your enthusiasm is just contagious. So thank you again for your time and to be here today.
Thank you, Dean, and thank you to all that participated today. It was a pleasure.
It's awesome. I know that some people joined a little bit later. So what I'd like to do is ask everybody kind of a few housekeeping rules. Make sure that if you're not speaking, please make sure to mute your microphones and make sure that you are concerned about what's in your background in case something's going on back there you don't want people to see. Make sure that you're doing the things that you need to be aware of on camera. You can turn your camera off if there's something you're going to do. If you're going to walk away, that's fine too. And be cognizant of it for the standpoint of the speakers, because if they can see you, it can kind of throw them off a little bit too. So please make sure that you're aware of those things. Of course, this has been, in case you just somehow stumbled upon this on YouTube, this is our District 63 conference on YouTube as opposed to in person because of obvious reasons with the coronavirus and all that challenges that we're faced with. I think this has been excellent, and this is a phenomenal tool. It's something that we've talked about for a long time of getting involved with and utilizing, but maybe we haven't put it at the forefront. Now I think we're really taking this opportunity to do that, and I'm glad to see it. Our next speaker who we're getting ready to have up here is Glenn Hodges. I did not get a message back. Glenn, are you online here?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. I just wanted to make sure you were there. I sent you a message and I didn't get anything back. So
Well, my apology.
That's okay. I just get worried though sometimes myself because that's just the way I am. But so do you have everything you need?
I think I'm good to go.
Great. All right. Well, Glenn Hodges, his speech is adversity to advantage. Glenn helps people just like you and me to achieve goals they once thought were impossible through results coaching and motivational teaching and speaking. He's living proof if you can visualize something you have a burning desire to achieve, you can achieve it. I think that there's a coach that once said that too, from Notre Dame. I don't want to go down that road. He encourages his clients to dream big and to shoot for the moon, because if they miss, they will inevitably fall among the stars. Glenn is an executive director with the John Maxwell team, where he feels honored to be mentioned by his friend, Dr. John C. Maxwell. 1985, Glenn billed clients almost $247,000 based on $2020 while working from home in a lounge chair. I think we all like that. And especially today, that's even more important. After an almost fatal automobile accident, he struggled back. Glenn states, when used correctly, fear can be a great motivator. So he knows a few things about motivation during adversity. With his presentation, Adversity to Advantage, please help me welcome Glenn Hodges. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you, Dean. It's indeed a privilege to be with you today, fellow Toastmaster members, all elected officials, and especially Stacy. Thank you for inviting me today. Today's program is going to be a little bit different in that you're all speakers or aspiring speakers. And you know, where does a speaker do their thing? A speaker does their thing from the stage, but we don't have a stage today. So it's kind of like a pilot piloting a plane with a blindfold on and no autopilot. So I'm going to do a variety of things today to kind of switch it up, try to some way or another make up for the fact that we're not all in the same room together. And so with that in mind, I first of all, you know, I don't know who was responsible for the green room today, but I really want to thank them. I have never experienced a green room and where I felt so much at home. And even my favorite team is recognized. They gave me a Georgia Cup here. So go Dogs. I know all you Vol fans, you Auburn fans and Czech Tech fans. I know you really appreciate it, but it's my time now and I'll toot my horn. Go Dogs. Of course, we don't know if the Dogs will play, if the Vols will play, if the Turkey Buzzards down in Auburn will play, or if the Wasp in Atlanta will play. It's all up in the air now. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, it was a pleasure to relax in such a great green room. Over the next 50 some odd minutes now, we've got about 57, I believe. My goal is into some way end up sharing something with you that will help you to navigate adversity. The goal is to try and learn how we can take this bad hand of cards we were dealt and make something good out of it. Good out of it. How can we take, as my friend John says, how can we take the lemonades we were given and turn them into lemonade? I'm going to need some assistance today. So Dean and anyone else, I need 3 assistants. Stacy, did you go to sleep on me?
I'm here.
You're there. All right. Now I'm going a couple of times. I'm going to mention something that I want you to remind me to do at a specific time. And I want 3 people because one of you may just be bored to death and fall asleep. Another one may get so excited about something I'm sharing that you have to go to the restroom. So hopefully that 3rd one won't be asleep and will be able to help me at the appropriate time. So who's number 3? We've got Dean, we've got Stacy. Who's going to be number 3? Unmute yourself, volunteer. Carol, I see you there. If you're awake, will you? Aha. Okay. Thank you so much, Carol. So we've got Carol and Dean, and we've got Stacy. So whoever wants to jump in at the appropriate time, I will appreciate it. We're going to be traveling fast. We're going to be traveling at high altitudes today. You will see the seatbelt sign flashing in a few moments because I got word that the captain's just about to clear us for takeoff. We're going to be traveling high. We're going to be traveling fast. I'll tell you a little bit more about it as we progress. Now, today you have the potential to learn something that will totally change your life. Now, in typical meetings, most people go there with the idea that maybe they might, through osmosis, pick up on a little something that might just help them. But then there are those other people that take notes, and think about what they're being told. They go back home, study it, and they develop a plan based on thoughts and ideas they were given. So, you know, which type person are you? Are you like most people? Are you average? I don't think so. And each of you are leaders, and everything I'm going to share with you today is going to be from a leadership perspective. Some of you may be scratching your head and said, well, Glenn, I'm not a leader. Well, rest assured, you are a leader. My mentor and friend, John Maxwell, says leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. Think about that. Influence. How many people do you influence a day? How many people do you influence over a lifetime? Do you know, studies have shown that even an introvert will influence over 10,000 people in a lifetime. Now, if an introvert can influence 10,000 people in a lifetime, how many people can you influence in a lifetime? You're not average. You are a leader. You know what one of the biggest problems a leader has? You ready for this? Now, this is crucial. You ready? One of the biggest problems, one of the biggest challenges that a leader has is in leading his or herself. His or herself. Your biggest challenge will be in leading yourself. If you can learn to lead yourself, you can certainly lead others. Again, some of you are really pumped. Some of you have had lunch. Some of you maybe are beginning to get a little sleepy. Some of you, I've already bored you to sleep. So for those of you that are maybe on the borderline there, I've got a little exercise for you. And I'm probably going to need some help from my assistants here in a few minutes. And in fact, I'm going to ask everyone that's on Zoom, I really need you to cooperate with me. I need your help here. I'm going to drop a little gold on you. Anybody ready for some gold? I'm going to give you a real gold nugget now. You ready? People do what people see. Let's think about that. People do what people see. They don't do what people say. They do what people see. So I want you people on Zoom, of which we can see many of you. Some of you have turned your cameras off, but those that especially those that I asked to assist, I'd love to see you if you're not already taking potty time. Oh, and by the way, hey, the fellow over there in Ringgold, well, I can't decide if you're in Ringgold or you're in East Ridge, Tennessee. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you know, you forgot to zip your britches. Okay. All right. So sorry about that. I didn't want that poor guy to further embarrass himself, but what I'm going to ask you to do, I want everyone, I don't care if you're at home, I don't care, I don't care where you are. I want you to stand up, and we've all got a smartphone. I want you to take that smartphone or your iPad, something that you can send a text message on. Yep, we're going to send a group text message. It's only going to be 2 people. I hate them. I know you hate text messages, and I have deleted myself from those group messages so many times. I want you to think of 2 people that you know are at this event or should be at this event that are either on Zoom or watching on YouTube. You got those 2 names in mind? All right, let's stand up. Come on, let's see you stand. Whoops, I would stand up, but you know, this is the beautiful thing about speaking from my office. I can sit here in my boxer shorts and make you think I'm dressed up. No, I don't have boxer shorts on, but I didn't tuck my shirt in. So thank you for standing. Are you people there in home? Are you with me? Let's stand up. Let's put our hands up. Let's stretch a little bit. Let's wake up. You know, some of you have probably had a big meal. It's Saturday. Some of you may have even started, you know, what does Jimmy Buffett say? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That's part of the fun of being home. You know, is that water? Is that vodka? I'll never tell. Okay, you got those two names in mind? Now, get ready. You got those names there? I'm going to give you a very short phrase to send to them. You ready? You, and put that in all caps, you are filled with greatness. You got it? That's all you got to do is add, you are filled with greatness in that text message you're fixing to send. Let me see some cell phones up. Let the people on YouTube know what you're doing. Do it. Hit send. Have you all sent it? Give you about 5 more seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You are filled with greatness. Okay. We got that? All right. I see. Okay, good. All right. I want you to think of one more person. Now I want you to send the same message to one more person that you know is either on Zoom or is on YouTube watching. You are filled with greatness. Send that to one more person. You are filled with greatness. I love repetition. Maybe it'll begin to make us begin to think a little differently about ourselves. You are filled with greatness. We got that last one sent? Okay. Have any of you received a text? Did any of you receive a text from someone in the group? Did you? You know, it's a lot easier if we're all in the room and we don't text and we can just look to the person next to us. All right. Well, for those of you that did get a message from someone saying you are filled with greatness, send them the same message back. Now, while you're standing, and we're going to sit in just a minute, but while you're standing, I want you to look straight at me now. Come on. Come on. Dean, look at me. Stacy, you there? All right. Look at me. All right. Repeat after me. I want you to, those on Zoom, we need some participation here. Unmute. Everybody on Zoom, unmute. You're unmuted?
All right.
Yeah,
Yes,
let me
we're
hear
here
you.
with you,
All
Glenn.
right.
There
On
we
the
go.
count of 3, I want us to say, I am filled with greatness. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. I am
filled with greatness.
Awesome. Give yourselves a big hand. We don't have to do waves. Let's just clap. Let's hear some noise. I used to love to do something. I did a morning call. I called it Motivation Here a number of years back. And before I would mute the lines, I did it on free conferencing. I would just let people get on there and state where they were from, and they would hoop and yell and holler. And it was so much fun. It made me feel good. It just made me happy. And I came up with a phrase that I love. I never will forget. I opened that program every morning at 8 o'clock. Monday through Thursday. This is Glenn Hodges in my home office in the beautiful town limits of Signal Mountain, Tennessee, helping you to be the best you. A tagline was just some way it came from out of nowhere, but it came about because of intentional thinking. And we'll get into intentional thinking today. God, we got so much that we've got to cover today. By the way, if I didn't tell you, you may be seated now. I think most of you took the initiative, but in case you didn't, you may be seated now. And thank you so much for your cooperation. That's one of the beautiful things is that I do get to see a few of you. And I can tell that maybe we might be connecting just a little bit with some of you. Now, we've connected. We have now determined that we're not average people. You are not average people. Of course, being just a member of Toastmasters tells me you're not average, because everyone that joins Toastmasters is doing it for one reason. They want to get over the fear of public speaking, or they want to get better at public speaking, or maybe not even public speaking, maybe just hosting a meeting in a conference room. but you're doing it for a reason. You're dedicated to self-improvement. And mentioning that, I've got a program that we do virtually now. I started it, we're beginning the 5th year. It's called Chattanooga Self-Improvement Meetup. We've got several people and Toastmasters in Chattanooga that participated. Stacy's participated in it before. Ben Carnes has participated, and we have several others. But it'll be next Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. And if you'll just message me, I'll be glad to tell you how you can join. Or you can just go into meetups.com. It's Chattanooga Self-Improvement Meetup. We've got a guy that'll be speaking who's a member of the group. He's from the Ukraine, Anton Demonchek. He will be speaking on the connection, the Russian or the Soviet boy story. It'll be good. You'll be inspired. It's a mastermind. He will have a talk for about 20 or 30 minutes, and then we'll spend the rest of the time just masterminding on what he has shared. And that's where the learning takes place as we participate. And that's the reason I'm so sorry that we can't participate with one another a little better, that we can't communicate, because I love to have a conversation where you can't have a conversation if you can't have feedback. And, but we're going to make the best of it. So I just noticed the seatbelt sign is flashing, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we've gotten word from the captain that we have been cleared for takeoff. If you would, please put your seats in the upright position. Give your seatbelt an extra tug and get ready for an absolutely amazing ride. We will be taxiing down the runway at about 150 to 160 miles per hour. We will start our ascent soon thereafter. We'll be cruising at about 30,000 feet and traveling at about 550 miles per hour. Are you ready? Are you ready? Buckle up now, because we're going to go fast. I've got so much that I want us to go over today, but and as I said, I could teach for hours on part of this, but the perspectives that I'm going to share with you today that will help you to develop your own personal adversity to advantage plan requires that you have the proper mindset. Napoleon Hill said, thoughts are things. So what we think about might be important, right? There's a Bible verse, as a man thinketh in his heart, or a male or female, as a person, let's say, thinketh in their heart, so are they. James Allen wrote a great book, As a Man Thinketh. There's a PDF form of it. It's only 26, 27 chapters. It's very short. It's free. There's a PDF. If you don't know where it is, if you'll message me, Glenn@glennhodges.com. The complicated part is spelling Glenn, Glynn. But if I didn't mention it a while ago, when I had you people on Zoom to stand, one of the purposes in doing that was such that other people would see what you were doing. That way it wouldn't make them feel so awkward in doing it. And if I didn't mention it a while ago, and this is a great teaching point, and you leaders, and again, we've established the fact that every one of you are leaders. If you'll just remember this, and there's nothing I'm going to share with you today that you don't know, but we all just need a little reminder every now and then. People do what people see. They don't know what they do, but people do what they see. You know, one other characteristic about successful people, and I know you're successful people because great people are successful people, is that successful people do what unsuccessful people aren't willing to do. You know, think about those people. Have you ever had someone you were a little bit envious of? Everything they touch seems to turn to gold. And they always seem so relaxed and everything's just going just right for them. Have you ever taken time to ask them what they're doing in their spare time, what they're doing in their work time? Most of those people are highly organized individuals. They know where they're going. They know how they're going to get there. They're constantly evaluating and tweaking and making adjustments. And every one of them, there's very few highly successful people that don't have some failures under their belt. Trust me. Trust me. I know about failure. I know about overcoming adversity. But I want to encourage you to never, ever give up on your hopes and dreams. And in this current adversity that we're dealing with now, there's opportunity there. You take, for example, Uber was born out of the last downturn in the economy and that big 2008 downturn, which that was, to me, that was a depression. It cost me about $2.5 million. I almost lost my home. And I can relate to any adversity that you've been through. But the longest walk I've ever made in my life was that walk from my mailbox back to my house when I received that letter from Wells Fargo. I don't think they even said, Mr. Hodges, we regret. They just said, we're foreclosing on your home. My home. I'd worked for it for all my life. Now, the rest of the story is I didn't lose the home. I'm in that home now. So there is a possibility of great things. There's always a possibility of great things for you. The key to it is that you always are looking. Napoleon Hill talks about a seed of hope. I learned about a seed of hope when I was with a Fortune 50 company. I'm probably the only guy you've ever met that worked for a Fortune 50 company. Went to work without a resume and never filled out a job application until he'd been working for 2 weeks. But I knew about the law of attraction before I knew what the law of attraction was. It was just natural for me. But again, we were talking about never giving up a while ago. The story is told about Wild Yarby and his uncle in the early days of the gold rush in California. They got the gold fever. They took off. They went around scratching around in the earth. They found a place that they felt like was good. They went back, did what was necessary to stake the claim. They got some equipment. They started digging a little bit. They determined that it was probably one of the biggest strikes ever. They mortgaged everything they had, borrowed all the money they could possibly get, and they bought the equipment in order to mine the gold. And the first load was absolutely more riches than they ever dreamed of. But then it came time for the second load. There was no more gold. They dug some more, no more gold. Many of you have probably heard this story. It's classic from Napoleon Hill's book, Think and Grow Rich. They finally, out of desperation, found a junk dealer that was interested in buying the equipment and the stake. They sold it for pennies on the dollar, went back east. The gold mine, the junkyard dealer had always had an interest in gold mining, and he went and found him a leading geologist. They studied the gold mine, and in a few days, the geologist came back and said the previous people didn't understand anything about fault lines. There's a vein of gold. What you need to do is just back up 3 feet from where they stopped, take a right-hand turn, and you'll be right back in the vein of gold. They did, and the gold they mined was unbelievable. So the moral of the story is never stop. you may be 3 feet from goal. Never give up. If you have a worthy goal, don't let anything stop you. Successful people do what unsuccessful people are not willing to do. They take the risk. They do things that unsuccessful people will not do. They learn from failure. A failure is not a failure unless you fail to learn. A failure is not a failure unless you fail to learn. Looking at the crisis, we have no control over this crisis. It's a hand of cards we were given that we absolutely were not given a choice. But you know what? One thing you do have control on? You know what? One thing you have control over? You ready for this? Write it down. You know it. You know it. But if you will study this and think about it, it can totally change your life. It will totally change your life. It's basically how you think about things. How you think about things. How you think about things will determine your future. Your thinking is like a magnet, just like a magnet is to steel. Your thinking will attract riches, it will attract abundance, or it will attract more fear and concern. It's all a choice for you to make. So what is your choice? A life of abundance or a life filled with more fear? Fear, you know, can be a great motivator, as was mentioned in my brief bio and introduction a while ago. But the human mind, the prison of the human mind is worse than any of the most inhumane brick and mortar prisons that exist. It's torturous. I've never suffered from clinical depression, but you show me the man or woman that has never experienced fear, has never experienced the blues, and I'll show you a man or woman that I certainly will not enter into a business deal with because most likely they're lying. I would trust them about as far as I could throw a cement block. So we're in this together. We're into this coronavirus thing together. We have all experienced some fear. There's uncertainty there, but I want you to understand there's no need in getting excited about it. I know some of you, in addition to dealing with the fear of corona, have maybe your house was damaged. I hope your house wasn't totally destroyed, as many of my friends were. But you know, regardless of what happened, there's some good there if you'll just look for it. Continue to look. It's just, you may just be 3 feet from gold. What we're talking about here is mindset. I'm a results coach. And invariably, people will come to me with different problems that they state. But as we get into it, really what it boils down to is they want to make more money. They want more money. But, you know, invariably, you know where we spend most of that time in the coaching sessions? On their self-image. Your self-image will determine how far you go in life. I had a doctor that I recently picked up as a coaching client. And probably I've had some very dramatic turnarounds, but we had one session that just totally flipped him around. The coronavirus had caused everything he was doing to be canceled. And he was accustomed to making great big old fees. And they've suddenly gone because he couldn't travel. But we got to discussing self-image, and we kind of went back in his life a little ways, in fact, back to childhood. And you know what really boiled down to? And parents, this is crucial. And supervisors and everyone, because you're all influencing people. what you say and do, you can't imagine the impact it can have on another human being's life. It can change them in a positive or negative way for the rest of their life. Dr. James B. Richards out of Dothan, Alabama, wrote a great book. Wired for Success, Programmed for Failure, I believe is the name of it. It's a great book. Wired for Success, Programmed for Failure. From the moment you came out of your mother's womb, you were absolutely perfect until you came out. Then there were the bright lights. Maybe a doc slapped you on the back to get you breathing. And then, God forbid, the males, then you maybe were circumcised not too soon thereafter. It's trauma. Those bright lights and everything begin to reprogram you from that safe, confident baby you were in your mother's womb. Every voice that you heard, every fight that you heard your parents have, every fight that your brothers and sisters had, everything that took place at your neighbor's house, from the time you were in diapers and even now, all of those experiences are what are having an impact on you. The key to it is, what is that scar that's holding you back? Dr. Maxwell Maltz, a famous plastic surgeon in New York back in the 50s and 60s, I think he passed in the 1970s, talks about the scars that hold us back. He was very, very, very successful and proud of himself as a plastic surgeon. He had a plaintiff attorney that would win every case that he was given. He had a terrible automobile accident. His face was disfigured and he couldn't win a case if it was handed to him. Dr. Maltz did reconstructive surgery on him. It healed up. And then a few months later, he was back in the courtroom and he was winning them one after one. Same thing with an executive salesperson that had a similar automobile accident. But then the Dr. Maltz had a duchess that came in. For those of you that are a little older, you can relate to this. She had more money than Carter had liver pills. If you've ever seen little Carter's liver pills, they're little bitty and you can put a bunch of them in a small bottle. Well, she had plenty of money. She came in and he said, "How could I help you?" He kind of knew what she needed help on, but he wasn't going to make an assumption. She said, "You see this hump on my nose?" And she did. She had a terrible hump on her nose. Said, I want you to remove that. He said, "I can do it." He did. He was absolutely amazed. It was some of his best work. It healed up. He brought her back in for her final visit and he held up a mirror and said, "What do you think?" With her mouth turned down and a sour look, she said, "But I still see the scar. I still see the scar." Well, the doctor I was coaching, his scar related back to a time in Michigan, I think it was Michigan, that he was just about 6 years old. His father was out shoveling snow, asked him to help him shovel snow. He went out. He really didn't want to do it. He didn't like it. It was cold and he would rather be inside watching TV. And so he told his dad and he said, "Well, okay, wimp, go on in there. You're a loser." That one thing reprogrammed him. And what happens is these things that happen to us at different stages, they will resurface at the most inopportune time. They surface at the most inopportune time. So if there's that little something there that just keeps gnawing at you, my challenge to you, friend, is to recognize it. What we did in this case is he had a story there related to that incident when he was a young boy. What did we do? What's the solution? It's the same solution I'm going to suggest to you to help you get through this crisis and turn a crisis into an advantage. You're going to write a new story. you're going to write a new story. Now, our time's slipping away. We've only got about 25 minutes, but what I'm sharing with you now is probably of greater importance than what I want to share with you. And if I had 4 hours, we could just go on and on and on this, because I could take any one part of it and expand it. But you've just got to create that new story. And to create the new story, you need to think of what you want, where you want to be. For example, maybe the guy that has never made over $50,000 in his life finally hits that goal of making 100 or 125. Well, what do you want to do when you finally reach a goal? You want to reward yourself. So you want to plan that in advance. Maybe it's a trip, maybe a trip to an exotic island that you've never been to. So in order to bring this thing to life, what you need to do is to create a story of you being able to afford to take this trip and visualize that you are already there, that you are in possession of the things that you want. You want to use all of the emotions. You want to include hearing and seeing and feeling and smelling. You want to include all of those. You know, I tell the story about, you know, I think maybe probably one of my favorite ones was I was out in Snowmass right there in Aspen, Colorado for the millennial. I love to make fresh tracks in the snow. I got up early before anyone was out that morning, and I had ski in, ski out accommodations. I crested one hill and I was looking back, and I could see the sun coming up. The sun was shining through the needles of the evergreen trees. And these needles actually sparkled like diamonds because they were encapsulated in arch, and there was and ice, and there was a little bit of snow on them. You know, it was so beautiful. The smell, I could smell the smoke coming from the chimneys, the fresh hickory and oak wood. You know, I felt great. I felt on top of the world. And then in a few moments, I could hear, psh, psh. I knew somebody was catching up with me, so I had to leave. But that's what I mean by creating a new story. Create a new story to substitute for the things you don't want. Because when your mind takes you to that place you don't want to go, then if you've got that story planned, that mental movie, and you visualize it playing on the big screen, maybe the IMAX theater, your life like you want it. That's the way you create that new movie. That's the way you change your self-image. Folks, if I didn't say it before, the opportunities in this opportunity, Einstein is respected for his wisdom and his IQ and his knowledge. He says that in the middle of the difficulty lies the opportunity, not at the end. So my challenge for you today is make sure you're looking for that opportunity before the time passes. Now, Corona's not over. I think we're fixing to have some of the social distancing sanctions lifted gradually, and stores begin to open, and we'll not go back to the old normal. We'll go back to the new normal, and we will, and life will go on. So basically, everything we're talking about today is dealing with attitude thus far. My old buddy Zig used to talk about that occasionally we need to give ourselves a checkup from the neck up. So I hope today that maybe as I've been sharing with you, that you have been giving yourselves a checkup from the neck up. because in order to do that, then you can create your adversity to advantage plan, because your attitude's going to determine your altitude. How high you're going to go is determined by your attitude. Any of you that know anything about airplanes know that the attitude, that's the relationship of that aircraft to the horizon, is what will determine the altitude of that plane. My clients that I work with want to achieve great big goals, and they excite me. And we have to fly high and we have to visualize big in order to get there. But we have to get that self-image adjusted. We have to change that attitude. Now is the time. I mentioned my buddy old Zig a while ago, and he does a great job of illustrating the importance of timing. Old Jim Jones was at the train station. He was catching the 212 to Boston. He had a few minutes, so he decided to go to the restroom. He did, washed his hands, saw scales there. You remember the old scales, and you could drop a dime in and it would weigh you. He did. A ticket popped out. It says, your name is Jim Jones and you're going to catch the 212 to Boston. He said, it's interesting. So he just to test it, he put another dime in, says your name is still Jim Jones and you're going to catch the 212 to Boston and you still weigh 165 pounds. Well, he says, I'm going to outdo this thing. So he had his luggage there. So he quickly changed his clothes, put them back on, jumped on the scale, put the dime in, says your name is still Jim Jones. You still weigh 165 pounds and you just missed the 212 to Boston. Well, folks, I don't want you to miss the 212 to Boston. I don't want you to miss the opportunity in this crisis, because the time is now. Now is the time to do it. Any of you remember Art Williams? He's still going strong. If I had time, I'd love to do his just do it speech. Just do it. But Art, you don't know what I'm having to deal with. Just do it. But Art, if I can just get my home refinanced, then I'll just do it. Just do it, just do it, just do it. So I'm telling you now, folks, just do it. Do it. You'll be surprised, because you can have the greatest dreams in the world. And this is one of the things that I work with so many of my clients. They have the dreams, but they don't follow through with action. Dreams without actions are absolutely worthless. They're just dreams. They're dreams. So, another thing I'd love to teach you about today is the fact that, and it ties right in with that mental movie. Do you know that each of you have built within you an automatic success instrument? You have a built-in GPS, just like the GPS in your phone and in your car. And it's up to you to program it. I wish I could get into more about how to programming that today, but let me tell you, folks, it's important that you understand, because that GPS within you has a default mode. Now, what is it? What is that default mode? Well, I'll put it this way. It's what you don't want. It's the failure mode. Because that comes easy. Everybody can fail. And I'm not saying that failure is bad. Sometimes we can bust our ass and do everything right and still fail. But if you fail to learn, that's the only mistake you've made. How many times did Walt Disney bankrupt before he ever made any money? And another great teaching example with Walt Disney. We've talked about visualization here. The story's told about the dedication of Disney World down in Orlando after it opened, and a gentleman walked up to the CEO of Disney Enterprises and said, "It's a shame Walt wasn't here to see this." He said, "Oh, but Walt saw it. He saw it long before we did. He saw everything here in his mind. If he hadn't, it wouldn't be here." If you can visualize it, you can achieve it. Well, folks, we got to move right along. I hadn't even got the airplane up yet, and we've only got about 15 minutes now. So let's get into some of the perspectives here about turning adversity into turning adversity into a positive. Let's see here. And first of all, let me ask you, am I making any sense to any of you? For those of you that are on Zoom, can I see some heads bobbling, or some thumbs up? Okay, we're making some sense.
Yeah.
All right, good. Perspective number one, everything worthwhile is uphill. Now think about it. And I got to share this. A few of these perspectives I'm sharing with you came from my friend John Maxwell in a recent teaching that he did. Everything worthwhile is uphill. Now, there are two things that you need to learn about adversity, and I've touched on it before. We don't choose it, it chooses us. We have no choice unless, and I'm sure I'm not the only one here. Well, I'm probably the only one. Have you ever ended up with an adversity because of poor choices you made? Anyone? I have. Yeah. As I said before, it cost me about $2.5 million. Adversity chooses us. It does not discriminate. But some people will take adversity and will turn it into an advantage. They thrive off of it. I kind of like adversity. There's nothing that will motivate me any more than somebody tell me, Glenn, you can't do that. Have you ever had somebody tell you can't do it? You tell me to do something, I may or may not do it. But if you tell me I can't do it, then by God, that just, excuse my French there, that just fires me up, and I'll say I'm going to do it or bust a gut. Let's get into perspective number two. There is always an answer. Crisis will change the balance of risk and reward. During normal situations, we don't risk a lot. We enjoy where we are. We have a tendency to stay in our comfort zone and not make many changes. I do a whole thing about operating outside your comfort zone. In fact, I say outside the comfort zone is where the magic occurs. That's where you have to get creative and you have to plow new ground. And, I'm a country boy. I grew up on a farm. I had horses growing up. But I learned, I love the freedom of the farm, but I decided at an early age I did not want to be a farmer. But one thing I learned, I can remember even, not that we cultivated the farm with it, but I remember we had a fellow that had a mule, and I plowed with a mule once. It doesn't matter whether you're plowing with a mule or you're plowing with a tractor. You cannot plow a straight furrow by looking behind. You've got to set your sight on something. You've got to have a tree or something, not just a horizon. You've got to have something to set your sights on in order to plow a straight furrow. Likewise, in achieving goals, you will never achieve a goal if you don't set the goal. Many people have the dreams, but that dream is not a goal until you write it down and you actually then establish time-sensitive action steps. I teach a whole course on goal setting. And that's where most people miss it, is first of all, they're not able to visualize the achievement of the goal. And then secondly, they don't take time-sensitive action steps. Mentioning goals, I know everyone here writes their goals down every year because we've determined you are great people. You do things that the unsuccessful people don't do. You are successful. You're getting more successful because you chose to be a part of Toastmasters. The most successful people not only write their goals down, but there's only about 5% of the people in the world that actually write their goals down. Only about 2% of those write their goals down and actually review them on a regular basis and tweak them based on the feedback they have from things they're doing. That's crucial. That's crucial. Now, are you part of the 2%, the 5%, or are you part of the 95%? I'm guessing that everybody here is part of the 5%, but I challenge you to be part of the 2%. One of the other things about in perspective number 2, there always is an answer, is it challenge, crisis changes the risk reward ratio. Crisis will cause you to increase your focus. Every organization has some competing priorities. There are a lot of activities in most organizations that don't accomplish much. A crisis forces the organization and the individuals to eliminate all the things that are non-essential. Leaders will ask tough questions. What can we keep? What can we cut and still keep the business running? Once you get rid of the competing priorities, you'll find that productivity will increase. It's the same thing whether you're running an organization or you're just running your own life. I think it's Stephen Covey that says, keep the main thing the main thing. That's another little golden nugget there. Keep the main thing the main thing. Let's move into perspective number 3 right here in the last 9 minutes we've got here. Allow the adversity to help you to discover who you are. Allow adversity to help you to discover who you are. Now, friends, I assure you, others are going to discover who the real you is during adversity. The key to it is, are you going to discover yourself, who you really are? A crisis was going to let you know the real person inside other people. Likewise, they're learning about you. So there are changes coming every day. Our normal has been interrupted, but we'll establish a new normal, shall we say. We'll have new routines. You know, I can only guess at what some of the changes will be. We know education will be revolutionized forever. There was already online learning, but over the last 15 to 20 years, I think that's been increasing. But now, in addition to college courses, now we've got elementary schools and middle schools and high schools that have online learning. Yeah, thank you there, Clay, that we're on target. Thank you, appreciate that. I happened to look down at the chat. So many higher level institutions or educational institutions are already struggling, but they're probably going to struggle even more if they don't adapt to online learning, because people are saying, you know, why should I travel 100 miles or halfway around the world or whatever to go to a brick and mortar institution when I can do it online? We're going to see businesses change before. Those that have never done Zoom meetings are going to be Zoom meetings. I know of an example right here on Signal Mountain where a guy recently flew to California for a 45-minute meeting and then turned around and flew home. Now, it could be questionable. Probably it was best for him to go. It involved a $1 million contract, multi-million-dollar. So sometimes it's just good to be in person, but a lot of preliminary meetings can be held before. So, you know, there are all kinds of people that surface during bad times. There are those people that are determined they're going to take the good and turn it into something better. And then there are a few of those that are just going to totally get stuck. You know, there are those doomsday folks. You know, I got to leave you with another story. Some of you are probably already getting sleepy, but, you know, talking about the doomsday type people, there was a guy that was going in to get his hair cut. And anyway, the barber said, well, what's new with you? He said, well, you know, business has been pretty good. And I've got a trip next week. I'm leaving for Italy. Well, why are you going to Italy? Well, I have a sales presentation there. What airline are you flying? He told him, oh gosh, I wish I had known. That is a terrible airline. Their safety record's awful. The stewardesses are rude and they always arrive late. What hotel are you staying in? He told him, oh, terrible hotel. Service is awful. It's dirty. You can't even get clean towels there. Well, now why did you say you're going? Well, I'm going because I have a sales meeting. I have opportunity to meet a new client that really needs the products that I have to offer them. Okay, well, you're going to be doing anything else there? Going to be doing any sightseeing? Well, yeah, matter of fact, I am. I've called a friend and I'm working on a tour of the Vatican and to get an invitation to meet with the Pope. You're going to meet with the Pope, huh? Yeah. Well, anyway, the salesman goes to Italy, flies back. Next month, he's in there in the barbershop getting his hair cut. Well, tell me about your flight. Absolutely amazing flight. We left on time. You can't imagine the attention the stewards and stewardesses gave me. We actually arrived 20 minutes early. Well, the hotel, absolutely impeccably clean, service you can't imagine. And they met me with a stack of clean towels. And well, yeah, I bet you met the Pope too. Said, well, you won't believe this. My friend arranged for me to tour the Vatican. It was an absolutely amazing personal tour. Then he arranged for me to meet the Pope. I was walking into this narrow, ornate, long room. There was the Pope on the very other end. I walked to him. I was almost trembling. I couldn't believe it. I'm finally getting to meet the Pope. As I approached him, I knelt down and I kissed his hand and told him what an honor it was to meet him. He put his hand on my head and he says, my son, where did you ever get such a lousy haircut? Any of you have barbers like that? Any of you know some friends like that? Gosh, I'm having fun. We're just getting warmed up. We're cruising at about 30,000 feet now. And I got so many other perspectives I want to share with you, but there just isn't time. I don't know how I can do it. But there was something else that I thought I had asked maybe my assistants to help me remember to do. Did I forget to tell you? I forgot to tell you what I wanted you to do. Well, let's see. Well, I think one of the things was there were 3 things for me doing the little exercise. Number 1, it kind of wake you up. Number 2, it might help adjust your thinking a little bit. But you know what the number 3 reason really was? That you didn't even have to remind me. I wanted to keep you thinking about something. Maybe that might just help you stay awake. Oh, yeah. That's terrible when you have to laugh at your own jokes and your own comments or whatever. Friends, I love you, each and every one of you. If I get into something more, I'm going to go over. I probably bored you to death, but at least maybe I gave you one little thing to think about, something that you can consider a gold nugget, because what's a gold nugget for one of you may not be for another. Stacy, thank you so much. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for inviting me today. Thank you all fellow Toastmasters members. I just hope one day I can get as good as some of you people are. I love you. I believe in each and every one of you. And remember this, your day will be just as good as you visualize it. I'm out of here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Glenn. Nice job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Great job. That was fantastic. Do you have a minute for a couple of questions?
Sure, I've got time. I've got my Georgia glass here and got some, it's nothing but some water right out of the Tennessee River. But thank God we do have a filtering system.
That's great. Anybody have any questions for Glenn that they wanted to ask? I know I did. One of the things that I was curious about is when you talk about visualization and you talk about setting your sights out there and getting that lined up, do you find that sometimes distractions take you off that course and you have to realign yourself?
Yeah, I think everybody experiences that. So that's the reason that it's imperative that you have those goals written down and you create those mental movies. I sometimes will create mental movies for each of my major goals and objectives. I'll sometimes record things on my iPhone. So at that time that I'm down and it looks like that manure and elephant dung is just raining from the sky, I'll play that because I also will make a video of it, because if I see that I'm excited and I have those exciting words, it motivates me. It changes my state of mind. What state are you in? That's a real key to it. So yeah, good question.
Excellent.
And we all deal with it.
Any other questions? Did we get?
I had a quick question for you, Glenn. This is Curtis up in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Hello, Curtis. I got a message from my buddy, Dr. Carradino, that, well, no, he's not in Knoxville. He's in the Kingsport area. He's a neurosurgeon there. I forget what the club that is. He's in an evening group. He said he couldn't be there, but sorry, I didn't mean to get confused in your question.
Outstanding. Well, you had mentioned that we may have scars holding us back.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you is, how do we recognize what our scar is? How do we take time to even realize we have a scar? Maybe we're just blind to the fact we even have one.
Well, maybe, I think we all have scars. It's just like I was mentioning the book that Dr. James B. Richards wrote. It's just a little paperback book. I don't know that he sold a whole lot of it, but I found some value in it. From the moment you entered your mom's womb, you know, there have been little things that reprogrammed you. And I'm not like, you know, psychiatrists and psychologists talk about peeling the onion, taking it back layer by layer by layer. I don't think it's necessary to do that. It just depends on, you know, what you're dealing with. You know, is there a pattern there? Is there something that happens every time you're faced with adversity? Because if you see a pattern there, then there's a similar thought that enters your mind. And that may be a clue. Then, you know, maybe spend some time thinking about it. When did that thought first enter my mind? And there's all kinds of exercises that I do with my clients when we get to the point that maybe we need to do that, because there's some underlying thing that's torpedoing everything they're doing. Some people just, they can't accept success. It scares the hell out of them. And here again, it's part of their self-image. And the way Dr. Malls discovered this thing about the self-image, you would think he was a psychiatrist or psychologist, but he wasn't. He was a plastic surgeon. Much of his study had been done in Germany during the days that saber fighting was big. The saber fighters would walk around with these huge gashes on their cheeks. That saber got them, but the key to it is they survived, whereas others didn't. And so here we have, and those saber fighters would walk around with their chests puffed out. They were reveled by their peers. Everyone liked them. It's kind of like the quarterback on a high school football team. Everybody was envious of them. Everybody wanted to be the quarterback. So here we have the saber fighters that the scars lift them up, but then we have the Duchess, the scars bring her down. It's all with the self-image. So I guarantee you, and in a period of time, we could figure out what that is, but you might not need that. The key to it is creating a mental movie of what you want, including the 5 senses, and get that, write it down. In fact, I have clients now working on this. They're writing down a paragraph of this mental movie of them where they want to be. And then I get them to visualize it as though it's on the big screen at the IMAX theater. And playing that mental movie over and over and over, that way we get to experience and the benefits of auto suggestion. I have a success formula that I work with my clients, and much of that has to do with auto suggestion. In fact, any of you that want it, I'll be glad to send it to you. Just email me, Glenn, at GLYNN at glennhodges.com, and I'll send you that success strategy. It's all basically based on Think and Grow Rich.
Very cool. Thank you very much. And I don't have scars myself. I was asking for a friend.
We all have scars, my friend.
Can you repeat that your email address again
it's
for people to get in
Glenn,
touch with you?
Glenn, GLYNN at Glenn, GLYNN, Hodges, HODGES.com. I'll make it easy for you. I answer my own phone. My cell phone, if you want to text or call, is 423-667-2685. 423-667-2685. Just tell me who you were on the program or whatever. Include your email address, and I'll be glad to send it to you. Because I fail to check the spam folder a lot, and Google has gotten to be awful. I love Gmail, but I don't like what it does with my mail.
Can you repeat your phone number and email address one more time, please?
Phone number is area code 423-667-2685. 423-667-2685. Email is Glenn, GLYNN, at Glenn, GLYNN, Hodges.com.
And Glenn, you mentioned your self-improvement, Chattanooga Self-Improvement Group. Tell us once again, when is that and where can we find it?
Well, it will be next Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Savings Time. We normally meet in the Edney, downtown Chattanooga, but we'll be meeting virtually. If you will go into meetups.com, or we've been around so long, you can just Google Chattanooga Self-Improvement Meetup. Chattanooga Self-Improvement Meetup, part of meetup.com. Also, we've got a Facebook group. It's called the Official Chattanooga Self-Improvement Mastermind. And this is a mastermind group. And we've got a great program Tuesday. Usually our programs are about 20 minutes. And then where the fun and the learning really takes place is during the mastermind. Because we're all there for a common purpose. We want to do everything we can to improve ourselves. Napoleon Hill talks about the power of the mastermind, where two or more people are working harmoniously for a common goal. Well, our common goal is for each of us to become the best that we can become. We can't change who we are. We can't change the cards we were dealt, but we can take what we have in that deck of cards and do everything we can to make them the best they can be, make ourselves to be the best we can be.
Excellent. Any other questions for Glenn?
I probably put them all to sleep.
This group, if you can't stop them from talking, you did a good job, though, to at least shut them up.
Well, we've got some great speakers this afternoon. I think we've got Dr. Mel that will be coming on after me. He is absolutely amazing. And then he'll warm you up for Marie Cosgrove. Marie, my dear friend, I call her my butterfly. Any of you that are familiar with the chaos theory, the butterfly effect, she has introduced me to so many people. She's the lady that now owns the company that once fired her. And she has an amazing story about her life and why she's here that I hope she will share today, in addition to being fired from the company that she now owns. And then Joe M. Turner will be up a little bit later. I think he's around 6 o'clock. He's an illusionist out of Atlanta, Georgia. Absolutely amazing. I'm not sure what he's going to do today, but knowing Joe, it'll be good. He's done this all over the U.S. and many parts of the world, of the U.S. from coast to coast, and he's worked on a lot of the major cruise lines. So he's good. I'm kind of laid back conversationalist storyteller, not so heavily scripted. You'll see that the speakers coming up they're much more polished than I am.
I don't know about that. It was pretty good. Thank you so much.
I'm just a country boy. I'm probably the only guy that ever tried to teach you something from Montrose, Georgia.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, Montrose. Last time I went back, our one and only street light that Bubba used to have fun shooting out. They finally took it down. It made Falling Water look like New York City.
Yeah. Excellent. I appreciate you so much. Thank you again.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Stacy. I hope I didn't put everybody to sleep, and maybe I was able to add a little value. One of the things that John Maxwell teaches us to try to strive to be is to be people of value. We love to be a person of value, adding value to people that have value and add value to others. And each of you do that. Again, I love each and every one of you. I believe in you, and I will see you on the other side of this adversity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to Glenn. And now we've got coming up Johnny here in a few minutes. In the meantime, I did want to go ahead and make sure that we get, again, our housekeeping back in order, make sure that everybody is muted who is not speaking at this time. Make sure that everybody is doing all the other things over on YouTube. Did we have any other feedback, Stacy or anybody from the other side on YouTube?
I think Stephanie is on YouTube. Let's ask her.
Okay. If you could check with her, that would be great, and just let us know. And then I'll tell you right now, this has been an incredible journey doing this live this way. I had no idea how well it would work, and it has worked very well. And I think this is something that everybody that's on here should take and go away from with a lot of positives. The technology that we have and the way that we've been able to adapt to it has been really well done. Everybody on here deserves a fantastic round of applause. Everybody pat yourself on the back, because everybody that's on this team, I want to thank Laura Barker, Bert Copeland, Jason Cronin, John Grigsby, Curtis Johnson, Catherine McConkie, Stacy Thomas, of course, Kendra Ware, Stephanie Wynn, and I think we have, on and on, because it's not just those people, because every single one of them has been supported by somebody else, and it makes such a difference. This was a huge undertaking and a challenge to get to, when you look at the fact that how quickly we had to change gears from having a face-to-face meeting to this. It's been a great challenge, but I think it's been a great learning experience, and one that we're going to be a lot better for because of this. Because if you look at the clubs that are having online meetings, attendance is actually up in a lot of those clubs, because they're getting people to come to their meetings from outside that they never would have gotten before, which is really what we want. This is what we've always talked about, but now we're forced to do it. And that's something that we should take away as an incredible positive because of that. And I think that we didn't get anything else that was a problem from over on the other side on YouTube. With that, Johnny, are you ready, sir?
Yep. Yes, I am. I am ready. I am going to see here. I think I got to pin Curtis again here to make sure. Are you, Curtis? Are you going to be my timer, or?
I can certainly time you. Dean's in charge now.
Okay.
And then afterwards, we're going to ask you who you liked better.
Well, Dean is gonna monitor me there. Am I going for 45, 50 minutes for the workshop?
So you've got an hour.
Okay.
If you don't need an hour, we can always do table topics. But
Well,
if you need it,
oh yeah, I'll be fine with that. I'll be able to answer some of the questions along the way.
perfect.
So like at the end, that's what I'll tell everybody. So
Okay. All right.
Am I able to am I a co-host so I can share my slides?
I'll have to check and see.
That's a Laura Barker question. Laura, are you still on? Can you help us out?
She's probably.
I just made you co-host, so you should be able to share your slides.
Perfect.
And if you will also put yourself in speaker mode so that on YouTube we're seeing just your video.
I think that's correct there.
Okay, are you everybody able to see everything?
Yep. All right, let me go ahead and get Johnny set up here. Our next speaker, who is also our earlier morning speaker, is of course Johnny Campbell, known as the Transition Man, is a speaker, author, and expert at helping people develop the mental readiness to embrace change. And boy, do we need it more now than ever. He has shared the stage with many thought leaders and celebrities from around the country, and has even appeared in several movies and on television, and most recently at a TEDx event in Ocala, Florida. Johnny has served as the president of the National Speakers Association for the state of Illinois and has earned the designation of accredited speaker. That designation by Toastmasters International is held by less than 100 professional speakers in the world for excellence in public speaking. So that is quite an accreditation. Johnny's programs are not only entertaining, but filled with practical and pragmatic methods that have helped thousands of people achieve more success, more money, and more happiness in their lives. His presentation is called Embracing the Winds of Change. Sorry. I only have one. It's the same one. So this one is Let the Party Begin.
Win the crowd.
Win the crowd. I'm sorry about that, sir. I only had one announcement for you. So win the crowd. And with that, let's welcome Johnny Campbell.
All right. Well, I'm glad to be back here again with everyone. And I just want everyone to know that it's been a pleasure to be with you this morning and to do this workshop this afternoon here. And what I want to do is kind of give you a little bit more to the story of the speaker you're listening to here. Besides working in corporate America, I've spent 20 years as a professional speaker, and this is what I've been doing over my career. But I'll give you a little bit of backdrop on me. When I joined Toastmasters because I wanted to improve my presentation skills and my overall delivery. I had been a corporate trainer, so I'd already been in front of groups speaking, but I wanted to make money from my presentations. So I joined Toastmasters to gain the structural understanding I need to craft better speeches. So I'm going to show you, I'm going to date myself here. Back when people used to get what was called a CTM, which is now a CC. But back then, what I did was I joined Toastmasters. I had one speech, and I did that speech 10 times based on the manual. So I broke my 45-minute keynote speech into the first 10 modules now, past what the first 10 modules, back then the first 10 speeches to create a great keynote presentation. So I never really had 10 talks. I had one awesome talk. So the reason I share that is because Toastmasters can be whatever you want it to be in your own personal development. And joining Toastmasters, one of the most important things is to have those members of that club understand who the members are and truly what their goals and objectives are. And because that particular club really understood who I was and what I was trying to accomplish, they nurtured that, and that created such a sense of community and loyalty to me. So I stayed with Toastmasters and have been with Toastmasters. I was in Chicago, and now I live in outside of Orlando, Florida, in a place called Claremont, Florida. But I live well over 17 years in the Chicagoland area. So I was very loyal to District 30. Now it's got other districts now, but that was the district. And I'm sharing that with you because also when you feel this kinship and this connection, those individuals become your greatest champion. So when you have new people and you really try to understand why they're there and what they want to become, in that care, they become some of your best members in the long run. And I served as at the time it was called an area governor, and I became a DTM in 2.5 years. So I really got involved with the organization and moved through it. And then after becoming a DTM, I did compete in some speech contests. And then in 2007, I became an accredited speaker. But all of this happened because of that interest that my club had when I joined that club. And I learned that that was a part of leadership, having that interest in your members, really being interested in what they want to accomplish and helping to put them in a situation so that they can get what they need from the club. And that to me was what leadership was all about and what communication was all about. And that's what I encourage everyone to do here is if you want to grow your club, get interested in what those members really want. Some people are just trying to overcome their fears, but then there are others who want more from it. And if you really get to understanding what their needs are and you really work to put them in that situation, you'll be amazed at how loyal and committed they will be to the club. And that really is what brings me to where I am right now. When we talk about win the crowd and we talk about delivering great presentations, a lot of people talk about a lot of different aspects of becoming a great presenter. And for me, my position is that I talk about structure first. See, a lot of times, and there's nothing wrong with it. There are people that are storytellers. There are people who are humorists. There are people who believe in vocal variety and body mechanics as a part of their communication. But it always starts at the core, at the root, and that's with structure. And so this presentation that you're going to hear is really about how you structure the talk so that all those other things work harmoniously together. Now, one of the things about win the crowd, and the reason I named it this, is because when it comes to delivering a presentation, it is not about you, the presenter. It's about the audience, your clients, your customers. It's about them. You've got to win them over first. That's who you need to win. So that's why this quote here is one by Winston Churchill that I love the most. Is before you can inspire with emotion, you must be swamped with it yourself. Before you can move their tears, your own must flow. To convince them, you must yourself believe. And you have to believe that what you have to tell them is going to make a difference in their lives. See, when you think about the audience more than you think about yourself, suddenly your presentations will just get better. You'll still have to practice and rehearse, but when you think more about them, then suddenly you'll start to see things in your presentation that can be even better. Now, as a professional speaker, I want you to understand that this is my actual career. I don't do anything else. I don't have any other side jobs, any in-between jobs. I speak between 40 to 45 times a year, and my fees run from $5,000 to $7,500 to speak. This is all that I do. So I get paid to talk about certain topics. So that's why, as you can see with what's going on, that can have a startling effect on a person like myself. but I've been able to figure out ways to still get out here and deliver my message online. But I want you to understand that I'm coming from a place where I'm paid to win the crowd. They want me to get that message across to their audience, to their group. They want me to show them how they can be better presenters to make more sales. So I'm coming from that place when I talk about these concepts. Win the crowd. I always show this to everybody here as kind of an origin story. The win the crowd concept comes from Gladiator. And this is where the older man tells Russell Crowe's character that message. Listen to me, learn from me. I was not the best because I killed quickly. I was the best because the crowd loved me. Win the crowd and you win your freedom. And I started to realize I didn't have to be the funniest guy on stage. I didn't have to tell the best stories on stage. I didn't have to be at the extreme of any of these things. I had to be the best overall presenter on stage. And I had to be able to win the crowd. And if I won the crowd, then I could stand on stage and present my message and have the same impact as someone who was way more famous than me. And I've had the chance to share the stage with a lot of famous people. And they're up there speaking and they're famous. So the audience is listening to them. But when I get up on stage, they don't know who I am. So I have to win them over. And the only way to win them over is to talk about them. Not about me, talk about them. And by doing that, by the end of my talk, I've won them over. Not because I said something extraordinary about myself, but I said something that matters to them, both in their heart and in their mind. So that's kind of the idea behind win the crowd. So let's go ahead and get started here. Where are we going to start with this concept? We start with the anxieties here for those that are listening. The three anxieties that most people have when it comes to their speaking. Doubts, then there's worries, and then there's fears. And by the end of this presentation, I'm going to eliminate well over 50% of anyone's doubts, worries, and fears if they have concerns about presenting their message. Because I'm going to give you a process to think about and a way of doing it. I always show this right here, and I show these slides here because I want everyone to think about, for a moment, their own voice. And when you think about your voice, we hear voices that resonate with us, voices that are special, like you've got Dr. King there. You've got, and the next one over from Dr. King, James Earl Ray. But here's the thing, that's the voice of CNN for those that don't know. That's Darth Vader's voice right there. Then there's the rock star next to it, Joel Osteen. You know his hair never moves, it's perfect the whole time. Monotoned, but the world listens to him. Then there's Joyce Myers. Her voice, very unique. Ronald Reagan, Orson Welles. And who doesn't know Morgan Freeman, the voice of God? Who doesn't know that voice? And then Maya Angelou. The reason I share them is because each of them has a unique voice, but we all have a unique voice. Never try to modify your voice, but improve your voice. And if you're listening and you have an accent, I want you to remember this. Your accent is your asset as a communicator. That's what makes you different. That's what makes you unique. So if you have an accent, don't ever say to yourself, I've got to get rid of this accent. No, you need to enhance that accent. And if someone is listening and they're from an international, in other words, there's someone with a heavy, heavy accent and they feel like they're hard to understand. I used to, in Chicago, have members that were from India and other places around the world that come to our club. We never tried to get them to get rid of their accent. All we taught them to do was slow down. When they talked a little bit slower, their words got much clearer. It was the speed that they spoke that caused us to stumble in our understanding. But as they slowed down, we were able to understand them clearly. So don't ever let your accent or believe that your accent's a detriment to you becoming a great communicator. So I always kind of leave that out. I always include that in there for those that may think that that's something that's holding them back. All right, the 2 reasons why most people's presentations fail to hit the mark. Why do they fail to hit the mark? Here's one of the things that, and this is something that when I coach people or I work with people, I try to remind them about. They say, well, Johnny, I've got a story to tell, or I've got this message I want to get across. And I tell them that herein lies the problem. You got a story to tell and you got a message to get across. That's the problem. Because that's not where it all starts at. It starts with this, a goal. The goals that you have for your presentation. What is the presentation supposed to do? In other words, you say, you know, I got a message, but what is it? What problem is it solving? What solution is it offering? Understand what the outcome is first. What are we trying to accomplish here? Never mind the story at first. Say to yourself, when I'm done with this audience, they're supposed to be in this state of mind. They're supposed to feel this way, or they're supposed to do something. Know what that is first. Don't worry about the stories, because the stories will work if you know what the outcome is. You have to, if you're going to create a great story, you have to begin with the end in mind first. What is the outcome that's supposed to happen? And you build backwards. But what I see people doing is they have these stories and they jam them into the concept. And to me, that's backwards. The other part that keeps them from doing a great presentation is the overall organization of the presentation. Because they don't think about the outcome first, they don't position the message in the right way. And then the stories don't work. So you got to have an outcome that you want, but what is the message that you're trying to get across? And then the stories. See, stories, and this will be at the end as well, stories support the message that helps produce the outcome you're looking for. But what people do is they put stories first, then they figure out what my message is, and then they wonder why the outcome doesn't happen. As a presenter myself, my job is to get people to get up and go do something when I'm done talking. So I got to know what the audience, what the client that hires me wants first. What's supposed to happen? Once I know that, then I create my message, and then I figure out which stories are appropriate. But if I do it the other way around, at the end of my talk, they might say, awesome story, but they're not doing anything. They're not taking action on anything. And that means I didn't do my job. And when you are up on stage, you got to know what's supposed to happen at the end of this thing. As much as you want to tell your story, you got to say, I've got to make sure at the end that this happens. And then you build. So the key to a great presentation is structure. Structure is where it's at. And for myself, that's what I really worked on, is how to structurally put together a talk. And what I'm going to give you here is a template on how to structure a talk. And here's the thing. When we think about the elements of a great presentation, no matter what you are selling, no matter what you're offering, no matter what you are proposing, if you can meet these 3 criteria inside of your presentation, people will buy what you're selling. They will act upon it. They will do something about it. Clarity, confidence, and certainty. These are the underlying emotional drivers that cause people to want to do whatever you're proposing. In your talk, it has to be clear. The audience has to have confidence in themselves, and they have to have a sense of certainty that it will work. I want you to think about the things that you bought in your life. You bought, and everyone probably has some form of insurance. Insurance is not exciting, but people buy it. Why? Because of clarity. They have a confidence in what it's supposed to do, and a sense of certainty is what's supposed to happen if something happens. Any product, any service that fulfills these 3 gets sold a lot, and people buy a lot. And if you do not feel one of these here, you will not buy that product. If you feel that if you're not clear, you won't buy. If you don't feel confident that it will do what it says it will do, you won't buy. If you don't have a sense of certainty that it will work, you won't buy. But anyone that has conveyed these 3 key points in their messaging to you, and you're already interested in it, you're going to buy it. That's what I discovered. And so that became some key elements that are always in the underlining of my message. I always want to make sure it's clear. I want to make sure the audience feels confident that what I'm sharing with them is going to help them and give them a sense of certainty that it will work. These are the things when you're trying to structure a talk. This is the foundation that your talk sits upon. Remember, you got your structure, you got your message, then your stories. Stories are at the end. They support it, but it's the outcome that we're looking for first. What is that outcome? Message, then the stories. These right here are those underlining guiding principles. Okay. In this win the crowd process here that I'm going to talk about, we're going to talk about know the outcome of your audience, understand your audience, and choosing the right words. And my promise is at the end of this talk, you will understand each of these key ideas. So let's get started with them here, these principles. The first one is this. When you are developing your presentation, you have to know what the outcome is first. What are they supposed to be, do, or have if they listen to your message? Or be, do, have, or achieve because of your message. They listen to you. What is the outcome? You need to know what that outcome is before you even speak to them. As you can see right here, their motives, be, do, and have. The next key thing here, after knowing the outcome, is to remember this important thing here. When you speak, sell, or offer products or services or anything, you're asking people to embrace change. Whenever you're in front of an audience trying to influence them, that's change. Whenever you are trying to convince them to see the world in a new way, that's change. Realize that what we're trying to do here is help them embrace change. That's why clarity, confidence, and certainty is so important. Because as people listen to you, they're saying, I could be as I am, but you're asking me to become different. And as they listen to that, you've got to be offering them a pathway. Start with the outcome first. The next key thing here is understanding your audience. Know the outcome that you want for your audience. Then whatever your message is, what you are proposing, you must understand the values and beliefs they currently have about that thing. Whatever you're talking about, if you're talking about change, or you're talking about success in life, in some area of life, know what their current values and beliefs are about it. Because by knowing their values and beliefs, you may have to shift their behavior toward that. Notice when I gave the example of that in my morning talk, I talked about I'm trying to help people embrace change. And I know most people do not like change. So I know their values and beliefs are that I don't really like change. So I'm saying, okay, I know you don't like change, but how about we talk about transition? And suddenly people pause for a moment and say, what do you mean by transition? And then I show them that people don't change, they transition through change. What I'm doing there is I'm expanding their value system about change now. I'm causing them to see it in a different way. I already know they're resistant to the current way based on their values and beliefs. So I've got to get them to see this in a new way. So you have to understand when you're dealing with an audience, how do they currently see what you're already talking about? And you may have to help them see it in a new way. Or sometimes you may have to expand how they see it. But you got to know what their values and beliefs are about it. The next thing is you got to know what's standing in their way of accepting this new idea that you want to share. Now, their values and beliefs, that's an internal thing. But are there external forces that are keeping them from accepting this new way? Is there something that's preventing them from it? You know, and that's what you have to understand. What could be standing in their way from receiving this message and taking action on this message? in business, it could be, well, we don't have enough money, or we don't have any money, or that's a bit expensive, or we don't have enough staff, or we don't have something. Whatever it is that you know could be standing in their way of receiving it, that has to be in your message so that they understand that you understand what could stand in their way. In other words, someone says, well, that's a little expensive, Johnny. Take it, you simply say, you know what I'm proposing will be an investment, but this investment can be broken down into monthly payments. This investment can be staggered over time. This investment will be structured in a way that you will be able to get a clear return on your investment. You have to understand what can be standing in someone's way from saying yes, or agreeing with you, or wanting to go forward with you. Next thing, understanding objections. Sometimes objections are not from the person. Sometimes we in ourselves have objections. And there was a time where I did a presentation for a group. And this group was a group of country western retailers. There was about 350 alpha male cowboys who sell country wear and those big belt buckles and boots and all of that kind of stuff. And I got a call from a lady named Rose. And Rose called me up and she said, Johnny Campbell, we've heard about you and we would love for you to come to Denver, Colorado for our Country Western Retailers Association conference and be our keynote speaker. And when she said it, I was on the phone with her and I said, Rose, did you see my website? You do know what I look like, Rose. Nothing about me says Country Western Retailer, Rose. And she said, no, don't worry about it. You'll be fine. And in life, you know how you have that moment where you say, you know what, this is going to end badly. Somehow you have this feeling, but the money is good and Johnny Campbell's flying. So I agreed. I said, I gotta go do this. So I fly out there. I arrive there at the convention center, go inside, 350 guys walking around, cowboy hats on, belt buckles, big hats on and everything. Rose walks up. Rose is 5 feet tall, beat red hair, and just is happy to see me and says, Johnny, I'm going to take you around so you can meet some people. So she takes me around. And as I walk around, she introduces me to a guy and he's polishing some boots and things. And he looks up at me, he says, oh, you're the speaker, huh? Well, right there. I'd already started getting concerned when he said, oh, you're the speaker, huh? So Rose takes me to another person. And this guy's got those big belt buckles with the big old plates on the front of them. And he looks, and she says, Rose says, this is our speaker. And he looks at me, he says, really, you're the speaker? And I start thinking like, this is not good. Rose takes me to one more guy here, and he's got all kinds of just ropes and all kinds of other stuff and cowboy stuff. And I said, no, never mind, Rose, I don't even want to meet that guy. I don't even want to meet. And she says, okay, well, go ahead and get ready. Well, I'm messed up in my mind right now because Rose done got me all messed up because the audience might not like me. And in my mind, I'm thinking, oh my goodness. So I sit behind the stage there. I get up on the stage, get behind the curtain, and get ready to be introduced. Rose stands out front, talks to the audience. 350 cowboys with hats on in the building are staring at her like a Roman soldiers. And I'm saying and I peek out there and I see them, no one's laughing and no one's smiling. In my mind, I said, if there's a God above, this is the moment. Take me away, Lord, right now. Just take me away. But the Lord doesn't show up and I've already cashed the check. So I guess we're going to have to do this one. And I walk out there, and as I walk out there and being introduced, I walk out there, and my first comment to everybody is simply, if you're here today to have more success, more money, more happiness, and sell more of your country western retailer stuff, give me a yippee-ki-yay. 350 hats go flying in the air. The cowboys start laughing and hooting and hollering. And I'm able to do my talk. And I walk off the stage. When I'm done, definitely drenched in sweat because I was like, oh my goodness, I got out of this thing. But in my mind, I was so caught up that they wouldn't like me. And one guy said he loved me so much that he gave me a gift to always remember my time with the country western retailers. There you go right there, everybody. Just so that I would always and never forget my time with them. As I told you before, nothing about me looks like cowboy right there. That is total Chicago man right there. And when I looked at this photograph here, I thought about an old television show. Look at that guy over there. That was from Texas Walker. That was Chuck Norris's sidekick right there with that same hat on right there. And I'll have you to know that is a Stetson hat that I am strutting around in right there. And I didn't know how expensive they were until I started looking around and realized, I said, oh my God, this is like a really expensive hat. But he gave me that as a gift to thank me for being there at the conference. And the reality, what I want to share with you about it is, I was caught up in myself. I had forgot I should be there for them. I was making judgments about me, saying that they won't like me. Here's what I'm trying to get across to everybody. It doesn't matter what you look like, your height, your weight, your religion, your sexuality, all that's irrelevant. As long as you got the message that they need to hear to be better. It doesn't matter what you look like. What matters is what you say to them to make them better. I got that job because they said our organization, our industry is going through change, and we need someone to help us look at things in a different way. I was there to help them see the world in a new way, in a better way, so that they could be more successful in their businesses. But a lot of times what happens to us is that we look at ourselves and make judgments. And even I, after all my years of speaking, can get caught in that. And I have to remind myself that it doesn't matter about me. I'm there for them. And I have spoken to some of the most diverse audiences imaginable because I was there to help them cope with change, to help them be more successful in their business. But it's so easy to have those objections in our own head that sabotages our great speech. So I want you to remember, when you feel those doubts and worries in your own head, think about yourself for a moment. Think about it and say, I'm there for them. And get out of your head and start thinking about what they need. And that's how you start to be able to do a better presentation. Also, when you present, know your environment. One of the things, now we're in a new world right now. This district, for those that don't know, has really done an outstanding job to practice and prepare for these moments here. They have studied and they have learned. They have learned their new environment. When you present a message, you must know your environment, where you're going to speak at. If I was at your district conference and I did my keynote this morning, I'd have already been downstairs. If this would have been a live event, I'd have been downstairs at 8 o'clock on the dot, if not a little bit earlier, to do sound check, to prepare myself, to notice the environment that I was going to be speaking in. So that when it was showtime, I was ready to go. You've got to know your environment to craft a great presentation. Know where things are, know where the angle of the audience is going to be, know where the PowerPoint slides are going to be at. If you're using PowerPoint slides, know where that slide deck is going to be sitting at. Because you want to make sure everything is positioned correctly so you can deliver the best talk for them. See, a lot of times people think when someone is fussy about these things that they're a prima donna. A lot of times they're not. What they are is they're trying to make sure they create the most effective effect for the audience. And they fuss about things because they know what it takes to do a great job for the audience. That's why environment's so important. So you got to know your environment. Lastly, of course, when you do a presentation, your close, your call to action. I said it in the beginning though, the outcome. What's the outcome that we want? You got to know what that is. Another key thing here is this. If you can't write your message in a sentence, you can't say it in an hour. One of the things about delivering a presentation is it has to have a clear message. I had the opportunity a couple years ago to do a TEDx talk. And the TEDx talk I delivered was called How an Enemy Can Improve Your Life. And I talked about the value of competition and how competition is a catalyst for improvement. And without competition, there is complacency in the world and in people's lives. And competition, whether it's internal or external, makes a difference. And so in my talk, if you go on YouTube, you'll see it. It's called How an Enemy Can Improve Your Life. And you'll see me place this argument, because that was my message, that competition makes us better. That was my message I was trying to get across. But for those that are interested in a TEDx talk, let me explain to you how that worked for me. I got tapped on the shoulder to do a TEDx talk. A TEDx organizer heard me somewhere. They were in the audience. So I guess that was my audition. They heard me and they said, I want you to be in our TEDx talk. And I joked with the TEDx organizer and I said, who's Ted? What Ted want with me? Because I said, I don't know any TEDx. I don't know any TED guys. So I was messing with them. But I said, yeah, I'll do it. And when I got involved with it, I said, oh my goodness. I watched other videos and I really started to think about it. And I said, I want this to be something really special. I had 90 days to get ready. I spent 60 days writing, everybody. 60 days writing. Because I only got, I think they gave me 14 minutes in mine. So I sat there for 60 days and wrote. I only needed 30 to rehearse because I knew I could prepare myself on stage. But I spent 60 days writing. The tighter the time, the more you have to cut things, the more you have to focus. And when it says message, you want a clear message of what you are trying to convey. My message was how an enemy can improve your life. I was arguing like an attorney, a one-sided position. I wasn't trying to give people options or other viewpoints. I was like, this is the only way. That's what I mean by you really have to choose your words when you're doing presentations, because you're trying to create one outcome, one effect. So I wanted everyone to think about that. So that, like I said before, if you go to YouTube, you'll find it on there, How an Enemy Can Improve Your Life, and you'll see how I argue this position. Now, of course, someone could argue against me, but that wasn't my job that day. My job was to state my position and place my argument why it made sense. And really, when you do a TEDx talk, to me, that's what it's really about. Now, there are other TEDx talks that do a lot of different things, but I needed a talk that showcased me as a speaker talking in an area of my expertise. Here's where your story comes into play. You know all of these other elements. Now you can tell your story. See, your story anchors to your message, to the outcome, to the audience's values and beliefs. All of these other things help that story be shaped in the right way. When you put a story ahead of the outcome, the audience's values and beliefs, the audience's objections, what's standing in their way, that story's not strong enough. But if you put the story behind all of that and then you tell it, it becomes a powerful story that makes a difference in people's lives. But a lot of people put it first instead of putting it last. The two parts to the speech, the message and the stories. The message is your idea and your outcome. The stories support the message. Humor, body language, and props come last. You can find the funny once the story is structured right. Then you can find the funny because the outcome is correct. When you got a funny story, but you don't know the outcome of it, it just becomes a funny story. But if you're trying to tell something that's funny, that engages people, that produces an outcome, humor and body language and props are the last things you weave into that story. And it goes into the message that produces the outcome. So it's not the last thing. Here's the seven keys right here. Know the outcome, your audience, objections, time frame, environment, message, and your close. Failing to prepare is to prepare to fail. One of the things after 20 years that still amazes me is that there are people out here that will get up on stage and not practice before they present. I practice everything. This is my profession. This is my career. I practice. How would you feel if you went to the doctor and the doctor did not practice before he did that procedure on you? You would say to yourself, well, doctor, are we ready to go? He said, well, I've never seen that before, but we're going to try our best this time to see what happens. You'll be like, you're not going to cut on me and not have worked on this. Well, if you're a person who speaks and you don't practice your speeches before you deliver them to audiences, then in my book, you're committing speaker malpractice. You have not prepared and you're operating on that audience. You have to prepare yourself. You have to get yourself into the right state of mind, but also message-wise, you got to prepare yourself. I always include this right here. Table topics is an absolute must. So I always encourage everyone to think about one of the things about table topics, and this is where I learned it from. I had a chance to be in a pitchman contest. You ever seen the guys that sell at late at night, the QVC stuff, the knives, the forks and stuff? Well, a guy taught me how to do that. And I actually won a pitchman contest out in Vegas. And I realized that the concepts to help them sell are the same things we do in table topics. And so I developed these core principles that if you keep these in mind, you will not be stumped when you do a table topics. No matter what they tell you, you will not be stumped, because doing an impromptu is about structure. A lot of times people get up there and they look like, and they're just winging it. But when you don't know a lot about a topic, but you got to talk about a topic, there has to be structure so that you can say it correctly. So I created an audio on that. Practice isn't the thing that you do once you're good. It's the thing to do that makes you good. You always have to be practicing. Okay, everybody. Well, there you have it. As I always say, there you have it. What I've done in the time that we've had is I wanted to deliver to you some things that can make you better, that can improve you. One of my lovely Mark Twain quotes: if you want me to give you a 2-hour presentation, I'm ready today. If you want only a 5-minute speech, it will take me 2 weeks to prepare. In other words, it takes time and preparation. The less you have to speak, the more preparation you need. Yes, of course, someone can just ramble for hours, but when you want a concise message that makes a difference, a concise message that has impact, you have to work on that. You have to practice that. That's why I put together some things I want to show everybody here real quick. Oh my goodness, I see someone with a cowboy hat on. Put some things together here. I've got 2 audios here that are part of a course that I've created that I'm going to show you here. The 2 audios are $20, but here's what I want to show you, what I call the full enchilada. This is a 1 hour, as you can see, a 1 hour presentation over there in audio where you can listen to it. Speaking off the cuff, never be stumped. 3 hours of training on how to craft a message. Below here, I share in my course how you actually set up a full presentation step by step. So I tell you in the PowerPoint slide what goes in each and every slide. I have video here that shows you what goes in every slide as you craft your message. So this right here will teach you exactly how to craft a presentation that sells, that connects, and that persuades. I even give, like I said, I even give you PowerPoints and I tell you what goes in every slide. I say, this is your transition slide, put it here. This is your call to action slide, put it here. So I tell you every slide what to do so that you don't get lost as you're crafting these messages. There's another cowboy hat. It's normally $397, but this is Toastmasters and this is family. So it's $147 lifetime access. As I told you this morning, if you decide to invest in this, I don't care if you use it or you share it with your club, whoever you want. Doesn't bother me at all. I want those that are interested to take advantage of it so that they have this as a resource. This is all online, so I'm always updating it with new information. And you have lifetime access. one-time charge, 147. 147 there. Here's my last piece right here of the puzzle. As always, my simple purpose is to inspire you, but it's also to cause you to not give up. A lot of times people are right there at the moment when they want to give up, they want to stop. I want to help them not give up. As I said before, the big course is 147. If you're interested in it, all you got to do, you can email me, johnny@transitionman.com, or you can text me at my cell phone number right here, and then I will send you the link to this one. For those that are interested, I need to send this to you because I will auto enroll you in it directly so that you only pay 147. Other people pay a lot more for this, and they also have to pay continuously. I want this to be a one-time deal for 147. So if you email me and say, send me the link to buy, I'll send you the link, or you call me or you text me with your name and email and say, send me the link, I'll send it to you. But also what I want to do here now, if we have a few more minutes, is I'm open to answering anyone's questions about the accredited speaker program, being a professional speaker, or presentation skills in general. So I'm open to answering any of those kind of questions if we have a little bit of time here for a moment. So I'll turn this, do I have to turn it back over?
Great.
Or how does that work?
No, you can just leave that up. That's fine. Great job. Tell me a little bit about when you're talking to a group like this, what are the things that you try to picture in your mind about where you're trying to take this presentation?
You mean the audience itself?
Yes. Yes.
What I really want is the audience to have become better writers of their speeches. I want them to structurally become better. See, I was very fortunate that I had an English professor who worked at a junior college when I was working on my international speech contest. And he is the one that taught me to write my speeches out. And then we would review them, and he would put me in front of his very cruel freshman English class. And I would have to do it in front of them, and they would read it and listen to me. And I saw, it was painful at first, but I saw how much better I got as a writer, as a speech writer. And then here it is, 18 years later, and I've written speeches for business professionals. I've even wrote speeches for local politicians before, because I understand what it takes to write a speech that causes action to occur, that causes a sale to occur. So for me, I just wanted everyone to be better writers of their speeches, but basically understanding the key bullet points so that you know you're crafting a good message. What's my outcome? What's the objections? What's going now? I say, okay, now I know the outcome, objections, their values and beliefs. Okay, now I can find the right stories to tell that support all of that. So structure, yeah. So that's my biggest thing. That's my biggest thing for everybody.
Does anybody else have any questions for Johnny?
I do, Dean. This is Stacy.
Excellent.
Johnny, we have several members I know who are working toward a professional career in speaking. How do you find those speaking gigs?
Well, first, I want them to email me, and I can go into email me and then text me, and I can go into much more detail with them on it. But I will tell them one place that they can go is speakermatch.com. I've been a member of them since almost their inception. I average about 8 speeches a year from them, and the fees kind of fluctuate. Sometimes they're $2,500, $3,000. Sometimes they're free, but they're within my marketplace, and I do it for free. But that speakermatch.com is definitely a place that they should look.
So signing up with the Speaker Bureau then is a good place to start if you're starting, say, for an amateur like us.
Well, I wouldn't go to a bureau, because here's the thing about a bureau. A bureau doesn't love you till you're already famous. Speakermatch.com is not a bureau, it's a lead service. So if you sign up with them, they will, once you fill out the form, they will send you leads of possible speaking opportunities directly. A bureau is someone that represents you. And if you don't have certain things in place, then the bureau has a hard time selling you to clients. Like a bureau wants a demo video. They want to see a one sheet. They want to see things that you have that solidify yourself as a professional. And then the other issue with the bureau is that they're wanting to sell the most famous person they can to that client to maximize sales. Sometimes topic experts like myself aren't their first choice when they're trying to represent people. You know, they want famous people because they can make more money from them. But I have dealt with bureaus in the past, but I just understand the nature of them. And I really recently only had one person who was representing me for, you know, but it's when they call, they call. And if they don't call, I better get myself on the phone and call. So I spend more time calling myself. I mean, clients, not the bureau.
So you have to do a lot of your own self-promotion then.
Yes, there's the unsexy part about the business. I mean, I might get 1 or 2 gigs from a bureau in a year. All my work is from me. I cold called myself into my career. I found a database of associations that fit who I was trying to target, and I called them up. Like, I come from the insurance industry. So I called up, which is crazy, but I called up all the insurance associations and said, hey, guess what? I'm a speaker who comes from your world, who's now a speaker. So I marketed myself that way in the beginning of my career. And then after that, I've lived on referrals. I follow up and I make calls to industries. Like, I speak in the promotional product industry. I speak in the funeral industry. Let me tell you one program I do in the funeral industry. It's called Don't Let Your Marketing Put You 6 Feet Under. And for those who don't think that's funny, morticians think that is hilarious. But I do this, but I talk in the funeral industry as well. So I just have called people, followed up, and when people recommend things, I just follow through on it. That's how you build a speaking career, not waiting on bureaus. You got to get out and hustle. And sometimes you just need someone to help you get clear on what you need to do. So that's why I have a course actually on that. It's called The Poor Man's Guide to Professional Speaking. And I actually created a speaker's course on that because people just need to know the step-by-step stuff. And then also, lastly, you don't need to win the world championship to become a professional speaker in Toastmasters. You just have to have that desire to want to go out and really help other people and connect.
Well, I know you said that it took you 2.5 years to get to DTM. How long did it take you to get your accredited speaker? Because I know a lot goes into that and you have to give a lot of presentations.
Well, I have been speaking since 1999. So I tried to compete in the contest a couple of years. As I told the story earlier, two years in a row I competed, made it all the way to the district finals. First time I got beat, the guy threw his crutches down and took a step, and that beat me on stage. He walked, and I lost. I came in second. The following year, a woman sung a song in her speech, and everyone said, "Oh, that song was wonderful. That's why she won." So after that, I said, you know what? I need something more predictable that's based on my skills and ability, and the accredited speaker was that program. And so I applied in 2005. I applied, didn't get it, almost got it. In other words, I was like right on that, like you had to have 4 out of 5, and I was at 3 out of 5. So I didn't get it the first time. Then I got to really writing my speeches out structurally. And then the following year, I got it unanimously. And I became the 57th Toastmaster in the world to earn it. And I'm by far the best looking of all 100 of them or less.
That's great.
And so that was kind of how that all shook out. But I just decided to do the work. And I always tell everybody, you got to find people that are doing what you're wanting to do, and then just ask them questions and be willing to invest your time and energy and, if necessary, money to get to where you need to be, you know?
In some of the programs that you go through, is speech writing specific or presentation writing specifically one of the things you cover?
Yes, I covered that in my program about how to write a speech. But that's something that I think that every speaker, it's important because you're trying to help an audience out. And you don't want to be up there just winging it. You really want to help them be better. And so you have to learn how to craft a great speech to help people. And you have to rehearse. And a lot of times people don't rehearse. But this is my career, so I rehearse.
Do you have a group of critics that you go back to over and over again to test your stuff before you present?
Actually, down here, it's Toastmasters. I'm still a member of a club in Orlando, outside of Orlando. And when I was working on my TEDx speech, I took it to them to actually have them take a look at it and review it and give me their thoughts on it. So I still get things checked on and reviewed. A lot of times what's surprising, I'll surprise you with something here. When I do presentations to groups, there's always undercover Toastmasters in my audiences. There are people that are in my audiences that are actually parts of companies, corporations, and I will ask them a lot of times to give me their feedback and thoughts about it.
That's great. It's always good to have somebody you can go back to and sort of do a sanity check and make sure that you're still on target.
Yeah, that's the key, a sanity check.
Hey, Johnny, I had a question from Stephanie asking, how did you know that this is what you wanted to do?
Well, I worked in the insurance industry and I got promoted into the training department. And I discovered there when I was training people on our new culture, because see, I worked for Liberty Mutual, but I initially worked for Wausau Insurance. Liberty bought them. I was a trainer that dealt with that big merger. So I had to train the people and I had to go through this manual and work with people. And I saw how I had a way of explaining things that people would just grasp it and they would follow through on it. And then I saw that in technology, I had this way of looking at technology from more of a human side. And I saw how they grasped and they anchored to that. And I said, wow, that's something special right there. People really get how I teach. And so that's when I realized that this is where I belong. And then they phased out my job after the merger was over. And at that point, I knew that I was done. The genie was out of the bottle. I knew where I belonged. And so at that point, I just said, I'm going to go out on my own and see what happens. Well, 20 years later, this is what happens. You know, but I've always stuck to this because this is what I do best. And along the way, of course, you adapt. And that's what I've done along the way. But I've always been in front of a group in some way or another, sharing a message.
Great.
Are you like most Toastmasters? Are you an introvert?
Well, here's the way I would look at it. I love being around people, but I'm only recharged in silence. Like I need to be like, I love being around people, but once I'm done with people, I need to be alone for a while. And in being alone, that's how I recharge myself again. So I don't need to be around people all the time. So social distancing actually works out great for me because I didn't want to be around people anyway. So it works out great. But I just, when I'm in front of an audience, I'm all there with you. But when it's over, I don't need to be around a bunch of people anymore. So I go somewhere and sit down and recharge.
Yeah, great. I had a question here from Jason, and he asked, is guest speaking going to be more on Zoom in the future due to the issues with viruses? And can you still get paid the same for Zoom keynote speaking?
I think that I'll answer the second part first. I think that with Zoom and speaking, I don't think people see the total value yet in paying somebody big dollars. But I think that if you have a product that you can offer them, a book, an audio, something like that, that will in their mind help them offset the expense of you. So in other words, if you say, hey, look, I'll do the Zoom, but you need to buy 100 of my books at $20. Well, they might do that because they have a tangible product for your message. And I think that's a way to kind of look at it from that context. From the world of speaking, I can tell you this. I still have a gig that's on the calendar for the end of June, and I still have a gig on the calendar for July. They have not canceled yet, and these are big conferences. They have not canceled yet. They're the only, and so I'm not sure, and then I have other gigs that are on the calendar for September and October and November. They have not canceled. They've moved their gigs from this early months here to later. That's what I've seen thus far here. So I can't say to you that what we do as speakers on stage is gone, because there are still people that believe in the value of us coming together. But I think if you're going to do a Zoom, you need to have something else to offer them to offset in their mind that concept of you not being there and them still wanting to pay you. At least that's how I'm approaching it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I had another question here from Catherine asking about, did you have another job that you were doing when you were transitioning to becoming a professional speaker? When you were doing that, do you have something else you were doing?
Actually, I only had a job for probably about 3 months. Like they were letting me go. So when they let me go, I knew that I was gone in the next following 3 months. They'd already told me this is going to be done and you're going to have to make a decision, or we're going to make a decision about you in 3 months. So I started going out and trying to find speaking opportunities in that window of time. But I pretty much, after 3 months, I was still trying to build. So when they let me go, I was just like, well, I got to do it for real now and and really get aggressive. I would tell anyone, if you have a job, use your vacation time, use your personal time, and build off of that at first. Don't quit, because I'm here to tell you, being a professional speaker, you are an entrepreneur. I have to pay for my own health insurance, my own retirement. I have to pay for everything. So don't be impressed when you say, wow, Johnny got a check for $6,000. It's called taxes. It's called this. It's called that. You know, it's like you're an entrepreneur. You just happen to be the product. That's all. You just happen to be the product. But you still have to pay for all of this. And so that's why a lot of times people don't understand that speaking, you're an entrepreneur and you're a business owner. And the more you do it, the more you realize that.
Those are some great, just some great points that you pulled together here for us. I really appreciate that. Winning the crowd in general is such an important aspect, whether we do this professionally or whether we're doing it as a hobby. That is such a great message. I really appreciate that today.
Yeah, you're always trying to win the crowd. I mean, tonight, someone is going to try to win the crowd and become your district champion.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know? Someone's going to try to win it all tonight. So that's winning the crowd.
Yep. That's fantastic. Any other questions? I didn't see any other ones in the chat.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for having me. You know how to reach me. You got my information. And if I can be of service to anyone in your district, just don't be shy. Give me a call and I'll surprise you as well. I'll answer the phone.
Johnny, do you still have your Stetson hat?
What? That is tucked away right now. That is tucked far, far away. But like I said, I could not believe it. A Stetson hat, you know. So, like I said, you gotta let it go and just say I'm there for them.
Great. All right. Thank you very much, Johnny. You did a phenomenal job.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Stacy. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Do we have Catherine around here as our table topics master? We've got a little bit of time here before our next speaker. Are you there, Catherine, or did I lose you?
Nope, I'm here. I'm here. I just had to turn everything back on, you know.
No
So how much
problem.
time do I have?
Why don't you take about 6-7 minutes?
Okay, well, that sounds good. In that case, I'm going to toss myself back into gallery view and look for people who have their camera on and themselves unmuted. That tells me that you want to play. Let's see. Jason, how about you? Would you like to? I saw you smiling at me. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Now, this one would probably be better for our host, Dean, but I'm going to ask you. So far, we've seen Adam West, Michael Keaton, George Clooney, Val Kilmer, Christian Bale, Ben Affleck, and now Robert Pattinson coming up. So I think you know where I'm headed with this. Who is the best Batman and why?
Oh, man. I watch all the Batman TV shows and movies, but honestly, I'm not sure what years they actually were in film or production. I know I grew up with Batman, and I know that I watched a cartoon. I've seen all of the movies, just the recent one as well. But the one I know the most, I would think, is, I think Keaton. I'm assuming Keaton because that's the one I grew up with and the most knowledgeable that I would think of right now. I'm so bad at the actual Comic-Con or the actual characters from the movies like Batman, Superman, Spider-Man. I'm so bad with the actors' names. I just know the character themselves. But if I were to say anything about Batman, I remember mostly the actual characters from the 80s and 90s and the actors that played in that time period when I was growing up. And now the newest movies, I have no idea who is playing Batman, but I do know that for the most part, the actors seem to be getting extensively different over time. Different styles, more modernized, and they seem to be changing as time goes on. It evolves more into a different type of Batman, not the one I grew up seeing. But overall, that's what I know about Batman.
Okay, well, thank you so much for playing. I have to laugh when you say that the Batman of the 80s is the one you grew up with. You just made maybe me and a couple other of us feel just a little bit older, but you know, we'll forgive you. Okay, I'm gonna go check another page here. I am not seeing enough people who have got themselves unmuted and their cameras on. How about you, Laura? Do you want to play?
Sure, Catherine.
Okay, so, here we go. Laura, you have just won an all expenses paid vacation for yourself and 3 other people. And you have to take all 3. Who's going? Where are you going? And why?
Oh my goodness. That is really a tough question. Thank you for tossing it my way. There are so many important people in my life, it would be very difficult for me to have to choose only 3. My husband would be one of the 3 without any doubt, because he is so phenomenally important in my life, to say the least. I might choose my brother and sister, because that would make 3. That would probably be what I would do, is select those folks. And as far as the destination, I would probably do something democratic, like put it up for a vote, but something like that. I would love to go to Greece. I would also love to go to Egypt, but I really would just be happy to be traveling anywhere with those 3 people. Back to you.
Okay, thank you so much for playing. I have to admit that for me, it would be Ireland without question, and my husband. And then after that, we'd have to figure out who the next next people were Ireland, my husband, my daughter, and I need one other one. Dean, do we have time for one more?
That I really would.
Yes, one more would be great.
One more. And Joyce, you have a hand up and your computer on and you're not muted. So this is great.
And I would like to point out the Monday Mumblers Toastmaster banner. I always am sure to hang it up when we have our meetings, just because we are not meeting in person. There's no reason why our banners should not be displayed. And as you can see, we have a lot of ribbons.
Yes, well, we were actually saying this morning that we thought it would be a great idea to have your club banners behind you to kind of be able to talk about your club. So I'm going to give you probably an easy question. So you've got white chocolate, milk chocolate, and dark chocolate, everything across the spectrum. What's your favorite and why?
Well, I am an equal opportunity lover of chocolate. As long as it is real chocolate, I don't like that fake stuff. I want real chocolate. My favorite place to go is the Hot Chocolatier across from the Choo Choo here in Chattanooga, because Becky and her husband actually spent an entire summer in Europe to learn how to make chocolate. So all their chocolate is blended. My favorite chocolate drink that they have there is either frozen white hot chocolate with whipped cream. And in the wintertime, I just get white hot chocolate with homemade marshmallows.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, yes, Dean, next time you come Chattanooga, it's on me. We'll go. And because it is so creamy and it is so rich, and it doesn't have any of that aftertaste in a lot of the commercial drinks, because it is the real thing. And of course, living here in the South, everybody says Coke is the real thing. Well, I don't think so. The only Coca-Cola I want is the original recipe that came with cocaine. And they don't make that anymore. So I'm going to stay with my hot chocolate here. And I really prefer the white hot chocolate, or I do like the very creamy milk chocolate. I find the dark chocolate always reminds me that I need to put some vodka in it. And I'm trying to cut down on my drinking because, you know, it just gets to be a lot. So I think that would be my answer, is it's sort of across the board, you know, whether it's vodka, hot and cold, light, or medium.
Drinks with cocaine in it. You like to go across the spectrum.
Absolutely, Curtis.
Cut down on drinking. I've gone to liquid powder, if you know what I mean.
Have you really? Well, I'll
that was
tell
my
you.
Joyce Steele impersonation. Did I not do it well?
You are doing very well, Curtis.
So,
I will tell you, I'm a mask maker. I make, you know, masks that people are wearing, that we all need them. I've made about 1,300 masks. And a friend of mine was so excited that I was making masks, and she posted and said, Joyce, thank you for what you're doing. I wish I could sew and do something for you. And I said, you know, wine would be lovely. And the next day I found 2 bottles of Pinot on my front porch.
Oh,
very nice.
Wasn't that nice?
It is. Curtis and Dean, do we have time for one more, or are we done today, or for now? Can't hear anybody.
Come on.
I think we're done for right now.
We're done for now. Okay, well, I have more questions for later.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Dr. Mel, are you ready? I can't hear you.
All
yet,
right.
sir.
Hello. Can you hear me okay now?
Yep. Now you're coming through.
Thank you.
All right. Do you need anything else set up? Looks like you got the screen going and we're all
Ready
set.
to go. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. All right. Fortunately, today we have with us Dr. Mel Campbell and his speech entitled Emotional Intelligence. For the last 17 years, Dr. Mel has taught and spoke in over 323 cities throughout 6 countries. He has given close to 1,100 presentations and motivated over 47,500 students. Dr. Mel has reached hundreds of thousands of individuals over the radio and the news. He earned his Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Tennessee, woohoo! His MBA from Northwood University, and his doctorate in psychology from the University of the Rockies. Dr. Mel will combine theories of motivation and psychology to help us learn how to improve leadership and communication skills, analyze negative behavior patterns, improve motivation, achieve our goals, and improve our performance. With his presentation, Emotional Intelligence, please help me welcome, with a big round of applause, Dr. Mel Campbell.
Yay! Motivational high five, everybody. My name is Dr. Mel Campbell. I'm looking forward to spending the next hour with you. I call this Power Hour. So I want you to put your seatbelt on and get ready for some knowledge about emotional intelligence. This is not a subject that a lot of people think that they can get confused about. This is a subject that's really easy to understand. So I've been a psychologist for about 5 years. I've been speaking for over 20. I've been all over the world speaking, and I'm ready to help answer any questions you have about speaking and my topic at the end. So let's talk about emotional intelligence. When you think about emotional intelligence, think about any emotion that you have involves emotional intelligence. You have emotions that span the board from being isolated like we are in this situation. You have emotions about safety. All emotions that you're experiencing are communicating something to you. And emotional intelligence is about regulating those emotions, understanding those emotions, understanding the emotions in yourself. So we're going to take this hour to really talk about the emotional intelligence concept itself. Came from Daniel Goleman. He's the authority on emotional intelligence. He's the expert in the field. Anything by him is amazing. So when he talked about emotional intelligence, he kind of broke it down into 5 different categories. Now we are going to apply this to speaking as well. I was very active, and Toastmaster gave me my start as a speaker, and I can't thank my groups enough to make me a better speaker. I started 2 Toastmaster clubs, was in the advanced manual as well, and to be able to work on your speaking skills. Now, this is an important point. Now, for those of you that you're probably familiar, obviously, with Toastmaster, there's various talks that you go through. With the Toastmasters talks you do, you experience emotions through these talks. One of them is the icebreaker. And the icebreaker, you're so nervous. How do you control those nerves? That's the concept of emotional intelligence, how you're controlling the aspects of your emotion. I know on my first speech, I felt like I was jumping off a cliff, but and I will tell you this day, even after 1,000 presentations, I still get nervous. Absolutely. I think sometimes when you don't get nervous, that sends signals of, hey, maybe I'm prepared, maybe I'm not. When those are prepared, have less emotions about being nervous than those that are not. There are some of us that are just always ready for action, and that's where my nervousness comes from. And you want to take that emotions and use it in your talk. You want to take that emotion and conquer fear, because you may or may not know this, but public speaking is the #1 fear of Americans. Some people would rather die than speak in public. So it's important that you be self-aware, that you find the motivation to conquer, and then you have empathy for the audience and empathy for others. And it does involve a lot of social skills. The whole concept of emotional intelligence takes some work. So our agenda for Power Hour is that we're here to boost your emotional intelligence the best we can. Emotional intelligence, if you know anything about it, you can always work on it. There's never enough education, I think, about this topic. We're going to grow some EI skills, we call it. EI stands obviously for emotional intelligence. And then you have EQ, which stands for emotional quotient. And there are various tests to test your emotional intelligence, and some of them are online. You want to test to see how you do well under pressure. That's one of the key components of emotional intelligence. And are we under pressure right now? Absolutely. We have more stress than we've had in a long time. And the ability to deal with stress is a skill. And that's why we call it an EI skill. So we're going to help you understand emotional intelligence better, communicate it more effectively with the people who are your audiences and people that you meet. I personally have been doing work with major companies. Been doing work with CDC during this time, and some major corporations on how to maintain that emotional stress level, make sure that you're not letting it get the best of you. I do want you to write down a couple of formulas. Some of you may have heard of these formulas before. A plus B equals C. Your attitude plus your behavior determines your consequences. A plus B equals C. Now think about this. What is the best attitude we need to have? PMA, which stands for positive mental attitude. Positive attitude, positive behavior, positive consequences. Negative mental attitude is one thing that takes our emotions and allows us to feel this really big, heavy weight. And that weight can be relieved when you are able to deal with your emotions effectively. We're going to talk about how to relieve some of those emotions as well. So let's think about the emotional patterns that exist when you're dealing with this sometimes emotional story, the emotional baggage, if you will. Emotional baggage is something that you have that is holding you down, and that's why I call it baggage. It is something that if you have a speech to do and you're feeling nervous about it, that's baggage. It could hold you back from giving an effective speech. If you're at work and you have something that needs to be addressed and you don't address it, that's emotional baggage. So baggage, once you discover what it is, you can free yourself from it. And that's what we teach in psychology. I see a lot of psychology patients, and I almost see it in their body, the emotional baggage that they have, how it weighs on them. And when you have that baggage, it doesn't allow you to be fully healthy. And as a psychologist, that's all I really teach is how to be healthy. And I am on a personal mission to eradicate all negativity from this planet. That's my mission every day. That's what I work for. I do have a daughter. Her name is Willow, and she'll be 6 in June. And when you see, as we grow older, the emotional baggage with time tends to increase. So it's just so, I'm a new dad. Anybody has any advice for me at the end, please let me know. This is my first daughter. And I'm just learning so much about raw emotions as a human. She's got 2 words. I want a nummy and I want to go bye-bye. And I want to go bye-bye. She's always wanting a different experience, right? She doesn't want to be bored. And my father taught me only a boring person is bored. And the emotion of boredom, it is an emotion. It's something that we experience. There's so many exciting things about life that we can experience. I don't want her ever to be bored or not be able to control her emotions. So I'm a psychologist and I have a daughter. This is going to be fun. That was my first thought when I had a daughter. So you can be your own psychologist. And that's one of the things that I teach in my talks, that when you go to a psychologist, there are certain things that we ask as a psychologist. So what do you think you should do about that? That's one thing. And I laugh in a powerful way, because you know a lot of times what you can do about your situation. The key is to have the motivation to be able to do that. And I am a motivational speaker and I'm a psychologist. So I'm a motivational psychologist, and I see the power when your emotional baggage is lifted from you, right? And you're free for the first time. You'll see this in soldiers who, post-traumatic stress disorder have things that happen to them that really hurt them in life and doesn't allow them to function. And right now we're going to post-traumatic stress, not the disorder, the stress of this experience. So you have 2 emotions or 2 things that you can go to in any given period of time. You either think a negative thought or positive thought in any period of time. That's it. There is no other thought, the negative or the positive thought. You can also think a thought of emotion or a thought of logic. Now, I heard a little bit of a discussion about superheroes before I came on the call. Bring it. I actually, Dragon Con here in Atlanta, I have about 8 or 10 different costumes that I have. I do have, yes, I have my Star Trek uniform. And as you know, yes, I have official rankings, Lieutenant Commander of Engineering. I have the logic is the thing that Spock uses on the episode. And that's where you feel no emotion and you're looking at logic. There are times where we need not feel emotion. My father always taught me that if you panic in a panic situation, that's very dangerous. There was a time where we were canoeing, me and my family. My dad grabbed this branch, and we all flipped over, and I fell into the water, and I freaked out. My dad pulled me out of the water. I'm shaking. I'm cold. He says, "Son, never panic in a panic situation, because when you are panicking, your emotions go, your logic goes out the window, and you're not able to think clearly. So it's important to take those deep breaths and really focus on the logic situation. Okay, we're safe. We're on the bank. We're going to start a fire." So there are times that emotional intelligence needs to come and play in a situation like that. Now, a concept invented by me is called the emotional guidance system. Now, you all have GPSs. Some use your phone. Some use, the old school GPS, which I used to have. I don't know how I was doing speaking. I was reading maps back in the day. I don't know how I was able to do that, but I got to the location. Well, you have an emotional guidance system yourself. And that emotional guidance system will take you and accomplish goals. When I got my doctorate, it was one of the greatest days of my life. And I had a 3.9 GPA in a PhD program. I couldn't believe I was able to do it. And I worked full time. I had to control my emotion. I had to figure it out. There would be times I didn't sleep and I'd have to give a talk. I walk into a room one time, there's 220 people and I have no sleep. I'm like, I got to figure this out. That's the time where the emotions, you have to control them and to do your job and do what you have to do to be successful. So the emotional guidance system is always leading you. And what direction do you want to go? What is your life goals, your yearly goals, your weekly goals, your daily goals? When I was 16 years old, I knew I want to be a motivational speaker. I knew that I wanted to be a psychologist. In college, in psychology, 100 questions, I finished them in 15 minutes, got them all right. I just knew it was a gift. I was like, I've got to help people. So we have an emotional guidance system that you can follow. The key with emotional intelligence, and I hope you really get this, everyone listening, is that you have to follow your instinct. Now, we think about stress and we think about the emotions that come up in a talk or emotions that come up when you're dealing with a situation. Where's that from? It's from the caveman days, back in the day where there was a tiger or a dinosaur out in the cave and somebody's going to eat you and you have to protect your family. So our emotions would take place to get our physiology ready for a dangerous situation. You know how when you hit something like a curb by mistake with your car, you almost get an accident and those emotions happen? That's a part of that guidance system to kind of help you, protect you from the stress level that can happen. So with these experiences that we have and all the speeches that we've done and all of the work experience we have in our family, this makes up emotional stories that we deal with inside of our unconscious. And when you're making the negative story conscious, then you can free yourself of some of that pain. For example, in the past, and you can see this a lot of time in court cases, some people believe facts that never even happened. We make up stories that aren't even true. My brother and I, have a completely different interpretation of when my parents are going to divorce, what happened, right? And it turns out everything I believed for most of my life was wrong about that situation, and because I made it up. And I think we don't, consciously say, okay, I'm going to make the story up. It's not something we do. We tend to do that. So when you find that emotional story, there was a story I want to share with you that many men can relate to this, some women can relate to it as well. And when it comes to emotion, by the way, too, men and women are different. There's different genders, emotions. There are different generational emotions and different cultural emotions. So this is a very big topic. So the story is that I was shoveling snow with my dad. I think I was 11 years old. And I was really cold. And I said, Dad, I want to go inside. I'm cold. He goes, son, are you a man or are you a mouse? And I said, I'm a mouse, and I ran inside. Do you know from that day, that story guides me to be a man every day? Now, some people can see that story to be a negative thing and affect their whole life. It powers me every day. Every day I want to be a man for my father, for my partner. Every day I want to help people the best I can to show that I'm making a difference. So think about your emotion. Here's a good exercise to do. Start writing down, and this is great as a speaker, 100 of your stories. Title only. Well, start with 50. 100's a lot. I'm very aggressive. So start with 25. 25 of your stories. And then if you just do title only, you can start to craft those stories. Stories allow us to connect with emotion. And when you speak, there's a difference between speaking from your head and your heart. Do a talk with your heart instead of your head, and you will have no problems connecting with your audiences. When you do a logic talk, well, it's logical to do this and that, and you're being Mr. Spock, right? Not everybody's going to connect. Logic is, hey, if you exercise, perfect example. I want to lose weight. Well, there's two ways to do that: diet and exercise. Well, why don't we do it? Right? And logically, it's easy to do. At the same time, it's very hard to do that motivation and things you need to do. So find the emotional story for you and connect it with your audiences. Find the emotional for you to heal yourself, and you can heal yourself if you need healing. And then reverse the emotion. What do I mean by this? Well, if you're feeling negative, a lot of people will do this. Oh, I stubbed my toe. I spilled my coffee. It's going to be one of those negative days. That's the emotional story you create. Reverse the emotion. Tony Robbins talks about this, my favorite motivator of all time. He talks about state change. So if you're in this negative state, you're like this negative person here, be the positive person. Just walk into that positive person and reverse the emotion. So if you're feeling negative, reverse it to positive. A lot of you are watching CNN every day, constant negative news. Yes, my jokes don't get much better. So we are watching, now I love CNN. I live here in Atlanta. It's just I can't do the news anymore. There's too much negativity. And you are the sum total of who you surround yourself with. A motivator taught me this: take your mobile device and delete all the losers out of your phone. Loser, delete, and it helps. It really does. And I know some of you cannot delete family members, but think about the circle who you surround yourself around. Do you want to surround yourself with people that have positive emotions or people that have negative emotions? You know, I know Glenn Hodges was on the conference today earlier. What an amazing individual. I am honored to have him in my circle of friends. Think about the motivators in your life. Do you have people that are you reaching out to motivate you, such as mentors? So think about the concepts of emotion and how they exist. And I wanted to show you this next slide, to completely freak you out. This is the wheel of emotions. These are all the emotions going on right now, right? They could sometimes seem like it takes place all at the same time. So how do you manage those? And that's the importance of emotional intelligence, knowing what they are, knowing where they're coming from. You ever meet someone for the first time, you just don't like them? Did you ever meet someone who's like, I've got to meet this person? That is instinct. And I believe that all people on the planet have instincts to survive. Now think about what is the purpose of all life forms on this planet? Survival. And the key with life forms on the planet, all animals on this planet trust their instincts except for humans. So we have to learn to follow our instinct. By the way, in Star Wars, we call it use the Force. And I see Yoda in the background with my friend there. Yes, Curtis, yes. And, you know, the wisdom of the concept of the Force, if you will, that you can tap into something greater, something powerful, something where you have your own superpowers. You know, I'm a big DC Marvel guy. And I teach people how to be superheroes. I teach them to find their power. And when you find your power, you can be great. You have goals inside of you. And if you can activate those goals and activate your powers, it's amazing. Some of you are familiar with the concept of a mutant from the X-Men movies. Well, we all have a superhero gene inside of us as well, and we have to activate it. And with the right emotions, you can activate that gene. So you have the emotional guidance scale up here, and I did source where this came from. So you have the upward spiral and the downward spiral. So which one do you want to be? Do you want to have passion? Do you want to have enthusiasm? My seminars start with high fives and end with high fives. I am just the energy guy. I love motivating people, and I want you to all work on this in terms of your talks, in terms of your life. I want you to put 5 times more enthusiasm in everything you do. 5 more times, just turn it up, turn the power up. There was one of my favorite movies of all time. It's called The Last Dragon. And it's a Barry Gordy movie from back in the day, Motown. Vanity was in it, and Tamok. So I grew up in Detroit. And at the end, he has a thing, he searches the whole movie for what's called the glow. And the glow is this energy field around him where he's powered up and he's able to defeat the villain. And he finds the glow. It's just really, I'm getting chills talking about it because it's my favorite movie. Watch movies that inspire you. You know, a lot of people can watch movies that are so negative, and then you go to bed with those thoughts. I'm like, whoa. So emotional control is being able to manage those thoughts. When you want to go to bed, you go to bed because you are able to control your thoughts. Now, when you're looking at this emotional guidance scale, how do you control your thoughts? Well, I'm a big fan of meditation. Meditation allows me to still my thoughts, allows me to concentrate on what I need to do and be effective. And I'm also a fan of affirmations. I actually wrote a book on affirmations. It was such a journey to be an author. I want to tell you this story very quickly because I think it will really help with this emotion intelligence part. I had my child and I was like, I need revenue. I've been working on this book for 3 years. I got to do something to get some revenue, right? And I talked to my girlfriend, Ashley, and I said, I've got to work on this book. So I started working on it really hard for that day. I feel so motivated, and I got a call to be on a APC conference, Administrative Professional Conference, about 600 people, 2 days back to back. And they're like, do you have a book table? I'm like, book? I'll have one. So I say, yeah, sign me up. So I'm like, this is my chance to, get a book signing. I've always wanted to do it. And do you know, and no matter where you are with your faith, I tapped into my faith, to God. And I said, I need help with this book. I cannot believe what happened to me the next day. I don't know how the book got wrote. When I read this book, I can't even believe I wrote some of these affirmations. Do you know I got that book done in 2 days? And I got it to my editor in 1 day, and he turned it around. Do you know we made it an hour or 2 before the shipping to make it to the conference? What is it? What is that? And it's tapping into the emotions. It tapped into the force. It taps into, I can do it. And I just let go, and I let the writing process happen. You have a book inside of you, and you have to bring out that emotion. Now, when you're talking about book, many people are like, oh, I need to be smart, have high IQ. Well, as you look at this slide, EQ is beneath the surface, right? It's that unconscious part. It's a self-awareness, the management, and the empathy. And when I imagine someone reading my book and it changing their life, it's 365 days of affirmations that you can read on a daily basis to motivate you. And I think you have to stay motivated every day. It's not one of those things, in my opinion, that you just do it, motivation 1 or 2 hours and you're done. I think you should put the work in. Whatever you feed in life grows. So if you feed the positive, that grows. When you feed the negative, it grows. Now, this next slide, many of you know the characters here, not characters, but the celebrities. And by the way, I do have a poll I do with my live emotional intelligence. Like, which one of these is not high in emotional intelligence? I know I put Darth Vader on there. So that is the fear part of it, the darkness that we always sometimes have to fight. So you see Mother Teresa, Oprah Winfrey, Martin Luther King, and Gandhi. When you're emotionally intelligent, you're actually being all 4 of these people. You're thinking of peace, right? And you're able to control. And empathy, Oprah, when she gives her interviews, you can see it in her body language and how she connects with the audience. It really makes a difference when you can start thinking about these individuals. Now, you're probably wondering, hey, Mel, do I have high emotional intelligence or high EQ? Well, if you can answer some of these signs, then you're well on your way to be able to see if you have high emotional intelligence. Are you able to embrace change? One thing in life that we have that's constant is change. And by the way, I didn't mention this. I know that some of you on your PowerPoint, you're seeing subtitles down at the bottom. Well, when I did my work with some major corporations, they had hearing impaired individuals, and it allowed, I found a feature in PowerPoint that allows the subtitles to appear. So some of these talks, if you do have hearing impaired individuals in the audience, you can use this PowerPoint to kind of talk it out. So really, really powerful to be able to do that during a presentation. So change is our one consistent thing. We have to embrace change. And by the way, with what's going on right now, every day we're getting back to a new normal. There's going to be a new normal that takes place. And those that are high emotional intelligence are able to shift with those times. The high emotional intelligent person has the ability to say no. They know their strengths, they know their weaknesses, they know how to let go of their mistakes. Some of you beat yourself up so bad from your mistakes. I personally believe that people do the very best they can with the information that they have. And it's okay to let go of some of those past mistakes. And with emotional intelligence, we teach this. You can think about the past, you can think about the future. All you have is the right now moment. So you have the now moment experience. Do you want to ruin that now moment with negative thoughts? It's like carrying a dead parrot on your shoulder. Look at my parrot. Look how beautiful my parrot looks. Look at that's what we're doing with some of these stories. And I'm looking at people and their parrot, and I'm like, I can hear it as soon as I have a call with them. They start their story, and when I break state and I say, I want you to think about what you just said, right? And you hold a mirror to people. That's why I do motivational speaking and psychology, and let them see that story. And you say to yourself, is this really true? Is this really who you want to be? So stop the negative self-talk. It doesn't help you. It only hurts you. And we're also very good at a good judge of character because we follow our instincts. We're very curious about each other. So I stated sourced Travis Bradberry, very good book, Emotional Intelligence 2.0. We see an emotional cycle that can take place. You can think about it, E plus R equals O. An event will happen plus a response, and that determines outcome. So it's basically you interpret the event that's happening to you, and then you respond emotionally, and that determines the outcome, whether your reaction is positive or negative. And there's power in this emotional reaction. Am I going to sit around and let people press my hot buttons all day? Mm-mm. There are some people that are going to get upset because it's raining outside. You can't control the rain. So why get upset about something you're not able to control? Right? We have weather inside of us. And I do want to tell you a story. It's actually an experience that happened. The story is about the school, and they put up 2 different bottles of water. They label one positive and one negative. And the kids will go by and say positive things to the positive water and then negative things to the negative water. And they test that water in a week. And the negative water was murky and nasty. And the positive water, if you test the crystals on it, was beautiful. And that's what we do with our thoughts. You have fluids flowing through you, right? Your blood's flowing through you. Do you want to taint it with that negative thought process or that positive thought process? And that's the power of these emotions. They can energize you and pump you up. I love all of the Rocky movies. When I hear Eye of the Tiger, I'm ready to go. No matter what's going on, I hear that song, let's go. I'm ready to go. It triggers, it's an emotional trigger. So we have positive triggers, like I see Yoda, and that powers me up. I have a laptop that only has one sticker on it. And I don't put anything on I don't have tattoos, I don't put stickers on anything. I have Yoda on my laptop because I want people to know that I'm about wisdom, and I'm about believing in source, and I'm about making sure that you ignite that source. So you can get emotions that energize you. You can also have emotions that can deflate you. You can have emotions that defeat you. When you believe that you're about to go into a talk and you have to perform the best, play that music to pump you up. Now, I've been to 163 concerts. Yes, I counted them. I'm a psychologist. That's what I do. I count things and I analyze things. And I go to these concerts because music, that vibration, notice music is vibration, pumps me up. And by the way, I used to break dance back in the day. They called me time zone because I violated the rules of time until I fell on cardboard. I stopped doing that, but I'm still doing that. I'm still dancing with my audience. And that's what it's like with an audience. It's like a tennis match. You serve, and then you get back. You serve, you get back. If you're not getting those signals back, you're not able to bend with the audience. I'm a fan of being prepared as possible with a talk, and I'm also a fan of being prepared emotionally for a talk. When you get in that zone, whether it be music, whether it be dancing, and I can still clear a dance floor, by the way. I just love to dance with my audience. I love to dance with my clients, you know, making sure that they're served in the right way. And when you're out here, and I heard the speaker earlier mention this, yeah, my living is speaking. And my emotion when this first happened was not a good place. I was like, all business that I have is now gone. And Glenn talked to me and Glenn were talking, Glenn Hodges. And one thought he had changed my emotion. And do you know, I have more business than I've ever had in a month. The shift has happened, and I'm keeping up with it. You can keep up with the shift too in the speaking. If you were having a hard time getting clients, give talks and speak for free to get your name out there. I did so many free talks for major corporations just to get my name out there. Once they had a taste of Dr. Mel, they knew they had to have me come back. And that's what you want to do. You want to give them a taste of you and your power and your concepts. We want to hear your stories. We want to read your book. It is you inside your mind that stops you from creating that. So motivate yourself to create action. Positivity helps with your health. There are some people on this webinar right now experiencing some pain in their body. And a lot of times psychology can help you with that pain. The stress of financial right now. Wow. The stress of individuals that are not able to get seeing your family members. You know, my grandmother, say a prayer for her right now. She's 86 years old and there's no one there to see her. And it's a hard emotion to deal with. We have to be good at dealing with the negative emotions, because if you do let the negative emotions win, it can take your energy away. It can create more conflict because you'll make more mistakes. Imagine not getting sleep and you're about to do a talk that depends on the livelihood of your family. Whew, I've been there before. It's really tough. If you get plenty of sleep and you go up there with high energy, they're going to bring you back. You go up there and they even sense for a moment that you're not 100% on, you may lose a contract. So you want to be on all the time. And I have been there before where you don't know how you're going to be able to do it. You did, right? We all have gotten through things we didn't know how we were able to get through them, and we did. So the components of Beyond, by the way, we are halfway through our power hour. I am so looking forward to answering questions at the end. I got so many questions on my webinar yesterday. I typically do an power hour webinar for my clients, and so many questions. I feel like when you ask questions, you can get powerful answers to any of the things you doubt about this topic. So real quick, emotions are based on, and this is a funny thing to say, emotions are actually a chemical reaction. Oops, sorry. A lot of people, when I say, they're like, huh? Well, if you think about it, if you have a chemical reaction that's causing emotion, you can have a chemical reaction that causes a positive emotion. So what are your moods, right? What are your emotions identifying inside of you that needs to be fixed or dealt with? Emotions are happening for a reason. And when you find that reason, it can be really powerful. So it's about self-regulation, and it's about tackling those tough emotions. And then empathy. Empathy is when you're talking with an audience, and you have to study your audience, everyone. It's, I see speakers that go up on the stage and they haven't done their homework on this group. I think a pre-conference survey is good to see what people are needing in terms of the talk. I like evaluating the talk after it's done. So, you got to figure out, what did I do best and what can I do better next time? You want to know that, and you can use those for testimonials. So making sure that you get feedback before a talk. One of the worst things you ever do is go into a talk and not know your audience. You have to go in there knowing who's the thought leader in that audience, making sure you understand who the leadership is, and making sure that you talk to a participant in advance so you can understand what their needs are. And when you're there, You got to be social. They're judging every move you make. And your audience, now this is going to be weird to say, your audience is smarter than you think they are, and they're also dumber than you think you are. You're like, what are you saying, dumb? Well, in some ways, when you're being positive and you don't know what you're doing and you pretend like you know what you're doing, just through that moment where you lose where you are in the talk, they're going to be okay. They want you to succeed. They want you to be able to be successful. So do what you can to stay positive during the talk. Perceive your emotions, understanding your emotions and managing emotions and using your emotions are all about this communication. So let's play a few activities while I have you on the phone. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to write your name in cursive with your non-dominant hand. Go ahead and write your name in cursive with your non-dominant hand. Now, many of you, I can see for some of the people on the web here, is very uncomfortable, right? And that's how it is with emotions, to be able to make conscious what we're doing. When you write your name with your dominant, and by the way, many of your first name and last name, yep, that's your name. When you write your name, you're used to it, and it's an unconscious thing. You know how sometimes you get to work, you don't know how you get there? That's unconscious. When you take a different way to work, it's a different change in your thinking. It's a different change in how you do behavior. Okay, here's another activity that I want you to do with a piece of paper. I want you to draw an image for me. I want you to draw an image that I'm looking. And by the way, are we mind readers? No. Always ask your audience, how is this working for you, right? So I want you to draw an image. It's a circle. Okay, draw a circle. And then I want you to put 2 dots in the circle. And then I want you to draw a line that kind of curves down under the 2 circles. Well, what did you draw? Smiley face. Yes. Yes, I got smiley faces. Yes. And that's what it's about with interpretation. Very good. I see a nose on that one. That's what I get in my audiences. If they don't get your concepts, a lot of speakers will explain it in the same way over and over again. If they didn't get it the first time, you might want to explain it in a different way. So we had an image that we both created together, and I had you do it. You can do the same way with your speaking. So we know that being a speaker takes a lot of work, and it's so rewarding to be able to support my family just for getting up on a stage and sharing my message. That is just unbelievable to be able to do that. And it's something I do want to point out that I'm going to be able to do as long as I live. I imagine this, where I'm about 100 years old on stage. They're going, oh, there goes Dr. Mel. I'm going to die with a mic in my head. I am 100 years old. I'll be on the stage. I'm hoping to live longer than that. Think about this power. You can be as old as you want and still speak. It's a lucky thing. It's a beautiful career that I have. And I'm more than happy to help people after this webinar as well. You know, Toastmasters Give Back, Toastmasters for Life, right? We're always helping each other. It's the purpose of this group. And I just have learned so much by being a Toastmaster, seeing others be Toastmasters and change lives by their speaking. When you see someone that gets an award, I just love to see my award. And another, no competition here. I think we're just a family. Dale Carnegie, great program as well, is helping with the speaking. It's really helped me in my career. So just go out there, Landmark Forum. I love that course, amazing course. Any Tony Robbins course. So we've talked about some of these EQ skills. Let's think about some other EQ skills you may not know about. Time management. There are probably some procrastinators on this webinar right now. Should we talk about it now or later? We'll talk about it now. I got 3 words to transform you about your emotion of procrastination. Are you ready? Here it is. Do it now. Write that down. Do it now. Now, I've actually run a psychological test over 1,000 individuals, and I had them say the affirmation, do it now, all day long, while they're eating, while they're sleeping. Well, not while they're sleeping, but while they're eating, while they're doing the activity. Do it now, do it now, do it now, do it now. And you'll find that your procrastination will be less after how many days is to create a habit? Days to create a habit? 21 to 30 days. So I want you to practice the concept of do it now saying that affirmation over and over again. It will change your emotions about procrastination and allow you to accomplish more. You know, some of us, you see the emotion of anger management there. Having a daughter, wow, I was like, whoa, why is she doing this? Some of the things she does, why is she throwing these toys down the stairs? Whatever the emotion is. And it's so important that I'm her model, right? I'm the person that she is going to hopefully respect in the future. I know she'll respect me in the future because I'm going to make sure she does. Anger management is a part of that process of being a parent. And so is being a teamwork individual if you're part of a team. So imagine being in a workplace. Some people don't like to work with other people. They like to just be by themselves. And then some people like myself are very social. We like other people around. We're very social. I love to network. Glenn and I met at a networking event, and I'll go into a networking event. I'll just come out with a pocket full of business cards because I love people. Some people are not like that. So decision-making is affected by emotions. Your presentation skills are absolutely affected by emotions. I want you, before every talk, to visualize you killing it. I was doing a major talk yesterday, and I was so nervous because it was a big organization. If I get this engagement, I get 5 other engagements of a 5-figure level. And it's important that you do the work. And when I got on that, I was just in the zone because I was ready, because I visualized my success before it even happened. And we know, I keep mentioning Yoda because I just love him so much. There was a point where he was lifting a fighter out of the water, and Luke couldn't do it. And he says, because he didn't believe that he could do it, and that's why he didn't do it. And Yoda, being small, closed his eyes and he levitated that ship. We can have that same belief inside of us. Those things that you think that are big, that you'll never accomplish, or that you think you'll never accomplish, because you believe it, that can create your reality. You can also create the reality of you accomplishing this. For me to think that I'd be able to be a doctor and to travel all the world, 6 countries, and speaking to audiences full of arenas, I'm like, I never thought I'd be able to do it, and I am. And until you can believe it, it's harder to achieve when you don't. So it's all about that belief system. So we talked about trusting your instinct. When you listen to someone, this is a Dr. Mel quote with EI, you want to listen with your heart, your head, and your spirit. That's called 3D listening. This is a concept that I created. Check your emotions. When you're listening to someone, if you listen to the audience with your head and your heart and your spirit, you can give a powerful talk. If you don't listen, or if you listen to one more than the other, then the speech may not be as powerful as you want it to be. Now, I know that some of you have seen this perception exercise before. Those that haven't, let's see if you can figure it out. On the far left side, we see 2 images, and you want to kind of think about what those 2 images are. Do you see a vase and 2 faces? Or do you just see the vase? Or do you see just the 2 faces? Do you see the bunny down below? Or duck? Or both? With emotional intelligence, we see both images. You see, in life, we're always going to have 2 camps of people. You got your Burger King people and your McDonald's people. You got your Pepsi people and your Coke people. You got your Democrats, you got your Republican. No matter what you say, if I'm a McDonald's person, you're not going to convince me that Burger King is better than McDonald's. However, we both love burgers. If you like Pepsi and I like Coke, we both like soft drinks. If you're a Democrat and I'm a Republican, or vice versa, we love politics. The last image on the right side, do you see a old lady with her chin? And do you see a young lady turning away with her chin looking away? So these images just show you that it's all about perception. And with emotions, how we perceive a thing really determines how we view it. And how do you perceive yourself? Do you know that we have a communication problem in this country? You know we do.
I ask all the time, how many of you believe we have a communication problem in this country? Everybody says it. Do you believe we would have a lesser divorce rate if we learned to communicate? Everybody says yes. And it's all about that listening. And it's all about emotions. And it's all about being intelligent with your emotions. If you let the emotions treat you like a roller coaster, you know that roller coaster? It's time to get off the emotional roller coaster. It's time to live a more balanced life. Think about the areas of your life. Where's your perception? Are you the person that you want to be? So I have a few questions you can ask yourself about emotional intelligence, and then I'll start my close in about quick 5 or 10 more minutes. So are you controlling your emotions? Now, this may be something that's going to take getting used to. What are your emotional blind spots? Maybe, am I misreading this situation? I have someone in my life that believes that when I talk with her, she believes I'm not listening. And I'm a psychologist. That's what I do. I listen. It's sometimes interpretation. I've had an audience member in the middle of one of my speeches stand up and say, "You're picking on me. Why are you picking on me? What's your problem?" Out of 100 people. And I like, what? I'm answering questions, but she felt like I was personally attacking her. Right. And there's going to be some people that in your audiences that are going to attack you, maybe mentally, they're like, "I don't believe this. You're wrong." And you got to be ready for at questions that people are going to have different points of view. And it's controlling your emotions during the question and answer period that really make a big difference, because people are like, "Oh, I didn't like that guy the way he answered this emotion. Or I didn't like that girl because of the emotion." So you want to find your blind spots. You want to find your hot buttons. What are those buttons? Then when people press them, they drive you crazy. Now, when I say a hot button, it's something that's very emotional, like skydiving. I'd be curious to see how many of you have skydived before. Some of you see the concept. Some of you are already shaking your head. You see the concept of skydiving. Why would I ever do that? I was afraid of heights. And I said, I'm tired of this emotion controlling me. I'm going to go skydiving. And I actually have on YouTube, Mel Campbell skydiving. If you Google it, you'll see me skydive. And one of the most powerful lessons I learned about skydiving is that it helped me control my emotions. I had no control of what was happening. And from that experience, it really helped me be a lot stronger. And I'm not saying everybody go skydive. I'm just saying that, somebody's like, "Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that." I do want you to explore those fears, though, that you have. The Star Wars reference. I don't know why I'm just getting all sci-fi at everybody. Maybe it's just the side of me. I just see that Yoda. It's amazing. There's a point where he faces his dark side. Right? He goes into this cave and he faces their dark side. I believe all of us need to face our dark side. We have to face those emotions that are stopping us from being the powerful person we are. Your family needs you, right? This world needs you. The world needs your talk. The world needs your book. The world needs you to help them. And if you keep that inside of you, it's not helping the world. We need you. I'm the type of guy, I want everybody to be motivational speakers. And people are like, "Oh, I don't like the term motivational speaker." Someone that comes on the stage that changes me from one state to another state, I'm all about that. So I say, as many motivational speakers we can go, let's go in. Everybody motivational speaker. Yeah, let's go. Let's motivate this planet. We live in a negative environment. And the more people that we have motivating us to be successful and deal with our challenges, I think the better. So a couple more questions here. Why am I feeling this? Is this the right emotion I'm feeling? Is the emotion correct? You see, emotion has a story. And when you release yourself from the emotional story, it can be very powerful. So emotional communication, as I talked about, works better than logical communication. Think about when you buy something. When you go buy a big TV, you don't necessarily always do the logic on that. It's an emotional decision. Most emotions drive our purchasing decisions. Now, I'm going to share with you a psychology secret. I'm doing it just for my Toastmasters. Here we go. There's only 2 things that motivate you in life. Only 2. And I can have you guess. I'll just tell you what it is. Pain or pleasure. There are no other motivators in life. You're like, money, that's pleasure. My family, that's pleasure, right? Bills, that's pain. So we want to motivate ourselves more by pleasure. And if you think about the long-term effects of pleasure motivation and pain motivation, pain is a fast motivator, right? Pleasure over time motivates. So your emotions will pass like it does with a speech. When you go up there and you know the subject and it's you and your story, you are the authority. You're always going to change lives if that was your story and it changed your life. So changing lives and doing that as a career, that's huge respect. You know, I know speakers that have found a way to conquer despite the odds. Think about some of the Olympic athletes out there that trained, you know, all of these years for just seconds on that stage. And emotions, watch this, can stop them from that gold medal. They choke. Do you ever see that? They're right there. We knew they're going to win the gold medal, and then something happened and they lost it. And they're crying at the end, right? That one moment. So those emotions that you have, when you understand them and you do your best to control them, and you can put them in play. For example, Rocky again, he had emotions. This guy's bigger than me. I'm going to lose. This guy has more championships. You know what? I'm a fighter. I'm going to win. I'm going to do this for my family, and I'm going to win this fight. And he did. And, you know, even the Creed series after that, watch the Creed series. It's great as well. So let's start wrapping up some of this presentation. I got a quick 5 minutes. I'll do this. A lot of these emotions that we talk about from the hierarchy of needs from Maslow, you probably heard of this. If we don't have our base physiological needs taken care of, our safety needs taken care of, our emotions can be really out of whack. We're talking about being self-actualized when we're being a speaker. When we're designed to be the most and bring out the most in other people. Remember to just be calm, practice meditation. When negativities come in, put those shields up, cancel that negative thinking. Say cancel, and cancel those negative thinking. That positive self-talk can get you to places that you would never think you would ever be. You are a hero. You are that person that can conquer no matter what the odds. The thing that's going on in your life that is stopping you from being that powerful individual. And I'm looking forward to one day meeting. I would love to go to the live conference and give high fives to people. I'm a hugger too. I'll get the bear hug in. And I love that energy. You know, I'd love to yeah, I'm a tree hugger too. I love hug trees. You know, I love what I can to get that emotion from people and invoke it in others. There's nothing wrong with energy exchange on the stage. And I'm going to tell you a little secret. This is going to be weird for some people. I'm kind of like an energy on the stage. I'm kind of like an energy vampire, right? I'll feed off my audience and then I'll throw it back. And I'll throw it back in a bigger way. So then the energy is hyped and it's more and then more. And then we're building up to a synergy point where it just explodes at the end, right? There's just so much emotions going on and it's fun. You know, just so people see people laugh. Well, people tend to laugh at me than with me. It's just not very funny, to be honest with you, but people tend to laugh at me. So I do my best. And when you do your best, people appreciate that. They're like, you know, at least you gave your heart up there. And thank you. And when people tell me that their lives have been changed and they write me and they email me and tell me, Mel, you made a difference in my life. Wow. To go to bed and know that you made a difference in people's lives. It spreads and it's amazing. And that energy comes back in your life, by the way. When you change others, you'll find that your life will change as well. Here are some Eli quotes I want to close with. In a very real sense, we have two minds, one that thinks and one that feels. Daniel Goleman, who emotional intelligence guru, wrote this. And then, of course, Wayne Dyer. Wayne Dyer, I'm kind of like a Tony Robbins, Wayne Dyer mix. That's kind of who I am. I'm just very spiritual, and at the same time, I'm very, you know, in your face. So I love Wayne Dyer when he says, you have a very powerful mind that can make anything happen as long as you keep yourself centered. If you are not tuned into your emotions, you will be very poor at reading other people's. And then when a storm comes, it stays for some time and then goes on. The same with the emotion, right? It's only an emotion. We have an emotional intelligence. When having emotional intelligence is like you're confident and you're working toward your goals. You're becoming adaptable. So I want to, you know, thank everybody for, you know, tuning into this. I have my contact information. You know, see my stay strong. You know, I got to close with some funny. You know, I created my meme. That's the first time I created a meme. You know, I'm doing that for Toastmasters. So let's open things up here. I know there's been some chatting going on. I don't know why my chat's not pulling up. So I'm gonna turn back my share.
Great job.
Thank you.
So do we have questions? I already have 3 from different people. First one was actually this isn't a reflection on how great of a job you did, but everyone was like, how do you do that caption thing?
Well, you know what's funny? I had a client walk me through it, and I don't know how I did it. And to be honest with you, I don't know how to turn it off. But you can Google a closed caption PowerPoint, and it should give you the menus to do it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's great. The next question was, it seems like all the speakers have written a book. Do you feel it's important to write a book in order to get on a professional speaking circuit or to do this as a professional speaker?
Absolutely. I'll debate with anybody that says different, because and being an author is credibility. You know, it's great that you have a story, but when you have a story and prove that you're author, being an author really, many of you think it's hard. It's not as hard as you think. I have a great editor too, I can share with you as well. And he was able to take my concept and whatever sucked about it, he made better. You know, there's ghost writers you can hire. You can write with other people in different books, you know, so you don't have to just write a chapter. Start writing every day though. You've got to start capturing your story down, start with that 25 stories and then start molding it from there. But you're not going to get a book done if you want to do it overnight. You got to do it day by day and put your energy in. You got stories there. You got something to share. You can do it. It's not a hard process, but that credibility is absolute. And I'm the opposite. I believe from the last speaker, I believe speaker bureaus are really amazing. If you're a high elite speaker, you definitely want them to represent you, in my opinion. So everybody's different.
Great. And can you talk a little bit about the pre-speech questionnaire things that you would ask?
Sure. What is your expectations of this talk? What is it that you want to learn the most? What is it that you're weak in? You know, some people in the survey is like, I don't even know what emotional intelligence is. I'm like, wow, okay, I understand my audience now. So if you can, and then you take the elements of your survey and you put it right in your talk. It's
Sure.
it's very easy, and don't make it long. Make it about 4 or 5 questions. You're good to go. And by the way, I did want to share a resource that can really help with more content for our Toastmasters. You definitely want to use slideshare.net. Slideshare.net is owned by LinkedIn. Well, who owns LinkedIn? Microsoft. Do you think this website's credible? Yeah. You type in the term emotional intelligence, and there are PowerPoints that pop up that you can share in your talks. You can get concepts of what you're wanting to talk about. And you're talking about taking 2 days to write a speech. You can do it in hours by that resource.
Excellent. Do we have any other questions out here? I didn't see any in the that were typed in, but I may have missed some people.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
I have a question.
So I got a kick when you talked about your emotional blind spots and what are your hot buttons, because I generally tend to think that I have some pretty good emotional EQ, but then there are a few people who can hit my hot button and they hit them hard and fast.
Yeah.
And so I'd love to know, like, once you can identify that hot button, what do you do with it?
Sure. Well, you know who can hit those hot buttons really fast is our family members. Right, they're the ones. My mom, my dad, they hit those hot buttons and boom. So one of you know, my girlfriend knows that I don't like when people are mad at me. So you know, when I know that it's a hot button for me, that you know, if you're mad at me, I'm gonna, you know, be emotional. Now that I know that, I said, well, maybe they're not mad at me. And, you know, sometimes you can think someone's mad at you and they're really not. You know, sometimes you can see an email and you're like, why did they react like this? So I think identifying a hot button and saying, what is the opposite of what it can do? Maybe they're really not mad at me. Any other questions?
You gave us
Quick question.
Sure.
On how to improve our emotional intelligence. Where would we start? What's the first thing? What's something simple you could give us to do?
Okay, so one of the most simple things you do about understanding your emotional intelligence is to kind of just sit down and take 5 minutes with nothing going on at all around you, like almost like a meditation, and see what thoughts are coming in, right? And analyzing those thoughts. Start writing down the thoughts that are coming in and understand the emotions that are coming with their thoughts, because all thoughts come with some emotion. So being in a meditation is a really powerful way to kind of work on instilling your thought, but it's also a good way to understand your thought processes. And then challenge yourself emotionally, like as a Toastmaster. If you don't want to public speak and it's your number one fear, do it. Do it. Do the talk you don't want to do. that dealing with those emotions is going to teach you a lesson and help you get through it. You know, I've done some very complicated talks. I didn't share my contact information too. Just let me know when you want me to share my contact information.
Yes, please. If you could put it up there on the screen,
Okay,
that would be
sounds good.
fantastic.
Yeah. All right. So if anybody does have any more questions, you can reach me at mel@drmelcampbell.com, or, Mel Campbell at hotmail.com is a faster way for me to too, because I have people to help me. My office number is there as well. My website. I do have a book. I do have 15 audio resources of interviews I've done with motivators as well. So if anybody wants to check that out on my website, it is available as well.
Very good. Okay. Do we have any other questions?
I just had a quick question.
Sure.
Your presentation today was very impactful, and I can't wait to kind of go back over it and dive back into some of the content. But what was also interesting to me was the way in which it was presented. I noticed that most of your slides were pretty much black and white text rather than pictures or flashy or transitions, things we often see in PowerPoint presentations. I'm assuming there's a reason for that, and wondered if you would kind of expound on that.
Sure, absolutely. I get that a lot with my students. Sometimes it's different for me because I'll move slides in and out. I don't have an ongoing presentation. I like to keep things simple. And if you hit the B button on a PowerPoint, it turns the presentation blank, and then you become the presentation. So I just have my slides up there for reference. I kind of make them fancy later. Probably for this audience, I probably could have done more of a fancier slide with my Fortune 500 company clients. I definitely do, but I knew I was going to be moving fairly rapidly. So I just kept it very simple. So yes, spend time on PowerPoint, make sure you do it right. I think you should get everything in first and then format it the way you want. So I probably could have made it a little bit more pretty. I'm a rapid speaker. I go pretty quick. So that is a definitely point. Thank you for that question.
Others?
Yeah, we got one from YouTube that was sent to me. One of our audience members is looking at the Emotional Intelligence 2.0 and was wanting to know, how does emotional intelligence, EQ, relate to the DISC way of thinking, the DISC tests?
Great question. I'm a huge personality styles speaker, and the DISC basically boils down personalities into 4 different components, right? So with the style that I teach, it's kind of like Tony Alessandro does this: the thinker, the relator, the socializer, the director. So some people are very dominant in terms of the personality, and some are steady. That's where the DISC comes in. So emotional intelligence, or EQ, is how you work with the other personality styles. For example, if I'm dealing with a director or dominant, I'm going to get right to the point. I'm not going to tell stories like a socializer would, right? Emotional intelligent individual will know how to switch back and forth between the personality styles, rather than, like a thinker who's about data and logic. You don't want to tell stories to that person. You want to get to the logic and the data. So an emotional quotient kind of shows how you can work with the DISC in order to get the results you want. Now, DISC is absolutely something you want to know with personality, especially with your audiences. Now, I balanced in all 4 personality styles out of 100 people. I didn't have a dominant, which is very rare. So as a speaker, you have to be all 4 personality styles.
Okay. Do we have anybody else? I didn't see anybody else on the Zoom group.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Dealing with an audience like us, where we're maybe advantaged, I think it's a little bit easier to get through to us than it would be to a disadvantaged audience, an audience of maybe young people or people who don't have anything or haven't had anything and have struggled their whole life. Do you do much work with groups of young people who are struggling in disadvantaged situations?
To be honest with you, I really don't. And let me tell you why. I connect really well with with adult audiences, and I haven't really spoke to audiences that are different from what I know. You know, I just don't connect well with the youth in terms of the logic of being a psychologist. The energy is very different. So it's just a weakness of mine. And as a speaker, I tend not to tackle things that could possibly be a weakness. It could be something I do in the future. I do sometimes donate, speeches. I have my own nonprofit, Inspiring Hope, with my father, my uncle, and my brother, and we are doing what we can to help disadvantaged individuals out there. I'm from Detroit, when I had won a Myrtle Cup of the World when I was around there. So I focus primarily on areas that are in my circle, but definitely something I'm open to in the future when I get more comfortable with the audience. So hope I answered that question effectively.
Any other questions for Dr. Mel?
Dr. Mel, this is Stacy. I will have to tell you, we're going to have to challenge you on that. You just told us, do what scares you.
This is true. And, well, it doesn't really scare me. I know I'm a great speaker. I'm ready to help and ready to do whatever. So I'm willing to take on whatever challenge. It's just a matter of my time schedule right now. I mean, I'm booked like 3 months out, and it's just, and wait, I want to be a father, everybody. I want to stay off the road and speak with and be home for my family. Anytime I'm in a car, I've been traveling I've been over 332 cities, every state in this country. And I just want to be home for my daughter. And the more I can speak here in Atlanta is kind of what my focus is right now. But I'm definitely, there are people in Atlanta that I can drive a half an hour to when my daughter's at the sitter. I'm definitely down. But time is very important to me, and now I'm precious. I have myself booked so far in advance that maybe something in the future. So.
Well, we really do appreciate you fitting us in today, because this has been really awesome. So thank you so much for agreeing to do this.
No problem. Thank
you,
you, everybody.
I know you have lots of other speakers, so thank you so much.
Thank you. May the force be with you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. All right. Now, as we move forward into the next phase, this is where I hand everything back off over this way or this way, whichever way Curtis is, depending, maybe up, maybe down.
You're here to me.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Back at you.
Well, thank you very much, Dean. That was Dr. Mel was awesome. That was really, really good. I took down copious notes. I've been taking notes on everybody, but I really liked him. I liked his section about active listening. And I really wish my wife was here to hear that, because she would have, she says to me the other day, she's like, "You haven't heard a word I've said." And I was like, that's an odd way to start a conversation. Anyway, so coming up, we've got Joe Turner. We've got the speech contest. Up next is going to be Marie Cosgrove. She's going to come at 4:45, I believe she's coming on. So we've got a few minutes. If we want to take a break, you want to take a bio break, get more coffee, whatever, and then I'll toss it over to Catherine. Catherine, you want to fill some time with some more table topics for us?
Sure thing.
Hang on. He's got something. Hold on.
I just wanted to reiterate a couple of points we had in some of those slides. Was we should all follow the speakers. So do some social media promotion of this event. Go and follow those speakers. Make sure that you subscribe and comment on the YouTube channel and make comments on there, and then share all of this on social media. We just wanted to make sure that we made mention of that, and I hadn't done it. I was lax. So that's
a really great point, Dean. For those of you guys watching us on YouTube, there's a share button directly below the screen, and you click on share, and then the icons come up for Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, wherever, and then you can just send it out. The nice thing about what we're doing today is it's going to be on YouTube forever, so let's not screw it up. And you can show people that, come on and see a resource whenever you want to. So I encourage you to do that, to share that. I've done it 2 or 3 times already. So you guys do the same
Absolutely. Thing. Dean and Curtis both let me echo that. These speakers, obviously, from what you've heard today, get paid quite a bit of money to do this. They're doing this for us as Toastmasters. So one of the things that we said we would do for them is help promote them as best we could. So anybody who can share, comment, any of that stuff, please do that, because that will help them, and it'll hopefully help us get these speakers in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. All right, Catherine, take it away. You've got about 10 minutes. Still see you're unmuted. Are you muted, Catherine? Haven't really heard a word you said.
There we go. Yep.
There we go. All right.
I'm trying to be polite, so I muted myself. My next question, based on Dr. Mel's talk, I'm going to talk about superheroes. So I need somebody who wants to answer a question based on the Marvel MCU. If you don't like Marvel, you're not going to know the answer to this question. So turn on your mic, turn on your camera if you are a Marvel MCU fan. Oh, come on, nobody? Curtis, you're the only camera I see. Unmute yourself, my friend.
I said, I'm really just staying here out of pity. I'm waiting. I don't want you to be out here by yourself, you know? A woman left behind.
Okay, so I won't ask this question then. So everybody else, just turn your cameras back on and unmute yourself if you're willing to play. And we won't do any superhero questions. I feel really bad because it was a great question. But...
Let's just do the question anyway. Let's just hear the question.
Okay, well, so here's the question. I'm going to ask it, and the first hand that goes up gets to answer. So here's the question.
Get ready, Barbara.
Dr. Mel talked about loving superheroes. If you could have gotten a hold of the Infinity Gauntlet and made that snap, what would you have snapped into or out of existence?
Barbara Sanders, you're on.
This is one where in our meeting we would pass it on to someone else more knowledgeable than ourselves. In this particular instance, we're discussing a love goblet and I have no idea what we're talking about. Therefore, I will just discuss this meeting as a whole. And what I find to be interesting about it is how it's inspirational. I take a day away and I get to get pumped up and I find my inspiration from the speakers and I get to talk one-on-one with people who are doing this professionally. And I ask them questions and we can ask questions. How do you get into this role? And to Johnny Campbell, he's given us instances of how we don't quit our day job just when you're on vacation, take days off and do speaking. And then Dr. Mel Campbell, he tells us about emotional intelligence and I'm taking a quiz on what my emotional intelligence is right now. And I'm discovering that I have some room to grow. And I'm enjoying this whole process of learning and growing today. And that's my answer and I'm sticking to it.
We'll take it. Awesome. Thank you for that. Okay, this one is going to be easy. So turn your camera on if you want a good question. I promise you don't need to know anything special to answer it. Stephanie, I see you. Do you want to play? She's not turning on her microphone.
Headlights look she's got down there.
Anybody? Okay. Oh, here we go. Well, Laura, I see you, but you've already answered one. Stephanie, you're making me uncomfortable. Unmute yourself and answer a question.
Well, Stephanie.
Okay. So, Stephanie, you're going to answer this question.
Of course I do.
Yes.
Thank you for asking.
So, they say that red is a power color. My question for you, Stephanie, is what do you wear when you want to project confidence?
I'll play.
Did you get my question?
Hold on just a second. Let me switch those.
She's on YouTube delay, so.
Okay, what is the question again?
So the question is, they say that red is the power color, but I don't know that it has to be red. What do you wear when you want to project confidence?
Oh, that's easy. Whether I want to project confidence or confusion or anxiety or just sheer panic, I wear black. It's Einstein's theory of wardrobes. If everything is the same color and every shirt is the same and every pants or trousers is the same,
it's a little less energy that I have to spend on making that decision so that I can focus my attention on things like whether or not I'm going to put strawberry jam or grape jelly on my lunch, or what do I really need to put in that speech that I'm going to be giving at my next club meeting.
Awesome.
So for me, it's black with just a little bit of red.
Okay, that works. We'll get you that pair of Milano Blahnik heels.
Absolutely.
So there you go. All the men have glazed looks on their face. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Do I have time for one more?
Yes, do one more.
Okay, this one's for you, Curtis.
Oh, no, we don't. We're out of time.
Nope, too late. You already said you'd play. So you're having a game night with family. What game are you playing?
Oh, gosh. My family is huge into game night. We grew up playing them when I was a kid. Sunday nights, in my mind, we would play games like Sorry, Racco, Parcheesi, Uno, things like that. And now that we're older, we still get together for the holidays and we get together for special events. And we always bring the games. We always play them. My brother Joshua is a huge game guy. He's passed that ability down to my nephew DJ up in Rochester. He's a huge game guy, and DJ comes with these large boxes full of games, and we just play until 1 or 2 a.m. But those are strategy games. And I like them because I like strategy games and I'm a night owl. Other members of my family do not, because they're not night owls and they don't like strategy games. So it's a give and take. So if I was going to pick something out, it would be something that everybody would want to play, like a Pictionary maybe, or charades. And we do it 2 o'clock in the afternoon after lunch when everybody's ready to go and has a lot of energy. So it'd be a common game played during a time where everybody wanted to play.
That sounds great. Next time, not next time because I haven't done it yet, but one of these days I want to have your family over for dinner and we're going to play Ticket to Ride, my friend.
Yes, Ticket to Ride. We've played Ticket to Ride. Very cool.
There you go.
Very, very cool.
Well, I'm going to hand it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. We are getting ready to hear from Marie Cosgrove. Is she on? Have we heard from Marie? I saw her on here a few minutes ago.
She's coming right back in right now. I just admitted her. There Wonderful. She is.
How are we doing, Marie?
I'm doing good. Thank you. I was trying to figure this thing out.
Well, very good. Well, we're glad you're here. We are running from 4:45 until about 5:45. You got about an hour.
Okay.
So keep an eye on that, or I'll just come in and give you the hook and drag you back out again.
Okay, sounds good.
If you've got a display for us, if you got a PowerPoint, you want to share your screen?
I do not have a PowerPoint, no.
That's okay. That's totally fine. We had 1 or 2 speakers today that did, so I want to make sure that we were accommodating.
Okay,
so
sounds good.
Ready to go. We'll just start the intro and I'll hand it over.
Okay, sounds good.
Marie Cosgrove is an entrepreneur, radio host, author, certified coach, trainer, and mentor in the areas of leadership, sales, marketing, and professional development. Born into poverty, Marie persevered through a tumultuous upbringing and an abusive marriage, raising 4 children on her own while struggling to make her way in the business world. When she refused to take a pay cut, she was cut loose. Not only did she survive, she turned the lessons of adversity to her advantage, becoming a successful entrepreneur and innovator. She started her own business and a few years later bought the company that fired her. I look forward to hearing about that. Now she shares what she has learned from both her successes and failures with audiences all over the world. We all face hardships and seemingly insurmountable challenges in our personal and professional lives. Marie will guide us in discovering how to use our hardships to propel us forward during our greater fortune. With her speech, Calmness During Calamity, please help me welcome Marie Cosgrove. Take it away, Marie.
Thank you so much for having me here. And yeah, title of my topic is, facing calmness during calamity. And I think the entire world is in calamity now, but we can face calmness. And I'll begin by sharing a personal story that is taught me a lot about being calm during calamity. And it started back in 1969 on New Year's Day. A family was traveling from Texas to Mexico. They were traveling on a road known as La Espina del Diablo, the devil's spine. And on the way over there was a car accident, and one of the girls, her head was completely crushed. Her parents were unable to do anything. There was no one who stopped by to help them. And the people that would stop by, what they would do is they would stop to take everything that they had. So they stole all of their belongings. Finally, 24 hours later, someone stopped and took them to the closest hospital. At the hospital, they told the young girl's mother, whose head had been crushed, they told her, the mother, your daughter is very lucky that she has made it this far because she has severe bleeding in the brain. And we don't think she'll make it though for by this evening, she'll be gone. And so her mother says, no, you're going to perform surgery and stop the bleeding. She'll make it. And the doctor says, we can't do that. This is a very small community hospital. We don't have the surgeons that have the capability of doing this type of surgery here. And by the time a surgeon comes, she will be dead. So there's nothing that can be done. Well, she put her faith to the test and she demanded that they bring the surgeon, and they did. They finally did, and they did surgery on her daughter. Her daughter survived the surgery, but she was in a coma. And months passed, 3 months passed, and the doctors said there's no sign of recovery. We are going to have to pull the plug. And her mother said, no, you're not going to pull the plug. Just give me one more day. And she got down on her knees and she prayed and she asked for one more day. And the very next day, she opened her eyes and she learned how to walk and talk again. So the young girl went home. She had brain damage though, but she was able to go home. And while out with friends one evening, she was raped, and that resulted in a pregnancy. The doctor said, well, with her brain injuries and her physical injuries, there's no way that she can carry this child. We'll just have to abort it. And the mother said, no, I don't think that's a good idea. And the daughter said, there's no way I'm going to allow you to touch my body. And the doctor says, y'all don't understand. For one, you're too old to take care of this child. And to the daughter, she says, you don't have the mental capacity or the physical capacity to take care of this child. Plus, it's going to be born with a lot of birth defects because the mom, pregnant mom, is taking a lot of medications, and there's just no way the baby will be born okay. So we'll have to abort it. Well, the mother and the daughter decided, nope, we're going to, regardless of the situation, we are going to go ahead and take care of this child. And I'm really blessed because that child is me. So I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for my mother and my grandmother who fought not only for my mother's life, but fought for my life. And that is why I'm here today. So during this COVID-19, even though it might be really gloomy days for some of us are going through this fairly well. Some of us are experiencing hardship, but I'm still thankful for every single day. And so one of the lessons that I learned from this is that we can still have joy, we can still have faith, and we can still have hope, regardless of how dark the situation appears to be, because we do not know. We do not know what tomorrow brings. We do not know what the future holds, but we can be thankful for today, the day we have today, that we are alive, that we get to spend with our families. Maybe you've lost a job, maybe your company is going through some transition. I know with our company, we are having some difficulties because everything is shut down, but we can still be thankful, even when everything seems so dark. Even when there seems to be no miracle in sight or no light at the end of the tunnel, it might seem so dark. There is light at the end of the tunnel. We just don't know what it is. And we can remain hopeful, because if you don't remain hopeful, you can fall into a deep, deep depression. And I'm just so thankful that my mom my grandmother did not, and that she kept on that faith so that I can be here today. And that's the reason I'm here. And of course, growing up with a mentally disabled mom wasn't easy. I mean, life is not easy. There is hardship in this life. And I don't care who you speak to, everybody has had challenges. Some challenges are harder than others for some people. Some don't seem to have it so bad, but if you talk to the people who are having these challenges, they will tell you it is really, really tough. So, I grew up and I went through a tough childhood. But as I grew up, I got married and I went through a very abusive relationship, and dad lost parental rights. So I ended up raising 4 kids by myself. And during this time, I was working at a Fortune 500 company, managing a multi-million-dollar marketing budget for FedEx, Sprint, Earthlink. And I was doing pretty well, but I lost that job. I had to quit that job to take care of my kids because they needed a full-time mom. And 2 of them had serious medical conditions that required me to watch over them. So I had to quit that job. And the only thing I can think of to get me out of that situation was to find a position that would allow me to spend time with my children and make my own hours. And the type of job that I felt could do that for me would be a job in sales. I tried applying everywhere. No one would give me an opportunity. They said I didn't have experience in sales. But I kept trying. And one day I had an opportunity with an interview with a distribution company. And the company said, look, you don't have any experience. We don't really think you can do it, but we'll go ahead and let you come to training. And I said, well, if I do very well in training and pass, then you could give me an opportunity. They said, yes. So during training, I was the only, this was way back in the 90s. So things are a little different, but this was medical diagnostic equipment, high-end $30,000 to $150,000 pieces of equipment. At that time, when I was there, I was the only female, the only minority in a room full of business executives. And I did very well. I got 100 on all of my tests. And so I thought, for sure, I've got this job. But the president of this organization looked at me and he said, some of you may have passed your test, but you still don't have what it takes to make it in sales. This is a man's world. So when he passed by me, I knew he was talking to me because I'm the only female. So I said, hey, you're talking to me, aren't you? And he says, yeah, you're just not going to make it. Why don't you just go home, little girl? With your little girl voice, all you can do is sell candy. Why don't you just go home and sell candy? Well, I was really offended. So I said, look, you just give me 30 days. And if I don't sell anything, you tear up the contract, pay me straight commission. You have nothing to lose. So he just laughed and he gave me the 30 days. And I went home hoping to prove him wrong. And I knew I was determined that I was going to prove him wrong. But like I said, we don't know what tomorrow brings. We have no idea how things are going to turn out. So when I got home, my grandfather that helped raise me was diagnosed with leukemia. And I didn't know how much time he had left. I knew I had 30 days, but I had no idea how much time he had left. So I spent every day by his bedside, and he passed away 3 weeks later. And I got a call from the president, and he said, look, you haven't sold a thing. We're going to cancel your contract. And I said, look, I've got one more week. He just laughed and he says, yeah, right, whatever. And that week I went to work and doors were slammed shut in my face, but I didn't give up. And I really believe that in this world, there's no such thing as winners or losers. There's only choosers. And it is how you choose that determines your character. It determines how you respond. And as my friend Nick Vujicic likes to say, it's attitude is altitude. That is so true. So there's really only choosers, and it's how you choose. So finally, I just stayed positive, because I do believe that with every adversity and every challenge, it only makes you stronger. It only helps you become more determined and to persevere and keep on going. So I kept on going. And on the final day, it was a Friday, I had scheduled an appointment with a doctor's office that had 6 different offices. And he was at one of his newest offices that had just been built. So he didn't even have furniture there. And he asked me, would you just sit down on this stool? I don't have my furniture, I'm sorry, but just be careful. So I'm wearing a professional woman's business suit with a skirt, and I sit on this stool. Well, that stool shot back and I fell flat on my back, and I started laughing, because when I get nervous, I laugh. He came up to me, he says, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm okay." Well, after that, I went on with my presentation quite nervously, but I either did a really good job or he felt sorry for me, because he wrote a check for $150,000 that day, which meant that I met my quota, not only for that month, but the next couple of months. So I did really well. And I called the president. I said, I made it. I met my quota, so I'm in. And he just laughed. He says, "Yeah, I think we got to wait for that check to clear, because it's too good to be true." Well, the check didn't clear. And finally, a year later, within 1 year, I was a #1 national sales representative. And unfortunately, that organization lost their contract with the manufacturing company of the product we were selling. So I had to go find another job. And I went through the same situation. You can't sell, you don't have experience. And when they saw all of my contacts and connections that I had made, they gave me an opportunity. So now I was working directly for a manufacturing company in a non-competitive way. It was a totally different product. And I started doing very well. In fact, I was doing so well that the vice president of the company asked if he could meet with me during one of my sales trainings that I had just completed in Austin, Texas. And I had just sold Baylor University, University of Texas. So I was really excited, because I thought, I'm going to get a promotion. I'm really excited. Maybe they're going to consider me as, being top level management. And I just saw good things coming my way. And so when we met, he says, "We're so proud of you. Over the last year or so, we've been doing so well. And we're going to put you on salary." So they slipped over the piece of paper. I looked at it and my heart just sank, because what they were offering me was what I was making in a month is what they wanted to pay me in a year. And I said, I can't do that. I have 4 kids, and 2 of them have serious medical conditions, and I'm paying my own insurance. I pay my own marketing, my own travel. And one of my sons has JDMS. At that time, back in the 90s, there weren't very many doctors that were treating that. In fact, in Texas, there was only one doctor who was in Houston, and I'd have to fly every month for my son's treatments. So I said, I just can't do that. I couldn't even afford my son's medical treatment. So I'll just continue on the payment plan that I'm on now, with the compensation plan I'm on now. And they said, "Well, if you don't accept it, you're fired and you can't work for us." So I went from having a very good income, taking care of my family, my children, to having 0. And so everything was taken out from under me. And just the day before, I was very happy with my job. I was very content being a salesperson. I was satisfied with my compensation plan. And then all of my plans just got ripped right out under me, kind of like a lot of us have experienced that from rich to poor all over the world with this COVID. Everything's been stripped from us. All of our plans that we had all year, poof, they're gone. And we've had to change how we do business. We're having to change how we communicate, the way we're communicating now. So that's pretty much what happened to me. I had to figure out, how am I going to support my kids? What am I going to do next? And one of the lessons that I learned from my grandfather growing up that will help you in anything that you may be going through, and that it helped me, because that was painful. When you're doing such a good job and you feel like you're helping this organization grow, and then they tell you you're fired and you can't work for them anymore, that really stung, that hurt. That one of the most important lessons that has helped me overcome this big challenge is forgiveness, and learning that you don't do tit for tat. You don't seek revenge, because that only turns you bitter. And I could have remained so bitter. I could have gone home and cried my eyes out and see my kids see that, and then, just, fall into complete despair. But that wasn't going to help me. It wasn't going to help my kids. And I had to forgive. It hurt. Forgiveness doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt. It doesn't mean that what someone did to you is not painful. Yes, it's painful. The pain won't go away. But you remember I said earlier, there's no such thing as a loser or a winner. There's only choosers. So you can choose how to respond. And how I chose to respond was to forgive. Didn't mean I didn't have the pain. Oh, the pain was there. The financial pain was there. The emotional pain was there. Not knowing what's going to happen tomorrow. Where will I be? Not knowing how I was going to support myself. All of those things were there. But I still chose to forgive. I chose not to go fight back, not to sue, not to be bitter, not to be angry. I chose that. And I decided that I was going to go see if I could sell some of their products. And in the process, I connected with a lot of physicians that became very close clients. We became friends, and they said, hey, we need this product, but it's not available out of the marketplace. So I built a team of 8 doctors, and we got some engineers, and we built a new product, got it FDA cleared. And within 2 years, we did really well, that the company that fired me called me and they said, hey, are you interested in investing in our company? And I said, well, let me go look at your books. Let's see what everything looks like. And I was living in Texas at this time. So I flew over to Ohio, which is where I am now. I live in Dayton, Ohio now. So I flew, and the accountant was looking at all the books, and he's looking at all the numbers, and he says, hey, these couple of years, the numbers are really good in the sales. And I said, yeah, they're looking good. Maybe I'll negotiate something, as far as buying more shares into the company. And he says, well, you did like over 80% of those sales during those years. Look at your name right there. And I thought, wow, well, I want to buy the company. So we negotiated for about 6 months. And after 6 months of negotiation, I purchased the company that had fired me. And one of the first questions that I get asked a lot is, did you fire all those people that, when they fired you, did you fire them? And remember I said earlier about forgiveness and revenge. I did not fire anyone actually, because there's actually power in collaboration. There definitely is power in collaboration. So what I look at is, these people are really smart. They brought together this product, which it diagnoses dizziness, concussion, and traumatic brain injuries. So, everything's connected with that. And I'll try to keep it simple, but the eyes, the ears, the central nervous system is all connected. So when you have a head injury, right now we hear a lot about concussion, but the majority of the time, if you have a head injury, you're going to impact your vestibular system, which is in your inner ear that controls your balance, where it tells you where you are in space and time. And so these guys are geniuses. I've got the top engineer, Dr. Frank Scarpino, who's professor emeritus at University of Dayton, and he does top projects with the Air Force. He invented technology for the Predator, the F-16, F-15. Really smart guys, Dr. Gans, and the greatest team. And what I looked at is that we all had the same vision for the company, is providing a great product for doctors so that they can properly diagnose their patients, so patients can have better patient care. and they can go on and have a successful life without having to deal with dizziness or brain injuries. There is treatment for that. And so I decided to collaborate because there is definitely power in collaboration. As long as you have the same vision and you have the same goal, and what they're doing is not illegal. Maybe the way they thought of generating revenue was different than what I thought, but they weren't going to control that part of it anyway. So I thought we can definitely still work together, and all of us use all of our skills and talents in a way that will help the company prosper and be more successful. Of course, everyone within the medical community said this girl's going to bankrupt herself and she's going to bankrupt the company within 6 months. Well, 10 years later, we're still here, fortunately. And I'm not saying it's easy, because during COVID, most doctors' offices are closed because they've been asked to remain closed to take care of COVID patients, so that we can try to preserve PPE equipment and face masks and things of that nature. So most doctors that we serve are not open right now because it's not essential. Just like a lot of surgeries, a lot of elective surgeries right now also are not being performed to save room for COVID patients. So it is a tough time. It's not easy, but there are going to be tough times in business and in life. And it's just, how are we going to respond to those? And how are we going to deal with them? Another thing is, I remember at the beginning of the year, I was asked, well, what are your goals? And I said, I don't know what my goals are, but we will plan and be prepared for anything, because we don't know what's going to happen. And that is, I think, something that's not really talked about. We're always
Have we frozen, or is it just me? Did we lose Marie?
It looks like we lost Marie, Curtis.
Looks
I
like.
think she's frozen.
All right, let's give it another minute. Stacy, can you see if you can't get a hold of her or get her back in somehow?
Yes, I will right now.
Well, we did make it to 5 o'clock without a technical issue, so that's pretty good. What's going on, Bert? I don't see any
starships around.
All right, if somebody could see if they can get a hold of Marie and get her back in here. She kind of stopped mid-story, and I was enjoying it so far. It was certainly a nice story about perseverance, not taking no for an answer. It was funny when she said that she went back to the company, bought the company that had hired her or had fired her, and she bought the company, and she's like, and everybody asks me if I would have fired everybody from the company. And so I typed it in. I was like, I'd fire everybody. And then she's like, that's not the right answer. So I was like, delete, 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 but it was too late. I had already sent it. Stephanie, are you on? Can you hear me now?
Marie's
there
back.
she is.
Here she
Hang
is.
on.
I don't know if she knows she got booted.
All right.
Or dropped.
Can we unmute her? Can we get her back?
unmute. Yes, I am on. Sorry.
Yes.
I don't know what happened. See, we never know what's going to happen. So anyway, I was talking about, my sales reps. I always try to encourage them to remain joyful, no matter what's going on. Hey, you didn't make a sale today. That's okay. Remain joyful, because you don't know what's going to happen. And we don't have full control. We don't have control of certain situations. We don't have control of how other people are going to react or their decision making. All we can do is serve And we have to let go of our egos. We have to let go of, we have to stay humble, not humble in a sense of I don't have value or I have less value because someone has more education than I do, but you're not, as far as worth, you don't have any less worth than someone based on education or based on money. You treat everybody equally, you treat everybody with respect, and things will go well for you. And there's just something about being joyful, regardless of the situation, regardless of what you're going through. That is one of the principles that has really helped me in my life. Forgiveness, because if I hadn't forgiven, I could be very miserable with my situation, with what I went through in my past marriage, what I've gone through in business, having, lost it all several times. I've, been let go, and that's never fun, especially when you're a single parent. And so that can really take you down. But if you remain positive and you look for the opportunities. So at the time, like the first time when I lost the job because of the distributor lost their contract, I looked for opportunities. What opportunities are there available out there that I could take advantage of? When I got fired, I started another company, and it wasn't easy starting that company, but an opportunity arose. So we need to learn to open our eyes, look for opportunities, seek opportunities that can help us. And I know during this time, it is hard, but I have 4 adult children, and I'm very blessed that they're all working and they're getting paid more money right now because they started looking for opportunities. What can we do differently now? Work from home and start taking advantage of technology, just like the Toastmasters is doing right now, taking advantage of this technology and taking your organization now is going even further because you can reach more people online. So we need to learn to develop that sense of opportunity, because you can either choose to despair when situations go bad, or you can choose to look for opportunities. And this would be a perfect time to write down 10 ideas every day that come in your head every day. And by the time all this is over, you're going to have a gazillion ideas. Just think about it, 10 times 30, how many new ideas you'll have after 30 days. I mean, one of them might be patentable, for example, so you don't know. And you don't have to share them with anybody. It doesn't matter how dumb they sound, but if you start doing that, you start exercising your mind and you start getting used to that. And eventually you're going to come up with a solution of something that someone needs. And that's going to help you. It's going to really help you and help others. And I don't know in which way, but I know that it's an activity that has helped me in the past when I've tried to come up with ideas of what can I do next, or what can I do to help others. And we'll do that even within our business when we're trying to improve our product. How can we improve it? So we try to write ideas. How can we make this product better? How can we make the software better? And we're always constantly working on that. And another principle, aside from that one, that's really helped me significantly is also working with a team to collaborate, to try to team up and build our relationships with each other. And that's really helpful, because if I had not done that, for example, when I got fired, it would be very hard for them to call me and ask me if I was interested in investing in the company, because I would have built that conflict. And so instead I built that relationship. And after I was fired, I didn't remain bitter. I wasn't calling other people in the company saying, this is not fair. Can you believe what they did to me? Can you believe they fired me? I didn't do any of that. I wished everybody well, and I remained on good terms with everyone. And because of that, when I came back and bought the company, the team had respect for me, because I wasn't bad mouthing them or anybody in the company, and I kept the doors open. So that bridge was always there. It was never broken. And so that's something I would recommend. If you've been let go, even now during COVID, I would stay on friendly terms with them, whoever it is that has made that decision for you. Stay, because you don't know the future. You don't know what opportunities may come up in the future. We just don't know. But if we make those choices today of choosing how we will respond, and that will determine our character, and our character determines our growth. And then if you have a good attitude, that can only take you towards altitude. And so I highly recommend that you stay positive, stay joyful, and other people will see this in you. They'll say, wow, things are really tough, but this person's still positive. And they might even be a champion for you to help you and assist you in any way. And maybe you're not having any issues or anything right now, but when you build relationships, that's going to help you in the future as well. So anyway, I just wanted to share that, my experiences, because I'm very thankful.
I think we still got you, Marie. Can you hear us?
Marie, you're on mute. Can you unmute?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
There we go. You're back. Yes, ma'am. Good job.
Okay. Thank you. But the reason I shared my very personal story, and I'm so sorry for some of you, it may have been hard to hear, because it is shameful. In fact, my family does not like me sharing my personal story. But the reason I do is because I realize after all these years that it has helped me grow to the person that I am today. And it has helped me realize the lessons that, my grandparents instilled in me about forgiveness, about, choosing how we are going to respond to the difficulties in this life, because everybody has them, and how we can, how these adversities actually make us stronger. I remember when, during sales, one of the vice presidents says, you can't make it in sales because you're a woman. And if you really want to make it, you've got to wear a short skirt. They actually said this, go get a boob job. And I said, a boob job? I don't want to do that. And they said, you're going to have to go to strip clubs. And that's how we make sales, is we go to strip clubs, we take the doctors hunting, fishing. You can't do any of that. And I said, you know what? You're right. I can't go fishing. I can't go hunting. And I'm not going to wear a short skirt. And I'm not going to go get a boob job. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be offensive, but that's what they told me. And I said, I wouldn't do that. And I didn't do that. I didn't have to do that. I just worked on my skills, what I felt I was gifted at. And every one of you has gifts that you were born with that you can use. You don't have to become somebody else. You can use your skill sets. And one of the things that they said that was a skill set I didn't have was that I wasn't aggressive. I didn't have that executive aura of a sales executive selling equipment for $50,000 to $150,000. But I used that as an advantage. My perceived disadvantage became my advantage. So when I would go present to a clinician, they didn't see me as they would a male executive. They looked at me as, oh, she's just a little girl. Go ahead. What harm can she do if I let her talk to me? And before they knew it, they're signing $150,000 checks. So they didn't expect it. They didn't put up a guard. And I know that a lot of salespeople, they have to deal with objections. So that's when they'll wine and dine the doctors and try to do all these other special things for them. But that's their skill sets. That's what they're good at. That's not what I was good at. And I never had to go to a strip club to make a sale. I never had to take a doctor fishing or hunting. I just used the skill sets that I was born with, and that was my perceived disadvantage. So you may have something that everyone tells you is a disadvantage that can actually be an advantage for you. Just because someone has something that you don't have doesn't mean you can't be as successful. I recall I had a friend of mine, and she was born in India, and she says, Marie, she has like multiple degrees, PhDs, etc. She says, Marie, I want to try to make it for a VP position, but there's no way I'm going to get it because the guy competing against me takes the executive team out to happy hour every day. I don't go to happy hour, so I'm not even going to apply. Besides, I'm a minority. And I said, if you don't apply, how do you know if you're going to get it or not? You need to apply. Don't worry about his skill sets. You have yours. I said, does he have a PhD? She said, no. He only has a bachelor's degree. Does he have this? No, 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 no was the answer. And she thought she didn't have a chance. Well, she applied and she got the job. So you can't just assume what people tell you because you're a minority, because you're a woman, because you're this, you're that, or you weren't born with certain credentials or a certain skill set. Don't give up. It doesn't mean not to try. Don't listen to those voices. If you don't try, how are you going to know if you're going to be able to make it or not? So a lot of people just stop because they just make this assumption. Well, I don't have what they have. I don't have the social skills they have, so I'm not even going to try. And I could have said the same thing. You know, I don't have what it takes to take these doctors out, you know, to social clubs, to strip bars or hunting and fishing. I don't have that. I'm just going to give up. No, I kept on. I said, well, I do have what they think is my disadvantage. That's actually my advantage, because I can sit and talk to a doctor for like an hour. They'll give me the time of day. Whereas other people, they might not, unless you're going to take them out to an expensive dinner. So I just used that, and that became my advantage. And that is, I think, can help so many people if they recognize that their disadvantage is actually an advantage. Just because it's someone else's perceived disadvantage doesn't mean that at all. And I think we can also, if you have a team, you have a company that you're working with, you can help bring that out in your team. You can help bring that out in your employees and help them discover some of the skill sets that they have not been sharing and bringing out that can help your company grow as well. Or even with your families, with your children. You know, we know I was listening to earlier, someone was, and I didn't listen to the whole thing, about emotional intelligence and all the different skill sets and personalities that people have. We're all so very different, but we can all collaborate and work together. And it can actually be a really beautiful thing if we're able to bring that out in ourselves and bring that out in others as well, whether it's our family members or it's people that we work with. So does anyone have any questions? Because I feel like I've been talking for a long, long time. So does anyone have any questions that you would like to ask?
We've got a couple of questions that have come in, Marie, if you don't mind.
Sure.
What kept you motivating through all that turmoil in your early career? What kept you going back every time?
Well, for me at that time was my family. I was a single mom with 4 kids. 2 had serious medical conditions. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't have a pity party for myself. I didn't have that opportunity. I had to keep pushing forward so that I could take care of them.
Certainly understandable. You mentioned a couple of times about the importance of collaboration. Can you unpack that a little bit more?
Sure. So I remember I was asked a question with someone asked me, hey, if you had to work with someone where your political beliefs and your religious beliefs didn't align, would you work with them? And the response from the other person was, no, I would not work with that person. And I thought, you know, that it's hard to work with people where you don't agree with, but sometimes it's necessary. And the way I look at it is, what goal are you trying to accomplish? As long as they don't do anything illegal or unethical, and you're working on the same goal, you both have the same vision, you have the same desire. So say you're working in a company, in an organization, right? You're trying to bring a product to market. You both want to, all of you on the team wants to bring this product to market. You may not agree politically or your religious beliefs. You may not have the same attitudes. There are the same personality. Your personality styles may clash, but if you learn to work together because you're working on the same goal, that's what you need to work towards, and that's what you need to keep your vision on. What is our goal? What are we trying? And then you realize, you know what, we are on the same team. We're on the same team. We just don't see things eye to eye. The way you interpret it may be different than the way I interpret it. You know, someone may have a really rough personality where it seems like they're being rude, but if you stop and think, well, they sound rude, but they really want to bring this product to fruition just like I do. Really, we are on the same team. So how can, you know, interpret what he's trying to say and try to understand that person? And that is so important, because there is power in collaboration if you learn to work together despite your differences.
Very good. Great information. All right, I've got one more, and then I'll see if we got anything that's come in on YouTube or through another source. You mentioned writing down 10 new ideas per day of what can I do next. And they're just looking for a little more clarity on what do you mean by, is that business related? Is it personal? Is it both? Can you speak to that for a minute?
Sure, it could definitely be both. It could be business related, for example. It could be ideas, business ideas. Say you're a waiter, okay? Just a waiter, waiting tables. What can I do to increase my tips? Or what would make my job easier? And it may not even be in a restaurant, something you do every day. Say, you know, you're a woman, you're putting on makeup. What can make this easier? Any idea that comes up, or you're a man and you're shaving, you're taking care of yourself. What is there something that could make my life easier? Just think about it. It could be anything. And you just write down these 10 new ideas. And if you did that every day, you're bound to come up with something new. You're bound to come up with an idea that could really be helpful to you and helpful to others as well. And maybe it's a new invention, and maybe it's something that, you know, you invent that can be patented. Maybe it could be software related. Maybe it could be something that helps your family. Maybe you're a stay-at-home mom and you're taking care of kids, and you're realizing, hey, it would be so cool if this gadget existed, and it doesn't exist. Write it down. And it doesn't matter if they're good ideas or bad ideas. They could be stupid ideas. Who cares? Just write them down, get used to that idea, get used to doing this exercise so that it becomes a habit. And so at the end of the 30 days, you're going to have a lot of new ideas. One of them is bound to be a good one.
Great. So this is what you do through your daily activity. It's not like, all right, let's sit down and write down 10 ideas. You're constantly capturing that, whether it's on a notepad or Evernote or voice to text or whatever. You're constantly throwing, how could I be doing this better?
Exactly. And we do this in our business because we have to. It's actually our product is FDA cleared. So we have something called CAPAs, corrective and preventive action. So we're always having to jot down, even if nothing's broken, well, if this breaks, what do we do to fix it? Even if everything's like smoothly. So we're forced to think this way. We're always thinking, and that's why we have new versions of software all the time, like 2 or 3 times a year, because we're constantly thinking, what can we do to make this better? What can we, you know, nothing's broken, but what can we do? And I think it's a very useful habit for everybody. If everybody followed this, imagine how, you know, technology is already moving at a fast pace, and imagine people are already doing this because every day there's new software, new apps, new things, but there's nothing wrong with making the world a better place and keep on moving forward.
That's fantastic. That's very good. And now's probably a good time to do it. In our current climate, we've all got a little bit of extra time or a little bit more, or I've stopped shaving since we've gone to the whole COVID thing. So this is what we call my COVID beard. I'm currently in a contest with 3 of the ladies at my office on beard growth. I'm in 2nd place right now. We've got some single moms who are on YouTube, and they want to let you know that this really resonates with us or with them. It's fantastic. Thank you for sharing. Got another question here. How did you build the funds to buy the company? I feel money holds me back from developing my products.
So what I did is I began, since I was good at sales and I had developed that skill, I was selling for other other companies while I was developing a new product, and all that money went back into the new product development. And within 2 years, we did so well that I had enough money to buy the company that fired me. But it wasn't easy. And I didn't splurge during those 2 years. I budgeted big time, no new clothes, no new anything. It was just strictly budget, strictly reinvesting. And so you've got to reinvest in yourself, and you have to determine what are, and kind of like what we're doing now with COVID, look at what are the essentials that you need to have and reinvest.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fantastic. So make sure you're on some kind of budget, start to squirrel something away as much as you can, knowing that you're you're fueling your dream, which is motivational by itself. We're all raising kids in one form or fashion. What advice do you think would be good for kids, let's say 18 and under? What advice would you like to share with kids about perseverance? How do you lay those seeds now?
I would say that I would tell kids, because I believe that our culture is raising a bunch of kids that are spoiled. You know, and I'm thinking from experience with my kids, like, you have no idea, you know, what it was like growing up when my 10-year-old asks me, what was your favorite video game? I'm like, ping pong on Atari, you know. We didn't have all of these things, and they can't comprehend. So what I always tell my kids is, you know, life is not easy. We always tell them life is easy, and we try to make it as easy for them as possible. And I think this COVID has taught us, yeah, there are going to be challenges. So I would say is be prepared for those challenges and learn to deal with them. And when they come, how are you going to respond to these challenges? And I would start teaching them these habits. Now, my 10-year-old just finished a book, The Kid Who Saw an Alien, he calls it. And he started it when he was 5. He's 10 now. He just finished it. So I'm instilling these habits in him. You can only play video games a certain amount of time. I want you to write. I want you to you know, work on your Legos, or go play outside, go do this, go do that. We need to start building these habits with our children now, and training them for adversity so that they can be prepared, because life is not easy, and whoever says it is lying, because it's not. There are challenges, but that's what makes us stronger.
That's right. That's right. It's not the Candyland world we want it to be. My father likes to say life is hard and then you die. It's just the way it works.
That's right.
Well,
Yep.
we're coming up against the close here. We're going to move on to our next speaker shortly. Any final words? Have you got a favorite author, favorite book that you enjoy? Have you written a book? Are you on a podcast? Give us how to stay in touch with you.
So you can reach out to me. I'm on Facebook, Marie Cosgrove. I'm on Instagram, and I started a YouTube channel because I have very few videos of me speaking, but I have a radio station. It's actually Spanish, Christian, but we have a translator because I do it in English and then it's translated. It's on 42 different stations. And you can catch that on, if you go to my website, mariecosgrove.com. I do have a podcast interview I had with Nick Vujicic that's going to come out in the next 2 weeks. I have a book you can find on Amazon. It's called Breakthrough. And so you can find me there. I have an upcoming book. It's called Greater Fortune. And that'll be available in June by Ben Bella Books. So that's coming up as well. You can follow me on Facebook and I'll keep you updated on all this. And I'm going to start recording my radio shows because I've been doing it since late last year, and we've grown to 42 stations all over the US. So
outstanding.
Those on YouTube.
Yeah, outstanding. Well, we'll certainly follow you. And we look forward to, when did you say your book was coming out, Greater Fortune?
June. Greater Fortune in June. Yes.
Wonderful. Well, there have been some very complimentary comments coming up on YouTube while we've been streaming this. So I'd encourage you to go back and look at those, because there's some great little nuggets in there for you to love and support you on your journey.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Curtis.
You're very welcome. Does anybody have any other questions for Marie?
I have a quick question for you, Marie. This is Stacy.
Sure. Hi, Stacy.
One of your quotes, you said, there are no winners or losers, only choosers. How do you promote that feeling within your company? How do you keep your employees motivated?
So what I do with my employees is I am always asking them what their passion is, what their goals are, and I try to put them in positions that's going to help them with their achieve what their goals are. For example, I have an engineer who loves to travel, and he loves to go to Disney World and has been to every Disney park all over the world, and I guess Tokyo or Japan. I don't even remember where it is because I haven't even been there, but he goes every year and he loves to travel so much. And then one day I found out that he loved to travel. So I said, since he's one of the engineers and he loves to travel, I'm going to send him to do installations. And he goes on a Friday, comes back on a Monday or Tuesday, so he gets to experience travel and it keeps him motivated. So I found a way to keep him. And I remember one year he got a job offer with Disney. So I thought, oh, for sure he's gone. I lost him because I can't afford to pay him what they can pay him. And he said, I didn't take the job. I'm like, are you crazy? They pay you more than I can pay you. I would have taken the job. You love Disney and they're paying you more. And he says, yeah, but they don't give me the opportunity. I won't have the opportunities to travel like I do with you. And that means a lot more to me because he also travels to Germany, to all these other countries that he goes to every year, and he gets a pretty long 3-week vacation. So even though I may not be able to afford that, I'm always seeking to find out what it is that interests them, what it is that they like to do. And you can always find ways to try to fill that void for them, even if that's not their job. Like his job is not traveling, I try to find a way to help them fill that need. And that's how I keep them motivated.
That is awesome. Thank you so much, Marie. Thank you for being with us today. I have thoroughly enjoyed your talk on so many different levels. It's just, you're an inspiration as a woman and a minority, and you came into this in a disadvantage, and I think you are just absolutely awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Marie. I appreciate all your time. We've had a great time listening to you. Look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
All right, well, our next speaker is Joe Turner, and I see he's joined us here on Zoom. He doesn't go on until 6 o'clock. So I'm tossing it out there to my friends on Zoom. Do we go on a bona fide break? Do we have someone to fill the time between now and 6 o'clock? Let's just show everyone behind the curtain for a moment. This is when people usually respond. Obviously, they've left me out to dry. Oh, great, Bert's back. Hey, Jason's here.
Hey, how's it going? I've been here all day.
I love it. I love it.
Break.
Break.
I think Bert should sing to us.
All right, so since I've got the con and it says host next to my name, I'm going to officially put us on break. It's 5:41 now. Let's come back at 5:51. We're going to let the video roll. But I'm telling everybody both here on Zoom and on YouTube that we're going to come back at 5:51. And then we'll recap what we've done. We'll talk about what we're going to do, and we'll put Joe on 6 o'clock on the button. And again, take a minute to share the Facebook or share the YouTube link on Facebook, put it on Twitter, Reddit, wherever you guys are, whatever platforms you guys are using. And then even tag our speakers that we've had today, Marie, and all of them, tag them all. So that's it. So I'm calling timeout. And now we'll just talk.
Do we have an intermission slide, Curtis?
No, it's just me. I'll just sit here and smile for 10 minutes. How about that?
I've
already gone on my pee break, so I don't need to do that.
Actually, Curtis, I think we have some new folks who've logged in preparation for the contest tonight. And if we want to do a couple of table topics, they might be interested.
That sounds fair to me.
I am
Catherine?
here and I still have a list. So, okay, we're going to do this the same way we have been doing this. Please turn your camera on and your mute off. And I will be looking for some fresh faces to ask some questions of. Ralston, Dewey, Jimmy, Stacy, I haven't asked you a question. Sonia, get those computers on, folks. Your cameras and your microphones. Unmute yourself. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to ask myself the question and then tell you what I think, and yeah, that gets a little boring.
I'm shocked that we're in a room full, not a room full. How many are there's 16 of us in here? Toastmasters, bona fide Toastmasters, and nobody wants to talk.
Yeah, Barbara, Sharon, come on, people.
Sonia.
Okay, Sonia.
There we go.
Good girl. Okay, so Sonia, you are going to you're going to answer my first question. I have come up with my own term, and I'm calling it a Zoom mullet. You've heard the jokes about what people are wearing behind the camera. I'm calling it business on top, party on the bottom. So my question for you is, when you know you're going to be in a Zoom meeting, do you dress up? How fancy do you go? And are you wearing shorts to the meeting today?
Thank you very much for your question. The truth is, this morning I got up and took a shower and did my hair and my makeup and put on a fresh t-shirt to get ready for a Zoom meeting, which is really ridiculous to do all of that. But I wanted to be in the right mental frame for this morning. I will confess, on our other Zoom meetings, that it's a t-shirt still, but I have on shorts, or right now I have on pajama pants, kind of similar to that, like athletic pants. Certainly not what I would have worn to the office, but it is very comfortable. It's going to be difficult to put on the business suit and the heels to go back to work. I'm not looking forward to that. I don't think I've worn shoes in 3 weeks. I haven't worn hard shoes in 3 weeks. I've worn tennis shoes when I go out to take my walks, but it's going to be very difficult to get back into those other wardrobe habits. But right now, t-shirt and sweatpants are doing good, and I'm rocking it. Let me just tell you.
There you go. I love it. Now, I've been a remote employee since 2007. And so up until recently, when COVID started, every time I would talk to somebody and tell them I was remote, they would always respond with, "Oh my goodness, you're in pajamas, aren't you?" And I'd say, "No, I have a strict no pajama rule." Because I believe that if you dress up, not dress up, but if you dress fully, you kind of get in that mindset to get some work done. Okay. I need another player, and everybody's got their cameras turned off. Who else wants to play? Stacy, you're up next.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. I'm going to go with something very Toastmastery, and I'm interested because you're going to be our next district director, district director, which I have to say I'm very excited about. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
When Carol was talking earlier today, Carol Pinsky, when she was talking about coaching, she talked about sharing your why. When you're working with a Toastmasters club, share with them your why. Why are you in Toastmasters? So I'd like to hear from you, Stacy. Why are you in Toastmasters, and what motivated you to go this high up in the leadership chain?
Wow, that's a good question. That's a big question. I will tell you, Catherine, I originally started just to prove to myself that I could. Now that probably sounds silly, but I was working in a job and for a boss that was very negative. It was one of those people who tears you down instead of building you up. And it was very depressing. And it's absolutely amazing how quickly someone like that can destroy your self-confidence. Mm-hmm. And I began to wonder, maybe I can't really do this job. Maybe I can't really learn something new. And this was a skill I have needed to work on for a very long time, is to be able to speak in front of other people. And so when the opportunity arose, I decided I need to see if I can do this. Let me prove to myself that I can actually learn a new skill. So I went to my first Toastmasters meeting, absolutely terrified. I met some folks there that were nice and friendly and wonderful and smiling, and it just made it so easy to go back. And so I started my first speech, and even though it was horrible and I raced through it and I finished it in under the time frame that we were supposed to be speaking in, I at least made it through the speech, and I was relieved because I didn't die, I didn't have a heart attack, nothing bad happened. And they were so nice and so complimentary and so helpful with giving me suggestions and things that I could do, but in a positive way. And so from there, I just kept going speech after speech, and it was actually fun. When I first heard about table topics, I thought, I will never do this. I'm not even going to join if we're going to have to do table topics. It's ended up being one of my favorite things because it's such a challenge. So I started out to prove to myself that I could do it. And I think that's the only reason that I continue to go up the chain. Let's see if I can do that. I don't know that I can do that. It's funny, the first time someone asked me to step out of my comfort zone, my initial reaction was, oh, no, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to do that, because that's what I'd always said. And then I have to stop myself and say, then why am I here? Why am I in Toastmasters? Right. And I always say, I started to prove something to myself, but I stayed because of the people. The relationships that I've developed with all of the folks in Toastmasters, how supportive it is. I just love the members, the fellow members. I mean, it's just absolutely fantastic. And now that you get to a certain level, I figured out turning around and helping somebody behind you. Oh my goodness, it is so exciting to see somebody new starting out and learning something new. That just absolutely thrills me. I love to see that aspect of it. And it makes it so much more fun for me. So that's my why.
Well, and I'm just going to stick with you for just another couple minutes. We're on break and I don't see a lot of other cameras coming on. So this is a rare opportunity for us to put our new district director kind of on the spot, if you will. You were talking earlier about learning new skills. And since COVID came along and you had a district conference to change from in-person in Chattanooga to in virtual and online, tell me a few of the things that you've learned, maybe some of the challenges that you overcame. What has this experience been like for you?
This has been a challenge. It's also been fun. I've called on a lot of people for help because obviously you don't know everything that you need to know. I have learned some new skills. For instance, I figured out how to connect Zoom to YouTube, which is something I didn't know before. We've picked up a lot of skills just with you using Zoom since we started all this. So that's some of the new things that we learned. But then in gathering all these folks together and then helping them to mesh as a team, and then basically, like I said this morning, get out of the way and let them do their thing because they are absolutely awesome. They know so much. Each of them brings a different piece into the meeting. But once we pulled it all together, they have just been amazing. I think we've gone so well today. We've only had one or two things that happened, like losing one speaker. That's not too bad considering this is the first time we've ever done this. I know before everyone got on this morning, we had Johnny Campbell was our first speaker. Johnny is a Toastmaster and he's an accredited speaker through Toastmasters. So he's been doing this for a while. And he shared with just the team that was on this morning that he actually had several Toastmasters conferences lined up for this year. Ours was one of them. And he said when the virus, COVID, shut everything down and everybody went virtual, all of those districts contacted him and said, we're done. We're not going to do anything else. We're not going to do a conference. Sorry, it's canceled. And that's it. He said, we're the only one who came to him and said, could you still do it virtually? So he said, this was absolutely awesome because we were the only one that stepped up to the challenge. I thought that was pretty neat.
I think it is exciting. It says something for our district that we're doing this, and I'm beginning to see people come back. So I'm just going to ask you to wrap up with one last question. We've looked back. I'd like to look forward now. If you could tell us in a couple of sentences, what are your goals for the coming year for District 63 and Toastmasters?
That's a huge question, and I have lots of hopes of things that we can do. One of the things that I absolutely think is to our benefit, and I think it's going to change the face of Toastmasters, is this online connection. Even when we go back to physically meeting at some place for our meetings, I think we need to keep this because through the virtual network, we can get members all over the world. We can ask visitors to step in. We can ask speakers to step in. And I think it's going to add a whole new layer to all of our clubs. So I hope we'll keep that going. I would like to encourage all of our members. I know right now it's kind of a discouraging time and we're worried about finances and other things, but I really hope we can all pull together next year and make the best out of this. Because I know that as a group, we are absolutely awesome. We can do this. We just need to stick together.
Awesome. Well, at this point, then we are back from our official break, and Curtis is back. He's taking his cowboy hat off. He's got Yoda behind him, so I think he's ready to go. I'm going to hand it back over to you, Curtis, with my thanks.
There we go. Thank you very much. All right, so our next speaker, before we move on to the contest starts at 7 o'clock. That's when I'm going to turn it over to Edna Varner. And we are going to have an amazing contest. And I've heard that we have some great prizes for the contest. In fact, I've got them here. First place winner at the contest gets toilet paper, which I think is fantastic. I think I'm going to spend more on shipping than somebody did on toilet paper. Second place at the contest is going to be bread flour, because I also feel like that's important. And I just realized now that I announced to the world that I have both toilet paper and flour in my home, which is probably not what I should be doing. Joe Turner, how are you, sir?
Doing well. Can you hear me okay?
I sure can. I want to do a little mic check before we started, so that's great.
Good. Check, check. And do I need to share my slides also?
I'd love for you to. I'd like to, yeah, can you click on share screen and then I can introduce you?
Host disabled screen sharing.
All right, stand by. I just recently got my hosting duties. Unmute, rename, play exit, lock meeting. All right, that's probably the one thing. Where are you, Joe? All right, I think the simplest thing is to do that. Try it again, sir. See what happens.
Let's see. Oh, this is looking promising. Share screen. Perfect. So I can share that and come back to it from my camera, right?
That sounds well. If you know how to do that, I dare say you're the magician.
I got it. I'll just All
right, good deal.
Camera to share when I need to.
Very good. Well, let me tee this up for you, sir. Introducing Joe Turner. Joe is a professional speaker, mentalist, and magician. He has performed at events in the United States and around the world. Joe combines 8 years of corporate experience in training, design, and development, business communication, human performance development, and change management initiatives at Fortune 100 clients with extensive theater experience and magical talents to create magical presentations. This is going to be great. He has been featured in numerous television shows, radio, and print appearances, including Good Morning America, Nightline, and a highly rated feature on CNN Headline News. Tonight's presentation is on mnemonic memory techniques, which are directly applicable to giving speeches and presentations, which is what we want, but also important skills for networking and general productivity. With his presentation, Memory Mojo, please help me welcome Mr. Joe Turner. Take it away, Joe.
Hi there. Hi, everyone. If you're going to spotlight me, I'll be able to see what you see. And hi there. Going to hit the spotlight, the video.
Is that all you? I think that's you.
Okay. Well, at any rate, hi there. My name is Joe Turner. It is a pleasure to be invited to present for you tonight on the topic of memory. Before we dive into that, I will tell you that I have been doing performance and speaking for 20 years now. It's taken me to 6 continents. A variety of opportunities have come my way as a result of this. I am incredibly grateful for every single opportunity that I have. And tonight I'm going to talk with you about something that's been part of my life since I was a kid, and that is mnemonic memory techniques. And I don't know if you ever felt like your memory, you ever heard that phrase, down the memory hole, like a board like this. And it seems like as soon as you put something into your memory, it's gone. And you try to figure out how you can reach in there and get it back again. I've tried that many times. It seems like the minute that I put it in my mind and I let go of it, it is gone until I figure out a way to get it back out again. And here's the thing, once you learn how to get it back out again, you may find other things inside there as well. So that's just a little fun to share with you, the idea of learning how to use your mind in a new way to put items in and to pull them out at will. Let me tell you, when I was in high school, my family and I took a summer vacation drive up to Vancouver, British Columbia. Now, that's pretty exotic because I grew up in Mississippi. That's a whole continent away. And we got in the car and we're driving and we got to Steamboat Springs, Colorado, and the transmission fell out of our van. It was just ugly. You could see the pieces going down the road behind us. And so we were stopped in Steamboat Springs, a ski resort town in the middle of the summer in the 80s in Colorado. Really nothing going on in those days. And our hotel was right next to their library. And being the kind of guy that I am, I went over to the library to see what was up, and they were having a book sale. At that book sale, I bought 2 books that changed my life. One of them was a book called Space by James Michener. It made me want to major in physics. It just really fascinated me, and so that's one I highly recommend. But the other was a book called The Memory Book by Harry Lorraine. It transformed the way that I learned from that point forward in my life, and it can do the same for you. We're going to talk about Harry a bit later. I had already run across his name because he was a magician. And even though I was already into magic, this took me into the world of mnemonic memory training. So tonight, Memory Mojo. Let me share my screen for you so that you can see. Share. Now let's talk about this. This guy, Memory Mojo, powerful techniques for instantly improving your memory. That sounds like a big promise, but it's true. Starting tonight, you can have a better memory at the end of this hour than you had at the beginning of this hour. You can apply it to all kinds of personal and professional tasks. Particularly, we're going to talk about applying it to learning speeches, but really other things as well. Let's go forward to the next slide. The definition of mnemonics. In case you're wondering what this word means, what it looks like, that's how you spell it. This is any system that allows you to remember information better. And you have probably already used mnemonic memory systems in your lifetime. You have seen them in the form of rhymes or acronyms. If you were in school and you took the first letter of every chemical that you had to remember for chemistry or something like that, then you have used this. If you were a piano player, you learned Every Good Boy Does Fine or Great Big Dreams for America. You learned that. Those are mnemonic techniques. Visual cues. We all know what Italy looks like on a map because it's shaped like a boot. That is a mnemonic thing. We're taking something we know and tagging it to something we don't know. So we know that first letter clues, all the Great Lakes, homes, right? Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Erie, Superior. So these are the kinds of tricks that we're talking about. But we've often heard of it, but it's not really been systematized. And I'm going to give you some systems that you can apply starting tonight. It is derived from Greek words relating to the Greek goddess of Mnemosyne. So now we're highfalutin. I gave you some history of that. Goes back to Greece. Greece and Rome. So Greece is BC, Rome is kind of C, right? And this goes back to the Greek Acropolis and to the Roman Forum, and the speakers, the orators that would stand there would give speeches that lasted for hours and hours and hours to the assembled masses in front of them in the Acropolis or in the Forum. And we still have a form of the Forum today. If you go to your state capitol, there's probably a free speech area where people can go and give speeches. Well, it's kind of that thing. In those days, those orators could give very long speeches with no notes or very few notes, no teleprompters, of course, but they could remember this entire presentation, very detailed presentation, and give it to an audience. And here's the thing, their audiences could also remember the information. They could absorb it as it was being transmitted to them verbally. Why is that? Because they were using systems like the ones we're going to talk about tonight. So this goes back to Greece and Rome. More modern memory systems come to us in Europe. This is in 1491. Phoenix was the name of a book written by a man named Peter from Ravenna, Peter of Ravenna, Italy, who was a lawyer in those days, but he wrote the first sort of codified treatise on mnemonic memory techniques. And there's a little picture, Domini Petri Ravenatus Memoriae Magistri. So there you go, that's Latin for Peter from Ravenna, who's going to teach you about memory. Later on, A couple hundred years later, you've got Shakespeare, and you know his actors would learn all of these 5-act plays, and they would do them in repertory, and they would have, you know, Romeo and Juliet on Monday, and Macbeth on Tuesday, and Hamlet on Wednesday. How in the world can these actors remember all of these lines and learn them so quickly? And he's still writing the play. Mnemonic memory techniques. This is Harry Lorraine. I was telling you about him earlier. Harry Lorraine, besides being one of the greatest close-up magicians in the history of magic, which is why I admire him, and I've met him a number of times through that. He's also probably the best known memory expert in the 20th century. There were some before him, there have been some after him, but he's the guy. That's a picture taken from when he was on The Tonight Show, one of the 25 times he was on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. He was on Merv Griffin, he was on Mike Douglas, he was on Donna, he was on everything. And one of the things he would do would be to go into the audience and meet everybody. And at the end of his segment, he would have everyone stand up. And when he called their names, they would sit down. And he would go through the whole audience, or a whole section of the audience. Very impressive. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Let's see. After Harry Lorraine, mnemonic memory principles. These systems, all the ones I'm going to talk to you about tonight, operate on two major principles. One of them you heard from Dr. Mel. Remember when he was talking about active listening earlier today? Well, that is a different term for the same idea. We fail to be originally aware of information as it's coming into our consciousness because we are so distracted. I'm distracted right now by flashing lights on the screen and stuff going on in my house, and you know it can be distracting, and that's even in our sort of isolation time. In normal times when you've got media at you and billboards and radio and television and everybody shouting and everybody wants your attention, it can be so difficult to pay attention to information as it first comes in. But training yourself to be originally aware of the information as it comes in is the first principle. And we'll talk about that. The second, creative association. If I had you here in an audience, I could ask you to raise your hand if you've ever heard of memory by association. And most people would raise their hands. Almost all of us have heard of the idea of memory by association, but we're not familiar with strategies and real techniques on what to do. We've heard, well, if you meet someone and their name sounds like a fruit or a vegetable or somebody, you know, that kind of thing, you've tried to put it together in your own mind. But there's never been sort of a step-by-step approach. Most people just don't encounter this kind of information. It used to be taught in school. It used to be taught in public school how to do this, but it's just faded out over the centuries. So what does it mean? We're going to relate two ideas in a creative way. Right now, I'm going to ask you to turn the dial back on your life, you know, put your Dr. Strange glove on and twist it back until that time when you were a kid and you were watching cartoons on TV. Cartoons are a great example for this because they're creative, they're outrageous, they're unusual, they're dangerous. I mean, poor Wile E. Coyote, God bless him, right? He's been demolished off the cliff more times than we can count. Any kind of odd or strange picture that you can combine two things in will help that idea poke through the background noise of all the distraction we were talking about earlier and help you remember it. After all, we remember moments in our lifetimes that poke through the background noise. We remember when we got married, or when we graduated from college, or high school, or when our children were born. We remember these moments because they're special to the point that they pierce through the noise. Well, that is something that we're going to hack for our own personal use. That is a principle of the way our brain operates, that we can do a hack on it and use that for ourselves. So that's what we're going to do. In fact, let's do an example right now, just related to absent-mindedness, right? Absent-mindedness. Maybe I'm the only one. Maybe I'm the only one who has never, who has forgotten where he put his cell phone, or his keys. Where are my keys? Where are my, or where did I park? Where did I park at the shopping center or the airport or the hotel or whatever it may be? So let's take an example of a creative association that might help us remember where we parked. A lot of times we'll get out and we'll park at the Walmart or the shopping center or the mall or wherever we are. And we might look for the lamp post and we'll say, okay, I parked next to the lamp, the light in the parking lot, which is okay. It's better than nothing, but there's dozens of lights out there. And was that this time or was that last time that I parked by the light? So here's what, instead of just a bland association, we're going to make it a creative, outrageous association. We're going to say, I didn't park by the lamppost. When you get out of the car and you close the car and you lock the door, picture that instead you ran into the lamppost. In your head, imagine you crashed your car into the light. You didn't, hopefully. But if you imagine that you did, just for a moment, picture it in your mind, make it a cartoon, that's fine. But if you can see the steam rising and the crumpled hood and a few details, a flat tire or something, then when you finish and you walk out of the store, you will remember, where did I park? Oh yeah, I crashed into the lamppost. It's that kind of idea. We want to just not make just a connection, but a connection that has some unusual component or element. Something, the more ridiculous or naughty or extreme or unusual, the better. It might be that sometimes I forget where I put my phone. Or if you forget where you put your phone, it's because you put it down on the table and you weren't originally aware of where you put it. But if as you put the phone down, you say, okay, I'm putting it down on the sofa table, which is the table behind the sofa in our living room, which that's good. Now I'm originally aware. Now I'm going to make a creative association to go with it and say, and I'm not just setting it down. As I set the phone down, a mouth like a Venus flytrap magically comes up out of the table and bites at my hand as I set my phone down. So it like chomps my phone down onto the table. Now I will remember where I put my phone, because that ridiculous, absurd, childish, cartoonish picture in my mind will tell me. And it will last as long as I need it to last, and then it will go away. So those are the two principal characteristics. And I would wager that at the end of the program tonight, after all of the speeches, after the entire conference, you will still remember where I put my phone. And you will remember where I parked my car because of the pictures that have been placed in your mind as a result. Let's go on a little bit more. And we're going to talk about something called the loci system. Let's stop the share for a moment. I'm going to go back to where I can talk to you. Okay, loci. The loci system, L-O-C-I, that is from the Latin word locus, L-O-C-U-S, which means place. It's where we get the word location. The loci system is, if you've ever watched, did you ever watch Sherlock with Benedict Cumberbatch? Remember that show? It would show him going into his mind and sort of going through a memory palace and things like that. Well, that is the idea that we're going to exploit now. So for associating one thing to another, we're going to use a place. And I highly recommend that you use your home or your domicile. If it's an apartment, if it's a house, a duplex, whatever it is, you can picture in your mind the floor plan of your home. You know what it looks like when you walk in your front door, you see the front room, whatever it is, a foyer or an entering room, or if you come in the back door, you might have like a utility closet or something. You can see it in your head. And this system, what we're going to do is associate items to the rooms in our house and then sub-items to the individual objects in each room. So I'm going to ask the people who are watching this on Zoom to unmute, because I'm going to need some interactivity and to ask and answer some questions. So please, if you'll go ahead and unmute your mics while I talk about this. The loci system was already old when it was first written about. It is based, as we said, on constructing a memory palace, associating information to objects and locations. This means anything you can organize in outline format. Roman numeral 1, A, B, C, under each one of those is 1, 2, 3, under each one of those is bullet points. Anything you can organize in outline form, you can use this to remember. What could a room full of Toastmasters want to remember that could be organized in outline form. This is it. So we're going to start with like the king tactic for you, okay? This works by saying, let's say that I've got to give a speech. And we've all been there when the PowerPoint goes, just schmutz and it's in the garbage, it's gone, and or the light goes off or the projector dies or something goes wrong. You dropped your index cards. This is the kind of system that can save you. So for those people who have their mics open, let's imagine I'm going to give a speech on a random topic. Something I don't know. What's a random topic? Curtis, are you there?
Yes, sir.
What's a random topic that I might want to give a speech about?
Recycling cigarette ashtrays.
Cigarette ashtray recycling. All right, that's pretty doggone specific, but let's go with it just to see if we can do it. So in my mind, I see myself walking up to my front door, but instead of my front door, which is a maroon door, I'm a Mississippi State guy, I know you Tennessee folks, but my son's probably going to go to Tennessee, so that's probably going to happen. But so it's maroon, but instead of that door, it's an ashtray. Maybe it's broken because we're going to throw it away and recycle it. But this is just to cue me that this is my ashtray speech. And when I walk in, I see a welcome mat, and there's a little table that has a lamp on it. And there's sort of a crochet little doily on the table that my wife's grandmother made. And then there's a cross stitch on the wall. And then there's stairs, and there's the different rooms. There's a music room, there's the dining room, straight ahead is the family room. So I can see this in my mind. But in that entry area, I've got a few different things that I can use to say, these are the outline points that I want to make when I introduce my speech. Maybe one of them is I want to talk about the materials that recyclable ashtrays are made of. So I might picture that welcome mat, and I might see that it is made of 4 different materials. It's made of clay, it's made of porcelain, it's made of metal, some kind of steel or aluminum. And so it's made of the different things. So when I step on different parts of it, it feels different to my feet. I can see that this strange welcome mat has metal spikes in one place and muddy clay in another and cracked porcelain in another. I can see that in my head. It's ridiculous and stupid. I will remember it. And then maybe I want to talk about someone who was influential in the developing the recycling your ashtray movement in America. And so that little cross stitch over on the wall, in my head, it's no longer a cross stitch of our family name. It may be a cross stitch of that guy. It may be a picture of that woman who started the whole thing. Whoever it is, I'm going to put them in the picture in my head. And maybe they're getting arrested, right? That's even better because now it's a ridiculous or more extreme image to have in my mind. So people get arrested for protesting. He was protesting people's failures to recycle their ashtrays. Okay, and then I have maybe different full Roman numeral topics that are going to go through the rest of my speech. Maybe that intro is number 1, and then Roman numeral number 2 is going to be all the reasons why recycling has to be done. And so that's my music room. So when I go into my music room, there's a sofa and a chair and a table and a piano and some other instruments and things on the wall. So all of my subpoints in that category, I can mentally associate with each of the items in that room. And when I'm ready to go from that over to modern organizations that support recycling ashtrays, I can go to my dining room, and there's 2 china cabinets. There's a little serving trolley cart that my grandmother used to own. There's our dining room table. There's all kinds of plates and glasses and fancy stuff that my wife has in there. All of that's in my head. I can't maybe put it into words, but I know where it is. I know the stuff that's on top of the cabinet. All of those I can associate, making those pictures with the different elements of that subsection. Then I can go to the family room. I can go upstairs. I can go to the basement. I can go to the yard. All of these places can become places where I can store information in my head. And then when it's time for me to give my speech, all I have to do is walk through my house. And in my mind's eye, everything I look at tells me the next point in my talk. So I don't have to have the PowerPoint. If the PowerPoint dies, then I still know where I'm going because I do know where the topics I'm going to teach you tonight. But if I drop my note cards or if something happens, technology decides to just go crazy on us, you can still deliver the value that you've been engaged to deliver to your audience. And that is a very empowering thing. Do you think it might make you a better speaker to have confidence that you're bulletproof with regard to technology? Yeah, that makes me feel more confident when I know that I can go out and deliver something. And even if the world is falling down around me, I can still deliver value. Yeah, that's empowering. So memory isn't just about being smart. It's also about being good. It's about being ready to deliver value. So, and by the way, even though this loci system sounds very, it's Latin and it sounds sort of, little highfalutin, as we say, you already know about this. Because you remember when I said before how these systems were taught, they were part of the culture centuries and millennia ago, and we just kind of lost it. We don't really teach it anymore. You can find artifacts in our culture that prove that we used to do this all the time. And that is why if you've ever made an argument to someone you were disagreeing with, and you started your argument by saying, well, in the first place, in the first place, this is an artifact in our language that is directly derived from this memory system. So these systems are part of the way we used to do things, and there's evidence for that embedded in our language. I think that's pretty doggone cool. So that is the loci system. So we've talked about being absent-minded and where did I park and where did I put my phone, and we've talked about a very powerful tool to remember any kind of information that you can put in outline form. Now, if you have students, if you have kids that are students in high school or college, maybe even middle school, you can see how this kind of system could be applied to learning other kinds of information as well. If you had to learn presidents or kings and queens or leaders in a certain time period and some kind of subject matter that went with each one of them, you can see how, well, this could be the Henry VIII room, and then this could be the Mary Queen of Scots room, and this could be the Elizabeth I room, and this could be the James the first and fourth room. And so you can see how you could go through the Tudors or the Plantagenets or something in your history class. You could apply this to that. You could apply it to chemistry. You could make rooms or objects for different elements and properties or compounds that you could make from them. So you could use anything that you can put in an outline format, group into clumps, or clump it into groups, whichever linguistic approach you want to take. You can use this system to remember it. So very powerful system. Next system, I like this system, the link system. So there's a picture of a chain. We're talking about a big heavy chain like, Marley and Scrooge, and they're dragging these big chains along. So any big chain. The link system, instead of connecting objects to something in your head like your visualization of the rooms of your home, now what we're going to do is connect objects from one object to the next. So this is an excellent technique for remembering items in a list. You are going to associate, like a link by link in a chain, each item to the next one, And so when you're done, you can remember every item because each item you remember tells you the next one, and then that tells you the next one, and then that tells you the next one. So let me tell you how I applied this. As you might imagine, as a performer, speaker, I work a lot of banquets, a lot of evenings, and I have my share of daytime stuff, but a lot of times I might be doing a program and I come home at night. And it is my habit. I've been married 25 years this year. This summer, I'll be 25 years married. And it is my habit to phone home, time permitting, and say, I'm driving past the Publix, Walmart, Kroger, Ingles, whatever the thing is that I'm going past, and say, what do we need? right? I'm sure most of you have done this. You're trying to be nice to your significant other at home. And so you call in and say, hey, what would you need me to pick anything up at the store? And they're super relieved to hear that because now they don't have to go. And so they tell you, yes, as a matter of fact, we need this, 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 and this. And you're like, perfect. And off you go into the store and you get the first item or two, and then it hits you. And you have to take out your phone and make the call of shame. And make the call of shame back to the house. So here's what we're going to do. Let's stop the share. I would like to have all of my people who are on Zoom and are certainly, if you're watching on YouTube, start commenting items that we need to pick up from the grocery store. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat, and I'm just going to pick some that show up in the chat. Or if you want to hear somebody said milk. If somebody wants to, if you're on Zoom and you want to call something out, we can do that. But let's say milk is the first one. So in my mind, I'm going to get out of the car. I remember where I parked already because I crashed into the light post. But I'm going to go to the door. And when you first get to the door, let's say I'm at the Publix, and you get up to the door, and it's the Jedi. It's the Jedi door that you go to. The glass door opens up. It's still fun for me. I'm 50 and it's still fun. But you go up there, and now instead of glass doors, I've got to remember that I need milk. So instead of seeing glass doors open up, in my mind's eye, I am going to picture something outrageous and absurd. I'm going to picture two giant cow udders that are like curtains over the door. And when they open up, they just wobble open and closed. Okay? So when I walk in the door at Publix, the first thing I'm going to see is these wobbly cow udders. Milk is the first item on my list. Let's look at something else. Let me scroll back up. Peanut butter. So I've got to go from milk to peanut butter is the next thing. So let's say that I'm reaching up and I'm milking the milk, and it goes into the bucket, and that is great. I milk, and then all of a sudden, out comes a very ugly stream of peanut butter. And I'm sure it's painful for Elsie to go through this. And I'm just looking at this, it's really kind of disgusting, which is perfect. It's perfect to picture this disgusting thing. And maybe even the whole jar pops out. And it hurts, but now she's relieved because we've passed the blockage there, the obstruction. So we've got milk, and obviously we're going to remember the peanut butter. So next it says bread. Okay, well, the boring way would be to imagine putting peanut butter on bread, right? That's what most of us would normally do. Oh yeah, we got peanut butter, we got to put bread because we spread peanut butter on the bread. That's not exciting enough. What I'm going to picture instead is that I open up the peanut butter jar and out comes a giant loaf of bread, not a normal loaf, but like a really giant loaf of Wonder Bread, like a Joe-sized loaf of Wonder Bread, or you insert your brand here. So plastic bag and all just pops out like the snake coming out of the can, right? So it's this ridiculous picture, very clowny, got it. And then after bread, I see cooking oil. So I'm going to open up the bread, and I'm trying to do the twisty tie. And as I do it, I realize that stuff is getting all over my hands. And it's cooking oil and the slipperiness, and I pour it out. And instead of bread inside, it's all this gooey cooking oil, and it's all over the place, okay? And maybe there's some spray cans of it too, but it's really just the gooey, globby oil. It gets everywhere, and it's terrible. And let's do one more. We did bread. So I'm just going to scoot down to, dog food. So we've got to go from cooking oil to dog food. Well, I'm going to imagine in my mind's eye that I see a dog who has got a chef's hat on, standing at a stove with a skillet or a pan, and he's got the cooking oil, and he's pouring some cooking oil into the pan, and he's got some mushrooms and some other things, and maybe some dog food, some dog biscuits are going to go. But the dog food is going to go in there. So I'm picturing the dog in costume cooking with the cooking oil. So those are a handful of ridiculous images. Now, it took me a long time to verbalize that to you, to explain how I was putting it together. But in practice, it takes 3 or 4 seconds to come up with a stupid picture. I mean, it takes some people even less time than that, right? Some people can do it involuntarily. But for most of us, in a few seconds, we can come up with a dumb picture in our heads. So now I know when I'm going to the grocery store, the first thing I need to buy, don't look at your notes, just walk up, the door's open and you know you need milk. And you're milking the thing and you know you need peanut butter. Then you open the peanut butter and you know you need bread. And you try to take the twist tie off the bread, but you get all gooey with the cooking oil. So you know you need cooking oil. And then you see the dog cooking with the cooking oil, making dog food. Boom, you've got your whole list and you're not going to forget. Interesting thing about the link system. It's sequential, but it works in either direction, which is great because now if I know that I need dog food, I know that I needed dog food because I needed cooking oil. I needed cooking oil because I needed bread. I needed bread because I needed peanut butter. I needed peanut butter because of the cow. So you see how your brain, do you feel that little tingle in your mind where it's like your mind is just prompting you to get the next thing? I remember when I first experienced that in the backseat of that Chevy Impala. And in the backseat, it wasn't Impala, it was the Chevy Custom van. The Chevy Custom van. And I'm sitting there and I'm playing cards with my brother and you know I'm always winning because we're playing gin. And I can remember every card that's been played. That's not even fair. He got very angry because he thought I was cheating. I'm like, it's not cheating, I just remember. It's an advantage. It's advantage play. So now you know how to never make the call of shame when you go back to the grocery store. Any other kind of list, you can also use this. Let me share it back to here. Share. So it works in either direction. Sequential will call in either direction. So this is very powerful, but it does have a limitation. If we made a really long list and I asked you, okay, what was the 6th item on that list? You wouldn't know because you would have to start at the top and count through. If it was the 16th item, for example, you would have to count and figure out your way because you just know where it is in the sequence, but you don't know where it is in absolute value, right? You don't know number 4 is this, number 10 is that, number 14 is this. And so that's a weakness of the link system. To put it in an analogy that you're probably familiar with, you probably have seen, you remember 8-track tapes or cassette tapes, right? To do a cassette tape, or certainly an 8-track tape, you had to listen to it. You had to listen to it all the way through. The great thing about cassettes was at least you could fast forward. But cassette tapes, you could fast forward, but you still had to go through all of the tape to get to the piece of the song that you wanted. Same thing with computer tapes. If you had a VIC-20 or something, or an old style tape drive in a mainframe, you had to go through all of the tape and wind up till you got to the part of the tape you needed. But there were other types of technology on both sides of that, CDs or records, where you didn't have to listen to every song. You could drop the needle right on the piece of information that you wanted. You could go straight to what you wanted. So the technique that I'm going to teach you next is the memory technique version of direct access to the information that you want. It is called the PEG system. And you see the picture there is a picture of like a pegboard in your garage, or maybe your father or father-in-law's garage if they're more organized than you are. Not naming names. Not so good with the pegboard, but I can do it in my head. So we're going to talk about the pegboard. If you have a really organized person who's got a pegboard, not only have they got the stuff on the pegs, but they've got it drawn or outlined around it. So when it's gone, they know not just what's missing, but I mean, they can see exactly where and how and everything about it. So when something's there, they see it, they know where it is, and when it's gone, they know what's missing. That is super powerful. So how does the PEG system work? Well, there are different kinds of pegs. This is a technique for remembering items in any order. We're going to create like a mental pegboard, like a matrix in your mind that you already know half of it without even trying. I promise you already know at least half of it. So you could do some of this before I even told you. We're going to create the ridiculous picture between information and the item in your mind. And then you're going to be able to have random access directly to that information. So like a hard drive instead of tape drive, like a record player or a CD instead of an 8-track or a cassette. So we're going to go straight to the useful information that we want. So there are 2 kinds of pegs. Tonight, we're going to do the rhyming peg. On Tuesday of next week, I'm going to do the full version of this training. I'm doing a little bit of a condensed version for you tonight. I'm doing the full version of this training. If you're interested in some of the more advanced techniques, sign up for my training. I'll tell you how you can do that later. But for now, we're going to talk about the rhyming peg. The rhyming peg. So let's go back to this. So you already know from when you were a kid a rhyme called 1, 2, buckle my shoe, 3, 4, shut the door, 5, 6, pick up sticks, 7, 8, lay them straight. Straight's not an object. So why don't we call it a gate? 8 rhymes with a gate and a fence. So 8 is a gate. 9, 10, a big fat hen. So we know 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 already. We've got a great mental picture that the number tells us. So we have pegs that we can use. And we're going to do other rhyming ones. For number 1, it's the sun. Number 3 is a tree. Number 5 is a hive, a beehive. Number 7 is heaven. So clouds and harps and stuff, right? Just cartoon heaven. And let's see, 9 is a glass of wine. You don't judge me, I don't judge you. But glass of wine, Pinot Noir perhaps. So now we have 10 random pictures that aren't really so random, but we know which one goes, we know which picture goes with each number. So now we can put literally anything onto this pegboard. So please unmute yourselves. And if you're on YouTube, go into the chat and just throw out a random object. How about someone who can speak? Is somebody there who's got their microphone off?
We're Toastmasters, so we can all speak.
Oh, very good. So
we'll just all jump at you.
I see Stacy's got her mic off. Hi, Stacy.
Hey, Joe, how are you?
I'm doing great. I really enjoyed your talk earlier about the relationships that you've developed in Toastmasters and how you started doing it to prove something to yourself and how you stayed with it because of the relationships you built. I can really relate to that. I thought that was a very well put. I'd like you just to name a random object, any object in your room or in your house or your yard or any object you can imagine. Just name a random thing.
Balloon.
A balloon. And what number from 1 to 10 should be a balloon?
8.
8 is a balloon. Balloon, a balloon. So imagine 8 is a gate. So imagine that I'm opening a gate, but as I open the gate, the wood pieces of the gate suddenly inflate with helium and the gate detaches and lifts me up into the sky. So the gate becomes a balloon that takes me away. That's a ridiculous picture. It's very fast, but it'll get the job done. And how about table topics messed ...
That's me.
Catherine?
Yep. Let's go with a patio swing and make it number 5.
Number 5 is a patio swing, and number 5 is a hive. So I'm picturing a giant beehive, the size of a house, and outside the little place where the bees go in and out of the beehive is a patio. And they're relaxing, having, a cigarette or whatever they're doing. I don't know what bees do to relax. I'm at a loss on that, but maybe they're playing shuffleboard, but some of them are sitting on the patio and I see the patio swing there. So that's just me, bees on a patio in a cartoon, like a 1960s vintage cartoon, I think. I've got that in my head. It's really good. And let's go with Nadia Marie. Hi there. I'm Joe. Please Give me any random object in the whole wide world.
A mailbox.
A mailbox, and then a number from 1 to 10.
5.
We did 5 already. So let's get 1.
Oh, we did. Okay, you're right. 3.
3. Okay, so a mailbox at number 3. Number 3 is a tree. So in my head, I'm picturing all of the mailboxes in my neighborhood. They're so perfect. And they get to mine, and it's like a keyboard elf tree. And the flag is a whole other branch with red leaves that pops up. And it's not like a mailbox is in the tree. It's like the tree is the mailbox. There's the solid door of branches and leaves that opens up, and you put the objects in, and I can just see the mailman cursing himself because who is this guy, and why does he have to have a mailbox like this? Because it's a tree, okay? It's a stupid picture, but I can imagine there's a little bit of turmoil in that mail carrier's life because of my tree mailbox. It's really a pain. So that's good. And Curtis, I see you on there. Do you have any random object in the whole wide world?
A pencil.
A pencil. What number should be pencil? Number 1. Number 1 is the sun, and it's going to be a pencil. Let's say that the sun is really bright, and I could see the rays coming out, and they're all number 2 pencils. Which that's pretty good. That's pretty good. It'll work. They're yellow pencils. Maybe you go out to look at them, and you look at the eclipse, and just as the moon moves in front of the sun, instead of the regular corona, you see all of these pencils going off in different directions. That would be earth-shattering. And maybe you get your eye put out, not because of the ultraviolet rays, but because the pencil stabbed you. The sun pencil ray stabbed you. So that'll do. It's not the best image I've done in my life, but it'll work for the example. And let's do one more. Dory Nolan. Hi, Dory Nolan. Can you unmute? Are you there?
I am here.
Hi, Dory. I'm Joe. Nice to meet you. Can you name any random object in the whole wide world?
Any random object?
Yeah. Something in your pocket or on your desk or in your kitchen or on the driveway or anything.
A tissue.
A tissue. Ooh, like Kleenex, like a facial tissue?
Yeah.
And then what number should it be? We've got several that are still available. 2, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10.
Let's go with number 6.
Number 6. And it's going to be a tissue. Okay, 6 is sticks, like pickup sticks or twigs. So imagine that you're trying to start a fire by rubbing 2 Kleenex together. That's absurd. You're not going to get very far, but it'll work. It'll work. It's going to be a very frustrating camping trip to try to do that. So now let's just stop there. We won't fill in all 10 of these, but without looking, I'm going to block the screen. Let's do what's number 10. Number 10 is a big fat hen. And I know that we don't have a picture for a big fat hen. So I know number 10 is blank. Number 9 is wine. I know that is blank. Number 8 is a gate. What's the gate?
Balloon.
The balloon. You know it without looking. You probably didn't even have to write it down, but now you know what's number 8. You know what number 7 is, nothing. Number 6 is the sticks, which is the Kleenex, it's the tissue. Number 5 is a hive. You don't have to look, stop looking. Number 5 is a hive, it's the patio swing.
Patio swing.
It's those bees, those silly bees out there in the swing. Number 4 is a door, we didn't do anything. Number 3 is a tree, the mailman is upset at the mailbox. 2 is a shoe, nothing. 1 is the sun, pencil. So not only do we know the information that we put in, we know that we're looking at the empty spots on the pegboard. We still know what hasn't been used. That's really powerful. That's very effective if you're trying to, for example, play cards. Not that any of you need to do that, but you would know what cards have been played. If you can check them off in your head, you know what's been used, you know what's not been used. This isn't the best system to do that with, but it would work. The other thing you can do with this is, you can do them frontward and backward. You can do just the evens. You can do just the odds. You can just do multiples of 3. You can just do prime numbers. You don't have to go item by item to get to them. You still know all of the stuff just cold, just randomly, you know where it is. So can I tell you how many pop quizzes I crammed for, throwing stuff onto lists of 10 or 15 or 20 in my high school years? Many, many. Your kids could do the same. You could do the same. You could remember people on teams. You could remember people on committees that you're going to have to interact with that are trying to hire you. You're trying to get hired by their conference. You can remember a variety of information. In a moment, we're going to talk about even better ways to remember people and their names. But this can let you group people or objects or items or any kind of information into a list that you can access randomly. So it's like having a hard drive in your brain. So this is spectacular. I'm running quickly to the end. So let me just sort of bring this in for a landing. Okay, let's go to share. Back to the peg system. So we did the rhyming peg. There is such a thing as a phonetic peg, and that is in the advanced course where you get to numbers. Instead of rhyming for this, the digits correspond to sounds, and that lets you convert digits and numbers into sounds and then therefore words. So you take an abstract thing like a number, convert it to a concrete image. You can remember PIN numbers, phone numbers, addresses, dates, appointments, playing cards, pi to a billion digits or whatever it is that you want to do with your life. I don't know. And you can create an infinite number of peg images based on the digits in a number. 999 is BBB, bibbidi bobbidi boo or something. You can convert, you can make words. Bubba boy is 999. So you could make it any kind of picture out of any kind of number. So that is very powerful, and you can use that to remember calendars, know what day of the week a certain date and a certain year falls on pretty darn quickly. That's very good. This is the one. Oh, if you do any talks on remembering names, any talks on memory, remembering names, this is the topic most people want to talk about. I don't have a book to sell you. I have my course. If you want to take my course, I'll go into detail on this. But everybody watching, I'm just going to send you all the slides from tonight. It's just for free. That's fine. If you like what I do, go on my website and buy a ticket to my show. I'm performing a magic and mentalism show right here next Saturday night. You know, if you want to do that instead of buying a book or something, that's great. For remembering names, there are a lot of common things that you've heard. Repeat the name, all of those things. All of those are true. I have an additional step that helps me lock it in. In fact, I've done magic for a company where the first time they hired me, they had about 400 people at the party, and I was doing walk around magic. And at the end of the night, I stood by the door and said goodnight to 300 of them by name as they left. I didn't get 100, all 400 of them. So I was 75% on the night. But out of 400, that's pretty doggone good. Do you think that makes an impact when you remember people's names in large groups? I did a corporate Christmas party about 8 years ago, remembered everybody's name in the room. There was 45 of them. And I said goodnight to them by name at the end of my show. They called me again. They want people remember that. It is high impact. Any kind of sales, any kind of presentation, any kind of interacting and networking, very powerful. I always ask a question. That's how I'm originally aware of the name, is I know I'm almost always going to ask a question about the person's name. I'll ask how it's spelled. I'll ask if it's derived from Russian or Ukrainian or French or Italian or Spanish or whatever. I'll ask a question about the derivation. I will look for commonalities between that name and people that I know, like, admire, and maybe make a comment on that. Then you have also heard about repetition, to repeat somebody's name. Don't do it like a robot. If you meet someone named Ulysses, I've got a Ulysses S. Grant biography over there, that's why I see it. Don't say, oh, hi, Ulysses. It's great to meet you, Ulysses. So, Ulysses, what do you do for a living? It's just, it looks like you're trying too hard. That's not conversational, but you want to use it naturally in conversation. And then here's what I do. In my mind, I picture myself writing that person's name with a very good pen on very good paper. I just imagine the sensory experience of scratching that person's name on paper in cursive as I am talking with them. And that extra step really helps me lock it in, and it will raise your effectiveness. There are other techniques that we can talk about. You'll see some more elaborate techniques in the document that I will be happy to share with you if you email me. So for more information, we're getting close to the end, but I want to leave 5 minutes, if possible, for questions. The Memory Book by Harry Lorraine and Jerry Lucas. Get it on Amazon. You can get a used copy for less than $5, probably. Paperback version, fly all over the place all the time. You can email me at this email address, and I will email you all of these slides and the little PDF I wrote on name memory. Now, a lot of speakers on memory don't like it that I'm giving away the name memory thing because that's the thing that we sell. Well, it's not a whole book. It's just a little short treatise on how I do it. I'm going to give it to you, but maybe you'll take my course, or maybe you'll come to one of my shows. Maybe you'll tell somebody else at another conference where I can speak, and then it all works out in the end. So here's what I'd love for you to do. Since you're at your computer, like my page and my Twitter, connect with me on LinkedIn, that's fine. You can follow my Instagram. You'll see pictures of me and places I used to go, and people in my family and things like that. And at the end, turnermagic.com/ticket is where you
Oh
Mm-hmm.
my gosh, Emily, you scared the crap out of me.
Hello. And so you can get tickets there online for my upcoming virtual magic and mentalism programs, or for the memory seminar that's coming up Tuesday, which is this information, plus the mnemonics, plus a little the phonetics, plus a little bit more on the memory details for names. So that's very good. It's the professional edition. If I can leave you with one idea, it's this. Memory techniques are not about batting 1,000. You don't have to have a perfect memory. But if your memory is 25% better tomorrow than it was today, think of that's a big productivity increase. If you forget fewer things, or you forget things less often, that is time that comes back into things that you can do constructively, productively, to advance your career, to build your relationships. If you don't remember everybody's name at a networking event, but you remember 5 people's names, 10 people's names out of 100, you're way, way above the normal crowd. You will stand out by having just a little bit of fun and experience using these techniques. So don't think that you have to be perfect at it. I'm not perfect at it. Some people, maybe that's not what this is about. This is about improving from where you are, improving your average. So that is the end of my formal presentation. I'm going to stop the share and go back. Does anyone, let's say this. Do you remember where I parked? Just for fun, you remember I parked, I smashed in a light post. You probably still know where my phone is.
Mm-hmm.
On the sofa table, because the mouth came back up and got you. What did I have to get at the grocery store?
Milk.
I had to get milk and peanut butter and
bread,
cooking
oil,
and dog food.
And what was number 7?
Dog
food.
7 on the list is
balloon. Oh no,
nothing.
You didn't have a 7.
There's no 7. But what's number 6? 6 is sticks.
Tissue paper.
It was Kleenex, I think we said. So your brain can do this. Don't tell yourself that you can, or it's too complicated. Pick one technique. What was the speech I had to give? Recycling ashtrays. And I remember there were four components. It was clay and porcelain and metal. So you can see, and the picture of the person who got arrested, all of the stuff floods back into your mind because these techniques are a hack for the way your mind remembers important things. And we're just putting it to use for ourselves. Any questions, comments, or criticisms? I can take it. What you got?
This is Dean. I had a question.
Yes, sir.
Have you performed at the House of Cards in Nashville?
I have indeed. I was at the House of Cards in Nashville in October of 18, earlier in their opening, not the first month or first year, but early on. And then I haven't been back recently, but the manager there's name is Joey Martinez, and we're talking. So when people can go places again and stuff like that, I'll be back, and I would love to entertain you at the House of Cards in Nashville. For those of you who don't know, the House of Cards in Nashville is a restaurant and performing venue, magic themed, kind of like the Magic Castle in Los Angeles, but not really a private club like the one in Hollywood. This was one you can call up and make a reservation, see a show, have dinner. It's fantastic. Other questions, comments, concerns? All right.
I noticed that someone asked online, is remembering song lyrics the same?
You know, I come from a musical theater background, and yes, you can apply this to song lyrics. What I normally do is take a key word in the first lyric of the stanza, and you can do this for church music. If your choir director doesn't want you to, if you have to memorize stuff or whatever, I will take the key word in the first line of each verse or stanza, and then link that to the next one in my head. And that, you don't have to remember every single word. Most of us, once we kind of are familiar with the song, if we just get that nudge, the rest of it comes filling back in. If you get me started, I mean, if you've played that game, if you've heard a song and you don't know what it is, and finally it clicks, and then suddenly you can sing it. It's that same, your mind, once you kind of make that connection, the rest of the information just comes flooding back. So that is one way to do it, is doing links from stanza to stanza. You could also use a peg system, but I just think it's one more step. That in real time of singing, I wouldn't want to be decoding what rhymes. I would probably want to go directly to the next thing. So that's how I would approach it. Very good question. All right.
That's all the questions and comments that I see. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it so much. Thanks for letting me be part of your program tonight.
That sounds great, sir. Now, do you just disappear in a puff of smoke?
Yeah, that costs extra. We'll have to renegotiate my contract.
All right, we got to go then. Thank you so much.
All right.
Have a great night, Joe. Thank you. All right, we've got all kinds of information to share with you guys, contact information on our speakers, and we'll forward all that stuff out on that great big email that someone's going to send out other than me, but it'll be fantastic. Well, we're coming up against the speech contest. John, are we, who are we looking at here? Gallery view, we changed anything? YouTube rolling? Yes, sir, yes, sir.
YouTube is rolling. Not sure who's running it, but I believe we are still all systems go.
Very good, very good. We're coming up to the speech contest, so we'll do that here in a minute. But I'm told that I want to turn it over to Gene, who is going to have some officers, installments, announcements, etc. Is that correct?
Yes. How's everybody doing out there?
We're good, sir. We can't see you.
Well, that'll be fixed.
Well, I didn't say it was a problem. I just made a mistake.
Yeah.
There we go.
Barely a comment, right?
All right. All right, Gene, take it away, sir.
I have the privilege of introducing a very special international director. That's Charles Albright. Charles Albright has been in our district for a long, long time. And he used to be in Chattanooga for a while, and he served in Chattanooga in some of the clubs. And he also lived in Nashville and Franklin area, and he traveled back and forth a lot, and he was in multiple clubs. And one thing about Charles, he always helped us out. Whenever we needed anything, Charles was always there to help us out. He was very helpful. And Charles is going to do the installation of the officers today. So I'm going to turn it over to Charles.
Thank you, Gene. I'm not showing up on the screen.
Camera on, Charles. Let's see here.
I'm here, Dean.
I can hear you, Charles.
But yeah, my screen's there, but it's blank. What should I do?
Do you have the video down at the bottom turned on?
No, it went off. Okay. Okay, now I'm there. All
There
right.
you go.
You are.
My sign was reading backwards. It was clicked off, but it was said ready. Well, thank you, Gene, for the introduction. I want to do the installation ceremony for the incoming leaders of District 63. Today, we officially induct the new leaders and pledge our support as a district to them in the coming year. But first, let's thank you, the current district leaders, for all your service and hard work. And this year of extreme changes, I wish to also give a short remembrance of all the district leaders that we have lost this year. A lot of our talent is in other places, most of them, I'm assuming, upstairs. Now, going on with the ceremony, we're grateful for your contributions over the past year and fulfilling your responsibilities to the best of your ability until your terms end on June 30th. But there's going to be an addition to this. Work is never done. I would like every area director and division director to write a short status report on each club that you service throughout the district. And you will turn this report over to at least Stacy, and I would suggest your direct replacement to give them a head start as to where the clubs are. And to be honest with you, I've been looking like Gene suggested, and some of our clubs are not in the best of shape. Going on, I'll make some comments about area directors. Area directors' goals and responsibilities, a few that I key in on. They're here to help our clubs be successful. They're to help with training. And I think one of the strongest things that successful clubs do is follow the Distinguished Club Plan, because it tells you all the key options. I see one of our hosts shaking his head, right, Dean? He does. Also, they help with contest scheduling and their visits. A lot of clubs really don't feel connected until they meet the area director or division director. It's one of those links that they need to have with the district. And our district is blessed between me and Don with two past international directors in the process also. So I'm going to ask all the area directors around, and this is a little hard this time because I can't even ask you to stand up, but will you commit to doing your best to help fulfill the district mission of building new clubs and supporting all clubs in achieving excellence? Shake your hands if you're willing to do this. I don't see any hands going, Dean. There we go. Thanks, Curtis. All right. The following Toastmasters have been elected division directors. In B is Sonia Van Hook, Stephanie Wynn in C, D is Jason Cook, E is Javar Buckingham, and F is Ahmed Gillum. What does the division director do? Seeing I was distinguished, this should be easy, but I don't really know what they do, to be honest with you. But reading from the manual, it says you're supposed to help build new clubs, one of the folks you've got. But let's be honest, this year, I think we're going to insert a word in front of building clubs, and that is restoring clubs to the emphasis that we lot as a district. Going back to the reports you're going to write for Stacy, this will give us a head start where we're going to go. Besides that new club you have to create, there's a contest. You support your area directors. Now, some of us run away from this, others live on their director's case. Each has their own personality. And you're also responsible for makeup TLIs. And again, this year, I can see some changes may be necessary in the structure of TLI because of travel restrictions. And let's be honest, some of us are old and they fit in the health department's top category. So I won't go any farther with that. So will you support our division directors, all 5 of them, to doing your best and to help the area directors and fulfill the district's mission? So if you're willing to do that, let us know. This is one problem, Gene, you warned me about. It's hard not to get response if you don't see the people. All right, in going through there, there's 3 other people that are instrumental in keeping the district going. An administrative manager, a finance manager, and a public relations manager. I'm assuming Stacy has selected some people. I won't embarrass him for asking who, but just a word of caution this way that Gene and I were talking about the other night is our membership count is down. And that means the return of money to the district is not going to be what it was. So let's just blame the finance minister right off the bat and get started on a good foot. Be very cautious of how you spend my share of the money I send to district or to international. No, Gene says we're in very good shape, but it's going to be a tough year because we're going to have to ask you to spend money to have results. So watch what's happening. I know Stacy knows how to watch that purse book. She hasn't let out of her sight in 3 years. So again, when the names are announced, give the supporting staff to the district top 3 your support. Now I understand there was a slight conflict of support, and so at this time there is no one that's going to come in for the club director. What an opportunity for success this year. Gene, what we should make them do, you're the past governor director, should we make them go for 12 new clubs and 24 distinguished clubs at least as a rejuvenation record?
That sounds wonderful. Maybe we can double it.
Well, I was doubling what we were going for, but the thing is, it's going to be a tough year to help clubs.
It'll be a challenge.
And so whatever Stacy's got in mind as the things come together, we'll close on something else I recommend doing in building the clubs. Now let's move on to the goals of the club program quality director role. Matt, congratulations on your new position. I don't see you in the image, but I know you're there. What does a program quality director, and I still don't like that title, but forgive me. They handle training for the district. What's needed, what's available, what's going to work. They support all the clubs in giving them what they need, the contest materials, the training materials, etc. They do some work on the contest. As I hinted earlier, excuse me, there's going to be a lot of differences may be required in TLI training this year to get all the officers trained. And there'll be a lot of new faces coming in as officers. I think one of the things I have seen as a district, and it's not abnormal to 63, good or bad, is we forget that a lot of our officers, other than our president of our club, may be new occupants to that role and can need help. So they definitely need the details of their required post. So that's in there. And now I know there's one thing that Matt and Stacy are looking forward to. And all of you are familiar with the Distinguished Club Plan. Well, for district leaders, they get a master's degree in this. It is called the District Strategic Planning Program. And Gene, you don't have to look so serious. You don't have to do anything this year on that one. But the district needs to look at what's involved. It is a tedious, required exercise of international. I don't know with not going to Paris how we are going to handle training this coming year. Stacy may know, and she'll let her top 3 know. But the exercise in the district strategic plan is a great exercise. As I look at Gene here, yes, you'll pull your hair out, but that goes along with the program. But I encourage you as our top 3 and the help they ask involved, think inside the box, and this year more than ever, think outside the box. We've got to do things, not that we cause the issues that this country and nation and globe are working with, but we all have to live through them. So, Matt, are you willing to accept your duties as the program quality director? I don't see Matt on the program at this time, Stacy. At this time, let me go on and introduce Stacy Thomas, our district director, incoming. Responsibilities are varied and embodied following the Toastmasters values of integrity, respect, service, and excellence. I know Stacy from personal time has mastered all of them. Will be a starring example to every one of them. As our district's chief executive officer, will you lead members in fostering strong clubs? You can shake your head, Stacy, that helps. Achieving their goals and fulfilling the district and international missions. As I hinted out, you've got a lot of work in the district strategic plan. If I can be of any help, call Don Beddick. But it is a good exercise, and future leaders really need to look at that. And I think you generally share the finished product with your district, I believe. But you're going to take a lot of respect. So will you accept the responsibilities? Please answer by I will.
I will.
Thank you. Following the incoming district's response, Madam District Director and district members of District 63, will you commit to working together with your team to do the best to help each other meet the common goals? Please respond, we will.
We will.
At this time, I'd like to challenge the district leaders, both past and present, to rededicate themselves to district issues. Sometimes we're called on and sometimes we're not. But I think Stacy is facing the ultimate change of what she's got to accomplish. And so when you're called on, don't say maybe, don't tell her you're busy, just tell her you'll do what you're asked to do. Because we've got to build special teams, membership, rebuilding clubs, and different training to be called upon is some of the things I see. So with that almost closing, I wish you all the best in this coming year. And will you support your district leaders? Somebody out there say, we will. Michelle?
We will.
We will.
We will.
We will.
Well, thank you all very much. And may I wish the 5 competing speakers the absolute best in the next couple of hours that transpire. Gene, I'll return control of the meeting to you.
Thank you, Charles. That's really good. And I appreciate everything you said, and it was very needed for each one of us. So I'm going to turn it over to the host. The host with the most is going to come up and start with the contest.
All right, Edna, I think he's talking about you. Are you ready to go and got your team together?
I'm unmuted and ready to go.
Do you have, Edna, do you have someone monitoring chat? Do you have a Zoom master to mute people and video and all that?
That would be, I'm sure I do, but I don't know all the names.
Okay, I just didn't know if you had identified somebody on when you're putting your team together for that.
No, Stacy may have done that. I got the speakers together.